Playing like a carrot. If you play like a carrot and you can still do well, what's the next level up?
Well, I mean, I don't have to play good in this team now. I have 4 good hitters, so I mean, if I just tell them what to do and they do as I say, it should be good.
That should be easy.
Yeah.
Now, how's it been coming back though? You feel like the roster's off, ready for Cologne?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Blast was warm up and first place, so it was good. So hopefully Cologne will be better, but you never know what happens, right? Every team is good. A lot of new teams as well now. With Cloud9 gonna play the Cologne as well, so. Yeah, we'll see. We are ready and we'll see.
Tell me what you think of, you got Config and Hedrick here, right? They got this quite little nice duo relationship, like big brother, little brother. Explain that to me.
Yeah, yes. Hedrick is the big brother. He needs to have a leash on Krille sometimes, you know. So Hedrick is keeping Krille in check.
So when Config's bad, Hedrick, you say, no, stay back. You don't do it too crazy.
I mean, yeah, we just... I think we have a great balance with Krille, with Config.
Do you agree to any of this?
I'm fully agreeing. Like he's definitely also older, as you can see. So he's the bigger brother for sure.
More experience in Hedrick.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. I'm trusting fully in Hedrick. Whatever he says, I do it.
Yeah, I'm trying to teach him like some plays, like the experience I had before. So just trying to give this young talent what.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And what is the thing he's lacking the most? What do you really need to help him with?
I don't know. Maybe sometimes when he's so focused in his crosshair, it's hard to talk. But I think it's for everyone like this.
Hard to talk. Config, you're always good at talking though, mate. You love a little chat.
Yeah, but I can't, like, when I'm playing next to such an experienced player, it simply gets me out of my comfort zone. So I just need to, I need to listen more. I'm so sorry, Daniel.
Do you feel like sometimes though he holds you back? You know, we've seen some of your performances a bit up and down. Do you feel like you want to be let go to dominate, and he's just stopping you
I
sometimes?
mean, I can't say anything. I just have to listen. Like it's crazy. Like I'm so uncomfortable sometimes, but he makes me comfortable when he says beautiful words to me.
Oh, you say beautiful words, so you do give him some encouragement.
No, I just think that like he's really like he has huge potential.
I feel like we've done a polar opposite side of things there. But this little guy has been doing very well on the server, right? You must be pretty happy with him. Ever since you guys sat next to each other, we've seen this little bromance growing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really happy that he took me under his wing. So like it's actually feels. I'm so like grateful for whatever he's done for me. It's crazy. Like I can't put words into it.
This has gone so wild. I'm gonna go and speak to Broline because this man, you hate this stuff, I know. But Hampus is
I don't know. It's hard for Hampus. Yes.
I only do bad things.
No, you only go do good things as well.
Okay.
But
touch is good.
I don't fucking know. I don't know. You have any good words for me? Can you help me please with this? Good for your first week.
The pressure is on you, Broline. Hampus, one word.
Good fucking caller.
Not one word, but I'll accept it. What about Rez?
Lovely.
Okay, last member, DJL, because he's just incredibly loud.
Serbian.
Serbian.
Like teacher.
That's it. Teacher?
Yeah.
Teacher?
He looks like a teacher. I don't know. He's old.
He's old. He's younger than me, man. What do you mean?
Sorry.
I feel attacked. I feel bullied. DJL, we're not that old. It's just these young guys all around us. One last thing. You said he's a teacher then. Okay, so does he have a whiteboard when you go into practice? Does he do a lot of drawings and you just go, what the hell is this?
I mean, not the past tournaments, but some tournaments maybe. But it's mostly on the monitor. Right?
Okay, next time I'm going to get DJL. I'm going to find a whiteboard and get him to draw some strats, and we're going to rate his strats. Let's see how it goes.
Got Hades behind me. Come on, let's talk to Hades. Hades,
Hello.
how's it going?
All good, all good.
All good. How was your break, Hades?
That was pretty nice.
Yeah.
More CS than break, but it was good.
A lot of teams went on vacation and then they came and they used blast groups to warm up. What was your team doing?
We played the quotes to Gamers 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And we qualified for that, so it was good.
Congrats, because lots of people didn't qualify for that. Actually, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, quite a few teams which I actually play in Cologne didn't qualify. So
Okay. So some of the teams that came into groups, they used that to practice, and they didn't actually play that well. So when you watched, did you watch any of the groups?
yeah, we watched like most of the games actually.
Well, what's your opinion on how hard the scene feels right now? How good people are playing?
I mean, there isn't any team which is like top one right now. I feel like you have the best teams which is Heroic, Vitality, and I think that's it. And possibly Cloud9 after we played them in practice, they are insane. So you have those three, and then everyone else feels on like a similar level right now. So
Is this your second Cologne? Were you here with Ents last time?
yeah.
Okay.
It was disgusting. We sucked that tournament so hard. So.
Okay. Well, we got a new roster, 9, doing much better off the break, playing all the way through the break. Hades, good luck.
My next victims, the next ones to find. Liquid Big Brains, your Kinder and Doubts, their new roster. Let's see what they're thinking.
I mean, that's true.
Hello, boys.
Hey, how's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, doing well, you know.
chilling, having a good media day. Great time.
You don't have to do as much as he does.
No, I don't. The coach usually doesn't have to do as much, so.
Easy.
He did already more than usual because usually coaches don't do photos, right?
Yeah.
And now he did photos. So now he's finally out of the hotel, finally, and not sleeping.
Maybe next year I'll do hero shots, and maybe they'll start working the coach more into the content. Yeah. Okay.
Did you do the shirt shots because of the new shirt?
Honestly, I don't know. I have no idea.
I was just told to do something and I did it.
No, yeah, they told me I have to be here for the first time, so I came over and now I'm here.
And how long do you have to be here for, Dabs?
I'm leaving right now.
Look at his easy life. Okay, you're happy with that, I guess.
Yeah, you know, just gonna go to the store for the boys after. So.
Oh, isn't that a Steve thing?
You know, he's here managing the players, so you know, I'm gonna go fetch some stuff for the boys, and you know.
Steve managing.
Yeah. I mean, don't listen, Steve. Don't listen. You do a great job, Steve.
Steve, how's your luggage?
Steve,
there's a source.
That's a hard one. Yeah.
He's not had his luggage for how long?
He's lost it for 3 weeks now. And it just keeps going on a flight back and forth between like England and the US.
Do you think they've just like left it in there and they're like, we can't see it? And he's just like, well, I'm just watching it
No,
back
they
and
have no
forth.
clue.
Oh my God.
Every time he calls them, so.
All right, on to the CS. Sorry,
Yeah.
Steve. New roster you got together. You had your first outing with it. Some highs and lows, but how are you feeling coming to Cologne?
I mean, we feel really good. Obviously, as you said, highs and lows at the Blast groups, but you know, we learned a lot about ourselves in game as a team and out of the game as well. And that was honestly the whole point of the event, regardless. And you know, Cologne, we're coming in with, you know, slightly higher expectations, but you know, we're still in the learning phase of the team and figuring out everything. So.
And how is the personalities working? Because Yakinda's always been fun and good on camera and everything else. Naf is who he is, right? We've got nothing but love for him. OC, he's like pretty chill dude and everything else. But the other two, describe him for me. Some of you, Yakinda.
Well, I mean, Roberto from Miami is pretty.
Why? Yeah, you have to. No, this is for the lobby. You have to explain the Roberto from Miami because I got thrown this all the time by Steve.
I actually don't know how it happened, how it started, but Steve started calling him Roberto from Miami, and then like Robert just embraced it and became Roberto from Miami. But I mean, he's like a really as well. He's not afraid to speak, not afraid of the cameras, and he's really like out personality in a way. And if you're gonna come up to him, he's always gonna laugh with you and like speak to you and whatever. Alex is more of like a quiet guy, like a Keith type guy, like Naf. But
That's why they get on.
yeah, but when you crack him, you understand he's like super as well, like really funny and charismatic.
Daps, we need to make sure someone explains to Patsy that if he goes to a border and says he's Roberto from Miami, they're probably going to think he's smuggling something.
I mean, he was born there, and you know, he just lost his American passport. So I mean, he's been trying to get home ever since, and you know, I'm sure they'll let him in eventually.
Yeah,
So this is the real reason he joined Liquid?
Yeah, we're still an NA team. I don't know why everyone's so mad. We're still the majority NA, so.
We're still technically majority NA. It's you know. It's like it's a good balance now.
Yeah,
Randy
Randy
Steve.
Smith. Randy Eakin Smith.
Yeah.
I'm from Texas.
Yeah.
Howdy.
Okay. You need to draw my hat. Do you remember my hat? Do you want that?
yeah.
Okay, so your teammates seem to be fitting in quite well. You guys, you said to me on one interview, 7 map pool, but you're just trying to work out which 7 maps. You worked them out?
Yeah, I'd say we pretty much know the maps we want to play going forward. You know, there's still maybe some role changes that may happen, still figuring things out, but overall we have a pretty good idea of, you know, what's going to be long term, I'd say, at this point.
And for you, Yakinda, we were worried, or at least I was worried, right, thinking your individual level's so good, could drop off when it comes to your in-game leading. But even when you were not just dominating everyone, the team was still winning maps. So that must feel pretty damn good for you.
Well, I mean, I only played one good best of 3 against G2, but other than that, other best of 3s like against FaZe or against Astralis were not necessarily good individually. But I feel like the longer we play, the more reflexes my teammates are gonna have, and the less micromanaging I'm gonna need to do, then the more comfortable I'm gonna feel like an individual player.
And how are you feeling just as taking over the IGL range? Do you feel more pressure in it? What's it like for... We see this so much in CS where an in-game leader just becomes an in-game leader, maybe not always by choice. Was yours like, yes, I wanted this? Was it just thrown on you?
just from my personality and like character, I wanted to become like a leader, and I wanted to lead the team. And before joining Liquid, and also like at the end of VP, I was thinking about it, and then it just happened somehow in Liquid when like Nitro decided to step down. Then I was like, okay, I want to try this, and obviously it feels a little bit more pressure, maybe, yes, but at the same time, it's like, what did I expect? Of course, it's gonna be like that, so I'm ready for it.
What advice did you give him, Daps? You were leading for a long time.
I mean, as he kind of said, he has, in my opinion, the personality traits to become a good in-game leader and a good leader. But you know, it takes time as well, right? Like a lot of IGLs have been doing it for a long time, and now he's instantly coming in, going against, you know, Kerrigan and IGLs who've been doing it for their whole careers pretty much. So, you know, it's not an easy task, but I think with how Yakinder is, it's going to be a quick process.
Oh, look at that. High praise. A quick break. Yeah, nice to hear, right?
Yeah. It gives me some more, like, whoa. You know?
You got your Kinder feeling good. He's shaking and all stuff. I'm going to let you shake it off elsewhere. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Intel Extreme Masters Cologne is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and 1xBet.
Rafa really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Some of our new teams are arriving at IEM Cologne, ready for the group stage. But today we find out which ones will be advancing and the final teams that are going to be eliminated. It's another grueling day at IEM Cologne, but it's going to be action-packed.
The Flash, not known for being a barber, but he will take your head off with a vengeance. Now, I welcome you back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We find ourselves in Cologne, and more importantly, we find ourselves sending some teams home. We got the play-in, then we go to the group stage, and then we find ourselves in the playoffs, which will cultivate themselves all the way up into the grand finals. And there's a nice chunk of change waiting there at the end of the line. But don't worry, we're still a long way from there. Starting out with the A stream, we're looking at 9 versus Team Liquid. And then a little bit of nip action there to come in the later part of the day. So just 2 best-of-3s here on the A stream. And then if we switch our focus over to the B stream, Furia and the Mongols and OG Apex will be rounding it out over there. So still a ton of Counter-Strike, and still some people just staying alive. Hi, I'm Trace. Nice to meet you. If you're just joining us for the first time, we're glad to have you, and I would entice you at this point in time to use the hashtag IEM on your favorite social medias to let us know how you're watching, show us, tell us anything you want. There's always a chance that you might see it on screen, just like Kassad just now, or to his left, Maniac.
Some of the best work that you've done so far.
Thank you. I only fumbled 1 word. And also, Alistar down there on the very end. Welcome to the pre-show.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, a lot of things to go over, a lot of things to talk about, but for the Greyhound side, you know, things didn't necessarily pan out the way that you wanted them to.
Yeah, no, definitely not. We faced 2 Brazilian teams and only walked away with 1 map, so it was a pretty rough event for us, I'd say. what's there to say, really? It's after a boot camp as well, so yeah.
It's rough. Like, it'd be like that, Maniac.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's complicated for you guys because I feel like the level of competition that you usually have changes and the tones whenever you show up at these events. And we are stuck with a loop of talking about, hey, it's Greyhound. Let's see what new they bring to the table. Let's see what improvements there's been. Let's see. And we don't necessarily really see it. So what's the solution?
I wish it was simple, but at the end of the day, I think it's just time in Europe. It's always going to come back to that. Every time we come here, we get to play all the top teams, and it's good practice and stuff like that. But then we go back, and it's like we fall back into our old habits, and we're versing the same teams over and over, and it's just not.
Do you see a difference in who you are from event to event? We're not talking about just placement, just the experience from within. Do you feel like there is improvement, there is learnings, even though it doesn't really translate immediately in results?
I think when we have like a string of events back to back to back, by the end of it, we see like insane progress. It feels like, you know, we're filling in all these gaps and we're understanding what our weaknesses really are and how to work on those. But when we've had a break and then we come back to it, it's almost feels like we're back to square one, trying to rebuild.
Now, you did say coming to Europe was, you know, kind of something that was necessary. And ironically, what would be the difference if we stayed down under? Do you think going to Sydney might help?
100%.
Yeah.
Keen to have all the boys come down and practice in Australia, and you know they get to see what it's like playing against all the Australian teams.
This is a fantastic drawing. I've just got to add, if you didn't
so many things going on.
Yeah, the koala at the very top. We got pizza boxes falling. Moses is on a cake. So yeah, there's a ton going on right there. I'm not sure about the alligator with the sword in its mouth, but
Chad is kind of jacked on that one. Like he's been hitting the gym.
I think he drew this. So
he drew this.
No, I made that up. That's not
true.
true.
I thought it was Casad for a second.
But yeah, we're going back down under. This is a big deal in terms of Oz Counter-Strike.
Yeah, for sure. I think the last event that we had that obviously wasn't Tier 1 was like DreamHack Melbourne, where we had international teams come down, and before that would have been about 3 years ago, an actual IEM Sydney. So it's good to have it back.
Yeah, Casad Sydney, that's a big one for you, huh?
Yeah, we carried the torch a little bit back in the day. Now it's time for you guys to you know, show what you can do. But let's come back to that. And you know, obviously, thank you for being here and doing this. I know a day after the event is always a really rough, dark day. You know, and how is the general mood in the team besides the fact that obviously you just got eliminated? Like, what do you look forward to in terms of like progress as a team? What's going on there?
I think straight after the game was obviously pretty doom and gloom, and we'll make the jokes and put on a bit of a face and everything like that, but it wouldn't have felt like we had a really constructive talk basically last night, and if it wasn't for that, it would have felt like almost a waste of time with the I guess the results we put up like that, you know what I mean? So we had this really good discussion, really open with everyone in the team last night, and if it wasn't for that, it would have felt like a pretty...
It can be like a very easing feeling, like when you get that over through your chest. It's like you just say the things that you want to say and basically start over. But I want to come back to another point that you guys, the problem that you guys have. You don't have a coach. What is up with that? Can you just tell us why don't you have a coach, or you want to get one?
Yeah, what are the conditions, the salary? Because Casad would actually be interested.
He's got a CV he wants to hand your way to.
The second part of that question is why don't you move a little bit longer in Europe for a month or 2 or something that will just get you like up to speed of whatever is going on, because it feels like whenever you go there, you just stay a little bit and you come back and everything kind of fades away and you need to do it all over again. So walk us through it a little bit.
I think in terms of a coach, with our most previous coach, Kingfisher, we sort of didn't, it came to a point where it wasn't the kind of coach that we were after. But like, we're open to having a coach and stuff like that. We're not against it. It just has to make sense and actually gel well with our IGL, which is ends. And coming back to, sorry, what was your...
The European thing, moving to Europe for a little bit more of a, rather than 2 weeks or something.
Yeah, I don't know. We've sort of floated the idea and danced around the question, I suppose, but it's been quite difficult trying to do that whilst playing the Australian ESL Champions events, which actually give us pathways to all these events in Europe. We need to be getting those points as well. So it has to have a good timeline and for it to actually make sense, because it's obviously a long time to spend away from family and friends in 2 months. Yeah. But we would improve for sure.
And if only you had a coach. If only they had a coach to organize that.
Yeah, or
a manager. That's what you look for.
Yeah,
there's a manager.
Well, I did it. Oh, never mind.
That was the old days when you were doing everything.
I'm not going to throw Gomez under the bus here. It's fine.
Wow.
He was doing a great job.
You just did. Too. Like, my goodness. Hey, check this out. This isn't the only Australian lad we're going to be talking to. In fact, I've got one just situated probably right over there, if I had to guess. He's standing by with Hawka. His name is Sponge. What's up, guys?
How you doing, Trace? Yeah, look, another Aussie, but we got a Brit here as well. Plenty of those flying around. Me and Hawker, well, we're not going to be casting together. He's going to be with James.
I am.
And I'm going to be with Machine. And Jason Moso decided he wanted to walk in as we're actually doing the caster check-in. So we can't hear it. This is live. This is live on air right now. Yes, it is. Yeah, Phil wanted us to talk about the teams that were eliminated. So we can talk to you. Well, we weren't going to talk about Greyhound because Alistair's on the desk. We were going to talk about Complexity, Into the Breach, and, of course, the final team that I'm forgetting here that was eliminated, Big, the German representation. So we want to rank them on the one we're most disappointed with. Hawker, who disappointed you the most, and why was it Complexity?
Wait, what? I feel like I'm like on the spot here between two parents. Yeah, what's going on, man? What the hell's going on, man?
Why is Yanko here?
I'm scared. This is not okay.
What the hell is going on? Hawker, let's do our segment and let them keep talking. So here's the names on the screen. Who was the most disappointing to you thus far?
Ooh.
I know Into the Breach, they have Thomas.
It stings. It stings personally. I think Complexity, though. I was actually expecting Complexity to come in and do something here. Not winning a single map. Didn't see what I wanted out of a leash. It's a shame. It's a real shame because I thought that was a step in the right direction.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think Into the Breach, after the first match, I saw them around the hotel. They looked like they were already done. So, you know, hopefully not breaking too much news here. But the mood and the camp didn't look great. So, disappointing Complexity. Didn't really have high hopes for Big with the whole Sensei situation, even though he played pretty well, right? But it's difficult to see the Germans go home now. But I wanted to ask you a question before we throw it back. Let me bring out my phone here because you made a tweet yesterday.
Oh, boy.
And I'm going to read it out to everybody. Furia have looked like one of the least disciplined teams for a while. Missed nades, double AWPs, risky solo plays. I know it's early with this lineup. If I were them, I'd definitely look at a coaching change, right? But I read that. And wait, did you change the tweet?
No.
I swear you changed it. I thought it was about the old Fury. Well, I feel like this tweet here sums up the old Fury quite well. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I'd say so too. That's why I'm saying coaching change, because it hasn't changed. Exactly.
Okay, so Yanko was right all along.
Was right.
Guys, Kassad, how do you feel? Yanko was correct.
How do I feel?
Yeah.
Yeah, Kassad, how do you feel?
I feel pretty good, like in general, like really, like I have a good day today, you know. Yeah, especially going to be a good day later. But the thing is, when I don't have to look at you.
Oh, okay. I was wondering what the catch was, but yeah,
no,
naturally.
The thing is, like, about Furia, I don't know what to think. It's just a team that, for me, is always, like, close to making it, but never kind of do it. It's always the gatekeepers, always the team that's going to upset someone and then lose, you know.
Just like Moses with his BDS segment right there. That was great. The timing was just absolutely pristine. It's perfect.
You would have thought that was scripted.
Almost.
Here's the plot twist. It was not. Surely not scripted. But as scripts go, we talk often about who's advanced and who's moving forward in the tournaments. Well, let's look at some of the teams we do have within the group stage at this point. Like, who do we have already?
We're talking about the group stage, the next stage. Here we go, indeed. Well, obviously, we have teams that have proceeded or advanced. You can choose your word for your little puzzle or word crumble over there. Mouse, Fnatic, Astralis as well, and Monty, you know, at the expense of Furia. That was a very animated series. We could hear them shout at each other. There's a very LAN, like old school LAN cafe sort of vibe here, which I kind of appreciate.
It's like they never lost their best player. That's how they played, you know, and they got demolished on the second map. I didn't think that psychologically they could come back, and they did. And completely deserved. These guys, they won't go out, you know. It's very hard to take them down, and they have a place which is very well deserved.
You know, I wanted to grab onto the B group side of things that we already know.
Grab the B group.
That looks dangerous for just about anybody that's there. For the side of B, it does boil down to like the household names that kind of build into what will be the group stage. Let me just pull it up.
Want to give us a lowdown? Is that the Na'Vi Vitality G2 face situation?
That's the one.
You got it.
There's a lot going on.
This is ridiculous. Look at this. Vitality on top of the bracket and FaZe on the bottom. It's like, and then you have G2 and Na'Vi and all these teams. It's just so, it's like a playoff right there.
I like it. Well, you're talking to me like it's a bad thing.
No,
I appreciate it. That's what I paid for. Well, I didn't pay actually. I'm getting paid, but that's what I'm in for.
Fair enough. Alistar, which one of these, you know, through the scrim networks and all the things that go on prior to these events, which of these teams stood out in scrims?
To be honest, I really liked. It's sad because Cloud9 are not getting to really play with their proper roster, having Exile have the issues and stuff like that. So I was really excited to see them. They were really fun to play and really good in scrims. And then also, I think Na'Vi were actually really. It's good seeing Simple back in form, it seems like. So they were really entertaining and really fun to play against.
Can I poke into that for a second? You said you played Cloud9 a couple times. Did you notice any striking difference with how they were playing before? I'm kind of interested.
I think
like I'm reading the news and I'm learning about.
Yeah, it's hard to take too much away from scrims. Obviously, you get an indication of it all, but it didn't feel too different. You know, they still kind of give you that respect, and you're able to default and play against them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They play that really kind of slow style and really grind you out sort of thing, and it seemed like they still had that identity.
I got a question for the end. Like, you have direct line to these teams, right? Because of the scrims and everything. Who do you got winning?
Uh-oh. Oh, that's pretty hard. We didn't actually get to scrim all the teams at this event, but if I had to pick...
Back up. Hello. Oh, you're still here.
Again?
Hey. I thought that was all scripted. Sorry.
How was your break?
How was my what?
Your break.
From the segments, or are you talking about at home?
The break from Jason, not being with Jason.
You know, the break at home was good. It was a nice little reset to come into Cologne and then, you know, kind of do our job, Jason.
Yeah, nice.
Your hand's really cold, by the way. I don't know why.
It is a little chilly, you know. Kassad, you're known for some absolutely moronic takes on Twitter. During the break, did you reconsider your approach to anything?
No, I stand by my words. And also, I have to tell the people that me and Jason swapped watches. Now he has the Joe Rogan watch, and I have this signature NASA watch, whatever it's called, right?
Yeah, thanks for that information. That's lovely, Kassad.
It's good to see you.
How you doing?
Good. I'm very happy to see you. I think this is a very nice addition to our broadcast, what we're doing right now. You know, this is kind of level that the entertainment has to reach, you know?
Yeah.
I like that. I think you're perfect for the job.
You can tell he's taking a break because he's in a great mood. What's up, dude?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good, how about you?
Yeah, I've been all right.
You excited for IEM Sydney coming?
Very excited, very pumped.
It feels like they're interviewing each other because they both have a mic. Like, who is interviewing who here?
I don't know. That's
you pumped for IEM Sydney?
Awkward, yeah. I'm very excited for IEM Sydney, yes. All right. Well, cool. That's the pre-show. We'll take off.
Cool, yeah, that's the pre-show with Moses, sort of featured with us. At the same time, yeah, we need to go to a break. We can get this first match underway.
Listen, who's winning the event?
Versus 9. We go to a break, we'll come right back.
Sorry.
Cancel yourself.
There you go.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right. This would be an ace clutch from Poland. Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
What is your calling?
Welcome to the B stream. It is the final day of our play-ins. At the end of today, we'll have 2 matches, 2 teams progressing to the group stages here at IEM Cologne, and 2 teams will be going home. It's all to play for. My name is Sam, also known as Tech Girl. I'm going to be your host for the next 2 games. Joining me on the desk, we have Blair and Kassad, and we're getting straight into it. The Mongols facing off against Furia. Of course, you see that Brazilian legend's face right there. He might not have been in Furia during IEM Katowice, but the Mongols were able to take Furia down then. Is this going to be a rematch?
It is the rematch, and history could potentially repeat itself as well. I think that was the event where everyone started to kind of pay attention to these Mongolian boys, as they were known back then as IHC, knocking out Furia and Cloud9 in back-to-back games in Katowice, if you remember that.
Oh yeah, I was there. I think I did that game, and to be honest, like, it's getting hot, you know, here in Cologne. I don't mean the weather. The games are going to be super good today, and you know, you're going to have teams progressing into the other stage. But we can see the last confrontation between these 2 teams.
Very close.
Like you said, IHC winning that game. Nobody. I think that's the biggest, well, the second biggest upset on that tournament. The first one was obviously IHC again beating Cloud9, but you can see the super close matchup, and 16-10 on the final decider. Anubis that I think that was never going to happen. Overall, it was a better team that won. Different teams today, a little in every single aspect, but still the memories from that matchup surely somewhere in the back of their heads.
The memories are definitely there, but like you said, these 2 rosters are very different now. And let's take a look at Furia. We got to see them last night play as well. It's this interesting mix. Fallen, the legend, coming in, but figuring it out how he's going to play with Art, how this team is going to work. So far, though, you've seen them play now. You've had a good opportunity to look at them on 4 maps. What do we think of Furia?
I'm still very lost here. Listen, the loss they had yesterday against Monty, very unexpected the way they could completely destroy an Ancient as well. Look, you look at the pieces, right? Fallen coming in with his IGLing, it's a whole different approach altogether as opposed to what Art needs to do for this team. Cello coming in as the entry right now. So for Art, I have a question here, right? Like, what's he really going to be bringing to the team? You're not calling anymore. You're not the hard entry anymore. In fact, Cello's doing a much better job if you look at his numbers later on. And there's so many question marks here. A double op setup on the CT side, is that your role? Are you going to be the secondary off of the team? I think we're all still kind of figuring things out as the games progress. And I feel even Art trying to figure out where he lies in his team right now.
You kind of want to figure things out before you come to the event and play. The thing is, like,
you like to.
We are, you know, we're looking at Cello right now.
These are great numbers, right?
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Like, he is playing super good. That's tier 1, you know, stats when it comes to the T side. But the thing is, like, we talked about Fallen before, and we can't really get used to him being average. That's the problem. When you say Fallen, you think highest tier, you know, the titles, the majors, the Brazilian squads, everything that's going on with it. We can't really get like through our heads that he's average right now, and you know, he needs to step up in different areas to be, you know, useful to his team. And I think he definitely can do it. He can make players play better than they are. So it's just a matter of time. He's going to do it sooner or later. Right now, it's still like up in the air, but you know, they still have a chance.
And if you look at the core of the 3 rifles that have Cello, K-Strada, and Yuri, they're virtually world-class. K-Strada, one of the best rifles we had last year, was almost unstoppable, right? So they have the firepower, but there are a few pieces still completely missing from the puzzle board. They need to find that. They need to find that real quick.
I don't think they have the pieces. I think if you see all the conversations that are happening, the interviews they've done, they've said themselves, Art has said himself, oh, well, sometimes I'm calling, sometimes we play like us. I think that they're still trying to figure it out. And I actually think this is a team that can figure this out because Fallen is so experienced. I know he might not play at the same level we've expected from Fallen in the past, but I think that there is a level of brain power that comes into the mix. Maybe this could work. This lineup could be the Brazilian re-emergence. Look, they're both like, no, shut up, Sam.
The thing is, like, I'm not really a big fan of these vague statements, like, we are not sure, we are this and that. Just tell us straight up, listen, we are figuring things out. It's going to be like this for the 3 months. But we have a long-term plan. We have this milestone we want to reach in the next 6 months. We're going to be fine. But this is like, it feels like we don't know anything, they don't know anything, and that's why it's hard for us to kind of give them the role of a favorite or somebody who's going to be in the playoffs. It's because they're what they're sending to us, right, as viewers, as talent, as analysts, whatever, right? It's just, if they came up straight up saying, like, this is how it is, we can accept that, and then we can base our judgment on that.
One of the things we didn't know a lot about was this new lineup in the Mongols. There was a lot of questions around them. We hadn't been able to see them play, but they are here and they are one game away from progressing to the group stages at IEM Cologne. Banks had a chance to chat to them to find out a little bit more about how their experience has been so far.
We are very lucky here, as I've managed to kindly get Techno to translate for 9-10 here as we understand some more about the Mongols. And the first thing I want to ask Techno for 9-10 here is just him coming into this team. He's had one of the best performances, great performance overall so far in stats. What has he done to be in this great shape?
Ер нь тэгэл бэлтгэлийнхаа үр дүнгээр л ингэ тоглож байгаа. Тэгэл ямар ч тийм тусгай юм байхгүй л дээ.
He said that there's nothing special to do. Yeah, it's just our practice, how we prepared for this tournament. Yeah, that's it.
Well, it's definitely working so far, and I like to see it. Now, the next question I have to ask is just around what has changed in the Mongols since you've changed new players. Has the style changed? Has the way you're approaching the game changed?
I think our game style is same again, maybe. Then we also changed our two rosters, maybe 3 before after the Katowice. That's it. Yeah.
And it's working out very well. Now, last time when it came to Katowice, you eliminated Furia. I want to see with 9-10 being the high performer. Are you really motivated to eliminate them again and go through to the group stage?
Тэгээд бүрээд тоглох ер нь жоохон юу санагдаж байна өөр багтаа. Гэхдээ манай багч өмнө зөндөө барьцэл хүмүүсийг нэг ногцсон болохоор тэгээ багтаа итгэл тоглосон даа.
Okay. He's feeling nervous, little bit nervous against the Furia, but we are the Brazilian Slayers. Yeah, he said it. Yeah. Yes, I think he's confident. Yeah.
Okay, so a little bit of nerves, some confidence going into the game because the Mongols are Brazilian Slayers. Let's see if they can do it again. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Banks. I like that. The Brazilian Slayers, and there we go. You gotta love it. That is exactly what is going down, and it could potentially go down now as well.
Yeah, and we're talking about how they've beaten, knocked out Furia in Katowice. They also knocked out Fallen in his Imperial team in Rio just a couple of months back as well. They've taken out almost all the who's who of Brazilian CSGO if you think about it. So yeah, if I'm Furia, there would be some memory, a little bit of PTSD perhaps.
They seem like very, obviously they're shy and everything, but we need more people like that. It's just lovely to see like new kids coming onto the scene.
I'll tell you this though, they are not lovely and shy in the serve.
No, obviously not. But that's what I was going to ask you, and because it's more closer to your realm, right? And you understand. For me, this team has always had good basics, unlike other Asian teams, right? And it's like they're always like, all together, kind of doing their job. Everybody was on the same level. Nobody was standing up and nobody was like falling behind. Yeah. It was always like a team effort. It was always like good basics, and that's what got them onto the map of Counter-Strike. I don't know what you feel about it, but this is what it looked like to me.
Yeah, even if you look at the Katowice run, there was no one player, I know people is talking a lot about score and everything, but everyone was chipping in, everyone is putting in the work. And for me, with the Mongols, I felt like when they lost score, they lost Annihilation, we had this stand-in situation, 2 or 3 different rosters over the course of 6 months. I kind of felt a little deflated. It felt, again, a Tyloo story, right, where they have a good high and then they paid her off. But then they pick up these two guys, 910 and Mizinho, and I had my big question marks aside. I didn't know much about these guys. They're very, very new, basically don't have any experience in professional CS at all. They come up and they just kick ass. 910 has been incredible though so far.
Is 910 or 910?
Who cares?
Hi, Mikir.
Okay, man.
Hi, Mikir.
We're calling him 9-10, and he's been, I love the fact that he was so sweet in that interview. And like Kassad said, then you put a gun in his hand in the server, and he's the devil child. So, this is the thing. He comes in, he's doing a really good job. He's clearly coping well with the LAN environment, which sometimes can have a negative effect.
Yep.
And there is a confidence, I'm sure, in the Mongols lineup going, but we take the Brazilians down all the time. The map video is obviously up on the screen. This is going to make a big difference.
Mongols haven't picked an Inferno thus far in this tournament, but it was their absolutely best map they had in the past few months. So I'm expecting to go for Inferno. Now for Furia, Overpass, right? Because it's Fallen's baby.
Fallen's baby.
And this is the map where they completely dismantled Monty yesterday. There we go. Inferno, it's Mongols' best map. Overpass, clearly the best map for Fury and for Fallen. The Decider, I think it's up in the air. I'm guessing maybe a Mirage coming out, maybe an Ancient.
I don't think both teams will like go against Mirage. Yeah, I think they knew it's going to be in the pool, and that's why they went for their own picks, knowing that the Decider is going to 99% be Mirage, and that's how it was. I'm a little bit surprised that Fury eliminated Nuke in the second stage. Maybe I thought they were going to float that as a Decider, but they wanted to go to a different route. Yesterday they lost that Mirage, Sam. We watched that, and they were not looking the best with those, you know, the double ops and everything that was going on there. But maybe they still have a confidence in it, and probably hoping that's not going to come to the Decider maps.
And I'm also kind of thinking for Decider Fury, this lineup hasn't played Nuke yet, right? And then you don't want to kind of debut a new map with this new lineup in an elimination game. So kind of see why they want to go back to Mirage. Hopefully they fix a few problems here. I'm excited to see Mongols in Inferno again. I think they're one of the best teams in Inferno. Not like world class, so to speak, but I like what they bring to the table here on this map.
Okay, I can agree with the last part, but the best, you know, the best team.
I didn't say the best. I said, like, you know,
you literally just said it.
One of the best in certain things, Kasad. Okay. It's not about absolutes, Kasad. I know. I mean, G2 is still pretty damn good in Inferno.
Okay, I'll give it this one.
All right, cool. There we go.
Right.
All peace.
I had so much to say about Mirage, but unfortunately, Desk hosts aren't allowed to speak. Thank you, gents. We're getting into it. It's an elimination game, but it's also a progression game because one of these teams, if they win this, goes through to our group stages here at IEM Cologne. Bardaf and Hawker are ready, so let's jump straight into the game.
Thank you very much. A second shot then to make it through to a very important group stage with many Slayers waiting already. Will it be Furia or Mongols to join them? Good morning, gamers. Good afternoon to you weird normies. Inferno is going to be the first of our series. Are you swaying either way in the series, Hawker?
I mean, I have to believe in Furia, but at the same time, I love the Mongols story. I love that they've embraced being the Brazilian Slayers after all those previous wins. And even just the interview there was so wholesome. But when they get on the server, they don't seem as nervous as when they are in the interviews. They actually just really turn it around. I think you can see they're a team that believe in each other. I'm excited to see if Mongols can take it to Furia here.
We've seen that you need more than name value to make it through to the next stage. Can Furia be true to that on this occasion? Big names, but can they deliver the goods on the server versus the Mongols, who in many eyes may be underdogs, but again, they have been gatekeepers to this squad and many others before. And perhaps that will be true today as well. It begins on Inferno. Mongols, the aggressors then on the T side. Let's see what they have in store for the likes of Furia. Yuri heading back to CT. Just going to pick himself up some Kevlar. He forgot to buy. Not going to make too much of a difference, though, because no one's going mid just yet. Mongols making inroads on Banana. Seems that Cello's curious to have a look. He had a great performance yesterday. Honestly did. It'll be art to get the first kill, though. A few plays seen by Mongols. Heading towards that B bomb site. They seem quite committed to this one. Perhaps this smoke will change things, although they could walk into it. There's no flash for the Mongols at this point. Just going in dry. Bomb first on the floor then. Cello will be trying to defend that as best he can. Disastrous so far for Mongols in this pistol round, getting their first kill finally. They'll collect the bomb, but how much opportunity do they have? Not much with Azteca, the last man standing, last man to fall. Great start for Furia.
Nicely done. Barely losing anyone in the pistol round there, getting everyone back over to the B bomb site. And that is something that we have to watch out for in this series, is whether or not the Mongols can stand up to Furia on an individual basis. Because back at Katowice, the Mongols did an incredible job at winning loads of impressive rounds. But you look at the Furia squad, they have a lot of talent stacked here. And here in the pistol, it was too much for the Mongols to deal with. Nice to see Art off to a strong start as well. Here comes the dig, but here comes Art, quicker on the trigger.
For me, I think as far as Furia are concerned, it has to be all eyes on Keiserato. Is he going to find comfort in this game, in this series for the squad? Didn't really see as much of him as we wanted to yesterday. Perhaps that could be different today. This man we certainly saw plenty, though. Cello continues to deliver early on in this game. But is Keiserato comfortable in this squad? Is there enough space for him to deliver, or was yesterday just not his day? Maybe we'll find out as this one continues. 2-0 start for Furia. Very promising indeed. But the AK-47s are out for the Mongols now. Utility won't be perfect, but it might be enough for them to try and pull something off here.
Yeah, I'm hoping that yesterday was just an off day for Keserato. That will be able to step up in this one. He's got an MP9 in this round, though. So we'll see if Furia go aggressive with some of those SMGs. They are playing close quarters right now. Look at this early group up from Mongols into top mid. They might want to fight for this.
Arts expecting the flashbang. Able to avoid the first one. Saying hello with the MP9, peppering, but it's not going to work out in his favor. An early frag for Mongols. They've got time. Minute 20 on the clock as smokes are deployed. They can wait out this utility. There's plenty more where that came from now as far as the Furia are concerned. More smokes and incendiaries, and they're being proactive. Rifle support for Fallen's AWP. Will it be fast enough for this first engagement? Forced off the angle, which leaves Cello on an island, but he goes back for it and delivers Fallen. He was good on the AWP yesterday. Perhaps today will be the same. Mongols then heading back towards the A bomb site. 4v2 scenario on A, but Fallen is making his way there to cover long. You can see Keserato very defensive on the A bomb site behind double stack there. Perhaps he can work with Yuri. Still 40 seconds for Mongols, but finding Fallen may be painful. Should have landed that one, surely. Hashtag will hold the angle. 9-10's gone past it. Fallen surely to drop now. 2 players remain on this A bomb site. 30 seconds for Mongols to pull them apart. Carefully, slowly. Keserato surely asking too much of him with the MP9. Dismantled on the A bomb site. Mongols will find their first round.
Really awkward round for Furia. There were a lot of small moments that did not feel comfortable for them. First, you have Art spamming through that smoke with the MP9. That's just such a massive risk. You're going to get spotted with the tracers there. He gets spammed back. Felt like a play that was so unlikely to give enough of a benefit compared to the risk. And then Fallen, you can see, is always having a good read on where he needs to be. But those missed shots, so costly, allow Mongols to get up through A long. And then even Yuri's spray looked really uncomfortable. So a bit of a frustrating round for Furia. But the Mongols showing up to the server early. Some good kills coming in from them. A good solid take towards that A bomb site. We heard Blair on the desk be very excited about what the Mongols can offer us on Inferno. Once they get the guns out, we get to see that good start.
Yeah, risky existence for Art. Close to the smoke with the MP9. Fallen had some chances as well, especially towards that long position. Some rare misses for him in the vacuum of this tournament. Art's got the Zeus again. Shenanigans. Oh dear.
They're not going to fall for this, are they? They know you can't be going in the apartments, especially without any nades against this sort of buy. Single flash from Keserato will be an attempted counter. Definitely liking what we're seeing from the Mongols. They got that very convincing win against Into the Breach. 2-0, both maps looking good. That's a bit of a dink onto 9-10. And they are going to run into this stack here.
9-10's got the molly, which isn't being deployed, but the guns might be enough. There's that flash finally. It's the CTs who are falling thus far, but Cello again getting some damage in. Ever dangerous Cello. Constantly saying his name for this Furious squad. P2000 for Art, still hoping for a play with the Zeus maybe. Perhaps he can find something funky if he gets into a good position.
That's spotted now. Oh, he really wants it. He really wants it.
Who did the sound recording for this, though? Techno is coming in from the back. We saw the lasers. I do wonder who did the sound recording. What were they asked? What sound were they asked to make?
That's a
for
great
that Zeus
question.
sound? Perhaps we'll hear it later. We won't hear it on that round. Score is tied then. Furia will be on the bye once more. Fallen is all in for this AWP. He'll be naked with that sniper rifle. He'll have to be very careful indeed. Saw some near misses in the early round. Certainly can't afford that in a round such as this. Very difficult to duel with no armor versus AK-47s. Up on both sides. 9-10 will opt for one as well. Very strong post plant on the T side. Got to have the right style to be effective with it before that happens, though. You can see him going for some aggressive plays there, slowed by the flashbang. He'll strike first then. Furia fighting for Banana. 3-man investment there. KSRATO heading back towards A. Double long play, no boost. Fallen will start to rotate. They have left things open here, but Mongols aren't going too fast on this round.
I see Furia looking for that Banana info and control, and then they'll rotate plenty of players back to A, hoping that maybe the Mongols will go into this A site early. Hasn't happened yet, but top mid has been taken here by the Mongols. That might tempt them, especially after the previous round, although the bomb is actually still back on T ramp. So this looks like the Mongols will be taking their time in this round.
Denial of information, very important.
They want this B split by the looks of things.
Chillo's in a very tight angle, dancing around the pillar, but not finding the duel he wants. 5-on-4 then for Mongols. 38 seconds on the clock as Yuri comes through and finds 2. The bomb isn't spotted though, but I think the jig is up in terms of what Mongols are going for. Art trying to create some space for himself and make things really awkward. Great utility usage. 25 seconds on the clock. Do they go for this bomb plant? Spraying on the lower angles, but still finding Hasteka for the 1. Techno, the last man. All that remains here. What does he choose to do in this situation? He's lost all angles for the bomb itself. Fallen creeping, he can make it expensive. Just the 1 kill, or will be rescued, and Furia will be in the lead once again.
Definitely looks like Furia are pretty comfortable with their rotations early here on Inferno, and just the overall read of what's happening in the round. Because you just see with how Yuri moves up long there, he is pretty confident they're not going to double back to A. He's pretty confident that they're going for this B split. So that push to get those 2 players in the back was absolutely everything. It means that Furia can fully focus on the players actually pushing in from Banana. And Art does a good enough job at just delaying, getting that 1 kill, and putting Furia into a fantastic position. So good read so far from Furia, despite the Mongols trying a couple of tricky plays. See if they can keep it up. It's still a full buy for both teams here.
Fallen with a very aggressive play in the apartments, looking for the swing, but Techno's ready for it, ready for Yuri as well, and that is a green light for the A-bomb site. Molotov coming through, but surely Techno sends it. They're standing in the molly though, and that will be a barbecue for KSRATO. But Mzino standing for the time being, going for that Vino plant, one would assume. CTs will have to face the wall to try and defuse that one. Not very comfortable at all. Cello and Art will make their way to the A-bomb site then. What can they offer? The Mongols, Mzino and 9-10, quite tagged, but they've got very strong positions indeed. You can see a lineup to make things even worse for Furia. That HE could be something. If it lands on the right players, it'll be double. And Blitz is the man to receive. Art then in the 1 versus 3. Might be a question of what he can rescue at this point, if he can dodge these bullets. Great charge from Mongols, great headshots from Techno. Very fast round from Mongols.
Yeah, I'd say Techno is probably the sharpest player on the Mongols lineup, as Art sticks around a little long.
Might not realize it was on his side of the bomb site.
Yeah, always got to be ready for that now in Inferno. We'll see that plant pretty often. Not surprised that he falls to it. That's so clean from Techno, though. Not the highest rated player on the Mongols, but just his aim looks so crisp. One of those headshot style aimers that is always so fun to watch. Look at this for Furia. It's a full buy, but it sucks.
Great trace of punish there by 9-10.
Where's Art going? Nowhere.
That's the question that Mongols will answer. Trying to get up to shenanigans, but Mongols have got plenty of time to stop this. Yeah, things just not working out for Furia at present. An expensive CT half for them then. What do they do with the remainder of their squad? This is a full force buy from Furia. They'll be somewhat spread out with these remaining 3 players. Fallen's got a smoke grenade though. If he drops it forward enough, he might be able to collect another one. Has a quick look as well.
Mongols want to go through here. 33 seconds remaining. They just firebomb the site. They mollied 3 different positions, so they will go through the smoke. And that means Fallen can't really do anything to deny. Furia deciding it's better to save their weapons. And a little lackluster from Furia early here, honestly. I'm expecting more out of the individuals. I think Cello has had a good start, but a couple of the players have had some whiffs that I wouldn't normally expect from them.
Now, Fallen might gamble and try and pick up a rifle here. Cello can drop the deagle he's carrying to one of the 2 expired players for this round, and the next one can be quite dangerous also. So we'll see what they do in that regard. Yeah, Keisarato's been rotating early, dropping the grenades over to the guys on the B bomb site. Something to pay attention to on the radar in the top left when Furia are back on the buy is their utility support usage towards B, what they're dropping for their teammates to collect later on.
Always got to bring the Brazilian flag with you. Furia very proud. I think it's really nice that we have a matchup here where we actually have 2 entirely regional teams. Brazilians versus Mongolians. Got so many mixed nationality squads now. I like it when you have a home team you can root for. Here comes the banana play again. Nade's going both ways. Blitz has beaten them though. Nade won't do anything to him either. Now Molly will though, should force him back.
MP9s are all too common on Furia rounds recently. Of course, the struggle is real on this occasion. Art down to $150 to muster a little more in round 8. Don't want to give it up completely for free, but we'll bear that in mind when their full buy comes in later on. Just a flashbang for Furia with the minutes on the clock here versus Mongols. Such is the nature of this round. They'll lead 5-4 though. Cello repositioning. Keisarato to run distraction, but he's in the pit at very long range of the MP9. Painful existence for him. Almost a crossfire. Cello swings on Library, but how can he? With shot compromise as well. Trying to do what they can, but Mongols are ready for these angles. Yuri and Fallen start to back away then. Fallen has secured himself a scoped weapon. He'll be very fond of that. But it may feel like a long road ahead in this first half for Furia.
Yeah, it's really impressive, actually, that the Mongols as a team look so well put together when they come from the Asian region. I think that was a really nice point brought up by the desk, because so many of the Asian teams play this really chaotic and loose style of play. But the Mongols look like the closest thing to almost a European team, or a European style that's come out of Asia. And you kind of see it in these rounds where they're really solidly working together. Team play and timings look good for them on these wraps onto these bomb sites. Inferno, obviously a map where you need to have pretty good cohesion to play well. And the Mongols clearly have that here. So really nice to see that come out for them here on their map pick.
I would love to go to Mongolia. I'm so curious about what the scene, the national scene is like in Mongolia, how they cultivate new players in that region, something we know very little about.
Yeah, I wonder if they just all come from the capital city, because like I know Mongolia, so much of it is just like vast like deserts and just nothingness.
I think they might live in 3% of the
it's something like that.
Most of the population, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there's Ulaanbaatar, and then I think there's a city called Osh, if I'm not mistaken.
I've been on the real life lore speed run.
Hell yeah.
At these remote locations, but yeah, very curious about the scene over there in general. They lead by 2 rounds now as we see a better buy for Furia. All M4s here. Missing the on grenade, but nothing too terrible. They'll start with 3 towards Banana once again. Again, KSRAX has been a support man in that respect. Lining up a pop flash for his squad. The Twitty fight continues. And KSRAX heads back, or does he? Drops a smoke at the well, picks it up, goes back to the A-bomb site, which is being executed on at least top mid. Again, denial of information for Mongols. A 3-man swing looking towards the library. Are they going all the way? Are they sending it here? Fallen's going battle sniper mode. Oh, he's been stabbed. Oh, that's brutal. It's a crazy weapon to push when you see how many players are there. But you can see the urgency for Furia to make a play like that. Thought he could slink back into the smoke. How the knife was ready, I have no idea. Techno tapping. Yuri dropped below the balcony. Case Ratto lurking. Spots one, but it's too late. Smoked off as well. They've lost all position, Furia. And big decisions are to be made now.
It's just so hard to retake on Inferno, especially when you're a man down. Furia decide to give up on this one. Man, Furia just don't seem to be able to deny these pretty solid utility plays from the Mongols right now. You can see that they're desperate to try and slow it down. I was maybe expecting a bit more counter utility when some of these smokes come up, but haven't really seen that. Fallen just has to desperately go through the smoke. It's so rare that you see your AWPer get knifed as the opening 2 kills of the round.
Yeah, how does he get shanked in that scenario?
It's kind of crazy.
That's what I'm wondering.
Like, even the fact that the Mongols player had his knife out, the fact that Blitz had his knife out is kind of wild.
3-man swing, and one of them is holding a broken toothbrush in the smoke.
Oh, man.
He was almost on top of him.
Almost jumped on his head.
Oh, the reloads. Perfect cue. It's been like, well, wasn't expecting that.
Cool.
Bonus money.
I mean, this is what I'm liking about these long plays from the Mongols, though. If it is the AWP there, it's really hard for the AWP to like try and spam through and slow them down. And you see that Fallen can't deny in that round. Maybe a switch up in this one. Boost up, and that is not going to be Fallen's kill. Yura steals it away from under his nose. But it is still a good start from Furia. Something they've desperately needed.
Used to be a common phase play. Top mid years ago. Looking down mid with the AWP. Well then, Mongols now will be on the back foot in this 4v5. Fallen, last seen top mid, rotates the AWP and hashtag gets dropped for free. Weren't expecting that, but the numbers game will overwhelm and they could have some position here. Art desperately trying to get up as fast as he can. Hasn't been hurt by Techno. Bomb's been dropped, but there is the trade. Techno alone now. Can he clutch on this occasion? Eats a big flashbang. Fallen, swing and a miss from him, down to the pistols. And Furia will win that duel. 3 players standing at the end of the round as well.
God, Fallen is just so brazen with some of these pushes. I'm not sure that's a push I'd have made in the 1 versus 3. A bit of a risk, but the flash was good. Fallen believed in it, and it paid off. And that's more like it for Furia, just getting off to a better start in the round. Mongols again going for one of those earlier plays, this time towards B, but they get denied. Let's see if Furia can build on that success. To their standard setup again. Oh, huge damage onto 910. Did not expect that much, but it's not going to matter. He's holding for Fallen, and that boost play run back-to-back rounds. This time the Mongols ready for it.
Yeah, they must have spotted that in the round prior, surely. I think it was Nico and Guardian who used to do that ages ago. Furia would hate a reset in a round such as this. But how do they get back into the game? Art looking away, and he's been dealt with. Instant trades again. Mongols using the numbers well, abusing them well. Cello's got so much to do on this bomb site. 1v4 situation. Yuri is miles away. He's not going to get there anytime soon, and Cello will try to buy time as best he can. Yuri on the way from CT. No flashes for support, though. Just a smoke grenade. That won't be so useful. Do they choose to slink away? What is there left for them to do?
Absolutely nothing. Has to be the save. I think for Furia, that's an example of the timings just being slightly off there. That flash came 1 or 2 seconds too late. You want that flash to land exactly as the smoke is fading, because otherwise, Art's just playing anti-flash after the smoke has already faded, and that means the Mongols can peek before the flash gets thrown. So they just needed that communication to be slightly better. Art needed to call for that flash just 1 or 2 seconds sooner, because he ended up being a sitting duck, and that allowed the Mongols to accelerate with confidence onto the bomb site. It's actually 2 AWPs right now on the Mongols side. I don't know if we'll see those kept. They've got a load of money.
Yeah.
How has this buy happened where Azteca has no helmet, even though some of his teammates have like 10 grand? How's that possible?
Just living in the moment. Yeah, it's they're trying to dispose of the second AWP in T-Spawn. It's not going to be too big a deal, but for some reason, you can't throw anything into the lake in T-Spawn on Inferno. You used to be able to dispose of things there, but now you can't. It just kind of bounces back through invisible walls. Such is life. But I've got to say, if you ignore the pistol round win, which is worth 2 in this scenario for Furia, it is a 7-2 scoreline for the Mongols, and they're winning almost every round by detonation as well. So they are, if you even measure the level of success they're having, they're getting onto these bomb sites, they're abusing the numbers as you often do on the T side, obviously, but they are having great success. Art will be on the MP9 once again. There'll be boosts of a different kind in this short position on this occasion. How do Furia turn things around now? How do they stop the Mongols and the success they're having? There is the silent way to hop into the apartment, standing on your teammate's head. Doesn't give that sound cue you otherwise do, jumping onto the balcony. Attention to detail from the Mongols. Is there a play for Furia to make? Maybe it lies at the hands of Fallen.
I haven't seen them be too proactive in the mid-round. And when they have, it hasn't really worked for them. I think it's something that could be good for them, especially if the Mongols are going to run a slow round like this. You would love to get some info as the clock runs down. Maybe it is Banana where they start to face. And they might start to see that Banana's pretty clear right now. The Mongols leaning more heavily towards A. 35 seconds left. They're going to have to figure this out. Still a smoke in their face, so they're going to be slowed down here. I wonder if they heard that spam onto Yuri. It looks like they may have. Azteca ready, and that might allow them to get on towards this A site with little time remaining.
Techno, he's trying to bait the peek from Banana and does exactly that. Fallen stuck in the corner now, and indeed it is going to be a wrap. Is he ready? Will it be checked though? Techno on the way, half checked it, but Fallen's going to let him go. 10 seconds to get this bomb plant. He's waiting for the priority, and here it comes. Very careful shot by Fallen, and he is just out here trying to shut it down. The trigger discipline is wonderful from Fallen. Daylight robbery, that's why you check your corners.
Oh, you have to clear that. That's the only way the round can go wrong with that little time left. They needed an instant bomb plant. And fair play to Fallen. He did everything right. Absolutely everything right. So many players might have bottled that. So many players might have just taken the first kill. But Fallen knows he can play the objective. Unfortunately for him, doesn't get to save the AWP. But another big round for Furia. Let's see if they can keep it up. That's the thing, though. Furia are having to work so hard for these round wins. When it's a more standard round, it feels like the Mongols have the edge with their team play right now. I think the Mongols have been bitten by that previous round. They might go quicker towards B this time.
Fallen swinging with the MP9. The flash is perfect. Mongols looking for their first kill. Cello hiding behind a smoke, and we've got flashes from Noel as Fallen comes back for more. Wonderful work from Furia. They've got the positions, and there's not much Mongols can do about this. This is a round where Furia really need to build. They could still lead at half-time if they can keep this going. Mongols have some money in the bank, but they need to do some damage here if they can. And that looks unlikely. What is there left for Azteca to do? Not much but fall, apparently. Great utility usage by Furia. Fallen running all over the shop with that MP9. Great work on that occasion.
Yeah, really well done by Fallen in that round. And I was worried that the lack of AWP was going to be an issue for Fallen, but clearly that was not the case. I think it was Fallen's own flash that set him up, which is very nice. Not easy to do at the pro level.
Yeah, difficult to conceal the sound, but he made it happen and bought time to go back to double dip as well. With his teammates in that well position with those flashbangs so powerful on the B bomb site, Mongols can just about survive it as far as their economy is concerned. Had a chance for 10 until Fallen said no. Now they might be lucky to end the half with 9. Let's see how far Furia can go. It's been a difficult half for them. That will certainly be an encouraging round. 2 AK-47s, a rare round. No MP9s for Furia.
Oh, they were loving that. A recent success, a couple of round wins. Finally gets them a bit of comfort. Furia starting to kick into gear now. Fallen a big part of that. Still a surprise to see both Cesarato and Yuri struggling a little on the fragging. Normally the two go-to players for Furia. At least they've had Fallen to bail them out and keep this one close. And again, the Mongols pretty happy to be fairly grouped early in this round. Always looking for that early map control first. This time it looks like Banana should be theirs. And yet again, you get to see the mid-round aggression from Furia. You can see on the mini-map just how far back the CTs are playing. They're going to struggle to have the information in this round.
One smoke on the B-bomb site in the hands of Fallen. You can see them trying to bait that out at the moment.
Oh, I don't know if that fake's going to work.
Hearts in the library, press forward, almost avoiding the trade, but not quite. Cesarato on the bicycle, but where is the bomb headed? We've got Blitz showing presence near that library position. Yuri on the site itself. Cesarato trying to cover him so Yuri can focus on that long position, but he's been compromised, leaving Cesarato now dicing these players, or trying to. There's Azteca drops. He's got to buy time. He has to stay alive as this rotation comes through. 9 seconds to plant this bomb. Just about happening now. Suddenly it's advantage Mongols. Furia don't have position or the money. And there's one more round to fight for in this half.
Hadn't seen late rounds on that A site in a while. I was hoping to see Yuri and Cesarato step up there. Normally the two standouts, the two stars for Furia, but they only combined for 1 kill between them. Normally you want that crossfire going between the site and pit, or you at least want to set up the pit player for a big multi-kill. That doesn't end up happening here. This was Cesarato trying to play around the smoke. Got the 1 kill, but then he was just in a really difficult position. Hugging that wall. Easy for them to push into him when he's the only man left. Uncomfortable round there for Furia. And a chance for the Mongols to come away with 90 rounds heading into the last round of this half.
Fallen going very, very forward. Azteca, just a passenger on that one. Always the worst when you're the man at the very back and you're the one to get popped. Never a nice feeling. We've seen this rotation's been quite common as well. Fallen showing presence, immediately heading to the other side of the map. There'll be 4 over towards the A-bomb site. And Mongols maybe have read these rotations, who knows? But either way, they are all just holding on Banana for now. Cello's maybe got the right tool for the job, or one of them with the AK-47. May just be about holding position. Cesarato's on the rotation. He's got 1 flash which he could offer to his teammates. But Mongols are not sending it behind this utility just yet. Continuing to execute, but it looks like the jig is up because Art is running straight behind them. Now there's only 3 remaining, and they've got to deal with what. They're going to be stuck. This is painful for Mongols, but fantastic for Furia. Oh, this is becoming a nuisance now. Baiting for Fallen in the back as well, as Mongols try to find their first kill. They're all over this bomb site, but they don't quite have the cover. Keisarasu and an MP9 will be a problem. 2 versus 3 now. There are still 30 seconds on the clock here. Techno will deal with Yuri, and now we're down to a 2-on-2. How have they made it this close? Furia coming from Banana. HE on the way. Techno round the back. He's got a great angle for Fallen. They've turned it around. Mongols, the can openers. Techno with 3. Mzino looking for a second. Into the sandwich he goes on. Instant trade, and it will be a 9th round for Mongols. Unbelievable comeback in that round. They lead by 3.
Kills the rest of them in one fell swoop. Round. Done.
Yeah, and this is a really powerful strategy.
Change.
It's a really powerful strategy, especially like because in the flow of a map like Ancient, a lot of the time you are going to want to contest Cave so a team can't just have mid control. And I understand that Cave and mid are not the same position, but if you apply pressure from there, it means the guys that he's coming out mid have to now worry about the ledge peak as well as people coming out of Donut or that red smoke. So this is one of the key ways to exploit a double Cave or a heavy mid setup. Yeah. You just pop into B and you lock them into these hard choke points to get through. So you see it again, this is twice in the same game.
I mean, look at that death for Hades. The 2 deaths he's had. I mean, 1 dying to the Molotov. And
I love that last molly though. Like it's so that
the last piece, the one that lands because CT push.
They've already scaled, and then it's a molly that they know exactly where it lands, and they're fighting behind. So it's giving them they're getting to pick their fights with this execute. You could almost break it up into segments. This is a really good round that could get broken down by the desk, right? That's such a fun little set piece. It's we will have 9 buying up again here. Orbs on both sides. It already feels like Liquid have done enough in this half, if I'm being completely honest with you, but Liquid have been known to joke, so yeah. If we say it quietly, maybe it's not real. Mid go again here.
Yukinda out mid and dead. Minio needed to finish. Good spam from Kyler to combine.
That's the one thing, right? If you path to go fast donut, it's pretty easy for the CTs to line that up. A bit of a B-stream update. Fury versus the Mongols. You can check that out as Goofy checks out lane. OC with 1 back here. Orb still train. The other 2 over towards main.
There is definitely still grounds for Liquid to convert here. With that frag from OC, it's going to keep boots planted. I say that as Hades floating back towards the rotation.
Oh, nice
Tyler,
shot.
great on the first. Takes down Rainwaker. Now Nafi's going to have an extra caution to him. The bomb on his back and now spotted out. That's going to be enough for the CTs to throw out the utility. OC has to be diligent because Minio's waiting. And looks like 9 have got a 4th in the bag. Can't find him over the edge of that smoke and see a very strategic, underhanded smoke. Gives him angles of elevation to peek and fight and probe. Securing a 4th and doing so cleanly. Even a couple of AK-47s finding their way into defenders' hands. That's going to be very nice for 9 as they look to find 6.
But that's what happens when you get a freebie through the smoke in mid, right? And this is with this mid control for either side.
What is your calling?
The Mongols coming in as the Brazilian Slayers and looking to live up to that name right now. 9-6 up on their map pick. Furia did start to come into it towards the end of the half, but I think the Mongols can be pretty happy with what they came away with there. They look pretty well composed. I see if Furia can change anything in this second half. They're switching over to that T side. And we've got loads of utility on the Furia side and full Kevlar for the Mongols. Who needs a kit when you're going to rush down mid?
Here they go. W key, the only one that's required in this round. Cello's got so many targets. This is aimbots on steroids. Down to the burst fire up close as well. Cello's been such a great addition in the short term. The small vacuum of these series so far. Long may that continue. Mongols have 3 remaining. There are 2 mollies here for Furia. We'll see if they need them. Mongols going fishing. Do they just continue fishing at range? Do they hold on to their Kevlar? Do you see a 3-man save and a pistol round? Surely not. Techno's got 1 HP. That's what really is there to do. It would be bizarre, but it kind of makes sense, really. As Tekka has decided to go to the point of no return. He may not get his cheap helmet, as he has been relatively untouched. Indeed, it will be a 3-man save in the pistol round. But again, you need every edge you can find. If they're going to go for a force bite, they've got Kevlar already.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Gives you a better chance for a force into this following round. And that retake was just so far from being possible when you don't have a kit or any nades. There we go. I guess that settles it. Buying nades on the pistol round is better than Kevlar. You know, sample size of 1. Very scientific, of course. But no, that was unfortunate for the Mongols. Just really good shots from Cello and a nice fast response from Furia, realizing the B site is wide open. It is, of course, that force from the Mongols, though. And they will go back to a more standard round. Haven't seen too much from 9-10 on the snipers so far. Hasn't really been needed. But on the CT side of Inferno, that's where you're much more likely to have impact. Oh, that's terrible timing.
That really is. Still standing, though. Furia on the T side, then. Well, we shouldn't be seeing K-Serato with an MP9 anymore. That is fantastic. Doing much better with the Galil. Now, will they check this corner properly? Indeed, they will. Techno maybe hoping the same could happen for him. Not on this occasion. Not sure there's much for the remainder to do. So it'll be a slow start for Mongols in this second half. Both pistols, then, have been won by Furia in this game. Those often have promising statistics. Will they be true for the Brazilian side?
Yeah, converting the second round both times as well. This time, though, they should have a great chance of making it 3 in a row off the back of the pistol, as the Mongols won't have a massive amount to work with in the next round. Definitely nice to see K-Serato getting that kill on Banana there. I'm hoping he has more of a chance to try and take initiative and really take over the game on this T side if he wants to. He should really have freedom for this Furia squad. Definitely eyes on him after a subpar performance yesterday. Furia doing a good job at keeping this one close, though, even though this is a map where the Mongols have got a fair few upset wins in their history. Obviously, a couple of different players in the lineup now. But it seems like with Blitz at the helm, leading the team, they're always able to find success on this map. What sort of risks do the Mongols take in this round, then? Boost up to try and get creative. They spot that nade early to make sure they can fall back. And Art doing Art things. Very quick flick for the first.
In he goes. So fun to watch his Art. Great flag bearer of the style that Furia have. Maybe there'll be some kills in this round then. Those tags could be promising. We've got 3 low health players. We could see something super weird here. Made a lot harder now. Techno versus the world. Often been alone on this B bomb site as the T and the CT now. And the flank is on the way from Yuri. A wipeout for Furia. That's good for them. A great boost of confidence at the beginning of this second half. Now the big guns will come out for Mongols. 9-10 with just 3 kills so far in this game. I would imagine he'll have much more opportunity with the AWP on the CT side.
That'll definitely be important for the Mongols here. Definitely a man to watch if they are going to have a good CT half. Really enjoying seeing Arc play this well, though. And this is where we'll get to see how Arc can fit in when Fallen is trying to call for the team. Does he still make those aggressive plays into this gun round? Maybe not with the FAMAS. If I were him, I might wait for a teammate to die and try and steal an AK. We'll see, though. It's Queserato on Banana early, who will take a little nade damage.
I think 910's performance with the AWP in this game on the second half will be very important with overpass to come as well. If he is able to wield it in a way that demands respect from Furia, and the question is, will Furia try to dodge it when overpass is to come later on? So his performance could dictate more than the pace of this particular game. For now, they'll be forced to more defensive angles. He'll be in front of the library, able to fall back into the A-bomb site should he deem that necessary. No vision on top mid, no vision on Banana for Mongols. It's unclear where Furia may be going. 910's repositioning, trying to decide which way he wants to go. Was closer to B, but he's gone back to library now. The smoke starts to come in for Furia, and some flashes as well. How does he support the teammates in a short position? And Zeno gets utterly deleted, but 910 is here. And now he's gone behind the smoke and dropped by Queserato. Blitz is on an island. He can't see the site, can't stop the plant. Maybe he just has to wait to die. Azteca hasn't even left the B bomb site as Blitz has dropped on A. Furia seem very happy with these proceedings.
Yeah, just a really solid site take, and an example of a round where Furia run the clock down and look convincing. And we were talking about that being an issue for them yesterday in their loss. Oh, Techno, that's good timing. He'll take one in the back for free.
I think they were coming to try and rescue that AWP. Cello rotated it away. No what for you, sir, unless... Oh. I have no idea where that went. Maybe into space.
Yuri dying to the bomb as well. Bit of a shame after such a good round initially for Furia. They lose a couple at the end, but their economy's still very good. Won't be a big deal. Yeah, Furia were definitely having some issues with these late round plays against Monty yesterday. So I'm really glad that we see a solid site take. You saw that smoke towards the site, really just making it difficult for Blitz from Pit to help his teammates. They isolate some of those angles well. Oh, we got a Mag 7 from Blitz. Is that on Banana? No, it's in Apartments.
The discount Mag 7, a unicorn in Counter-Strike these days. I think we did see one earlier this week. Great pop flash, but there's the meat shots from Blitz. Lovely angle from Cello. Off the desperation. Ooh. They were lining up there for Blitz. Art was there to trade. Speaking of, back and forth we go. Techno still has angles towards this B bomb site. Not much health. We'll see if he's fast enough. What play does he make? Got to be careful with that silencer if he does want to go through the smoke. If he plays with the sound cues and tries to shoot, oh, he's just going to go in dry, isn't he? He's going to try and sneak in. There's a flashback from his teammate. Techno will be dealt with by Queserato. A resmoke of CT, and they know exactly where 910 is coming from. Fallen will eat his teammate's flash. They'll still deliver the goods there as Furia make their way to 11.
Team ace for Furia. Everyone getting 1 kill each. That'll be nice for them, a nice booster into that round. Either way, the Mongols did a great job of making that one close, considering what they had. Blitz getting that AK, the peek down into mid, the Deeg shot was great. This from Art, very awkward, almost got that lineup. Then Queserato just didn't get blinded by the flash. That's what spelled the end of that round for the Mongols. Chance for them here in this one though. Azteca looking for early info. That molly will keep Furia at bay. Allow him to look for this control. He sees the spam, he sees the gap, and Art wasn't ready. Another player comes in. Big risk from Keserato.
Oh my days.
It only gets him a 1-for-1.
Wild plays from Furia. Techno will make his way over towards B. We saw an unlikely round one by Mongols in the first half. Maybe we'll see the same from Furia in a 3 versus 4. Fallen has a look around, flying into angles. 9-10's further away from the corner of contention, so he might go for a peek hit. Should be favourable for him. Indeed it will be. There's the elbow. Then there were two. A laboured spray, but Cello remains alone. Smoke to try and isolate some fights. There's no one in CT for now, however, and he won't last long either. Techno's ready over the top, and Mongols keep it close.
There we go. Only one round in it. Nice to see the Mongols taking a bit of initiative in that round as well. Something that I don't think Furia did enough of in the first half. There's definitely options for CT aggression. Yeah, there's that shadow spotted in the earlier round. Fallen Away's positioning himself well. Plenty of money still on the T side. And looks like they don't want that orb. They're happy with the 5 AKs, which is pretty common. Oh, those nades are brutal. Keserato second-guessing everything.
Yeah. Keserato saying, I'm just trying to get some kills here, bro. Won't be made easy for him.
Don't get damage back, though.
3 players remaining here for Mongols, willing to fight for this, as Fallen will take some damage as well. The only remaining HE is on long for Mongols. An expensive fight for Furia, but they still have players on Banana. Double long play for Mongols then as they look to identify the climate towards top mid.
So again, Furia happy to run the clock down fairly significantly. This time, though, looks like a slightly earlier group up from them. And you can see now that they're heavily grouped on Banana, they probably will feel like they've got to get a move on towards this B-bomb site. So smoke comes in, counter smoke instantly from the Mongols, though. Do Furia want to go through that?
30 seconds on the clock. Azteca delivering. The bomb goes first. Everybody else is behind. Where's the trade fragger? That might do the job. Blitz with a transfer through the smoke. Trying to punish the reload. A 9-10 is here. What a round for Mongols. 4v1 and Keserato may be shell-shocked at these proceedings. So awkward. That bomb sending it. I've got it, guys. I'll take the bullets, guys. No one behind it. Blitz with a transfer through the smoke, punishing traces and tying the score.
Yeah, man. Cello was so far ahead of the rest of the pack. He was looking like Max Verstappen. But that's not good when you've got no backup in Counter-Strike. That was tough. No one else from Furia able to push behind him. And when you've got the bomb, that is just devastating. This was some of that counter utility that the Mongols used so successfully. That blitz, these sprays through the smoke really put the round to bed, especially when you've still got that orb waiting patiently on the site. No way in for Furia. All tied up again.
A wonderful series of events for Mongols. They can tie some ribbons in this round. Furia may be in eco territory. Chain flashes to take top mid. 9-10 forced away. Does he go back? Got to play these angles very carefully. But Furia having established denial of information. Look to reposition. Heading towards the minute mark. Does 9-10 dare go back towards top mid? Often you see a sniper re-emerge from a short position.
Look at how good the Mongols are at holding on to these nades, though. They have so much utility left, with 53 seconds left in the round. And Furia themselves don't have that much utility to work with. So actually going through a smoke in the late round could be really difficult for them. With just a single flash, I think this looks pretty good for the Mongols if they can use that utility well.
Deploying that retake util on top Banana. 910 will be on Speedway. He's going to be quite far away from his teammates now on that A bomb site where Furia may be headed. I'm not sure there's anything he can really do at this position, apart from try some crazy smoke play as Fallen did. 5 on 5, 20 seconds remaining, and Fallen's the first one to drop. The bomb is on the floor on short with 14 seconds, and now 910 re-emerges and can just show and tease with these shadows and try to punish. But can the bomb be rescued in time? 6 seconds, bomb has only now been picked up, and it's going to be too late. They're not going to get the kills. Can they get the plant? Denied!
Mongols into the lead. Oh, Furia just slowed so heavily on that approach to the A side of the map. You thought they were at least going to be able to isolate the duels towards the site, but they get stalled for so long that that AWP from 910 comes in behind them with such little time remaining. That caused a massive issue, especially after that bomb had been dropped. Can't get that bomb down. And now Furia could be in trouble here. Their money is awkward, but Art goes in instantly with the AWP, and he makes it a double. This is all Furia have in this round, really. It might be all they need.
I think they chose to not send it through that smoke. That'll save Mongols for the time being. Grenades as well. That'll allow Techno to take a more aggressive position. Try peeking. The flash is there eventually. And you'll see them falling back in the meantime. Grenades being deployed towards long. Smoke in the library. And Mzino is very far away from his teammates. But what is the play from Furia? Surely wherever they go there, 5 versus 2, worst case scenario. Unless Mongols choose to combine on a bomb site, and they've been gifted the time to do that. Off to A they go. What a turnaround.
Ooh, do the Mongols get back? Quickly turning on a dime. They have one incendiary as well. That could really help them slow this down because Furia's utility is not good.
And that clock is sinking once again. So this body could be everything. There it is at the front of the site. Now, Furia have got the numbers for a war of attrition. It could be favorable for them, but it is a full rotate from Mongols, and they've got Blitz on the site itself. Fallen has the angles, though, and that'll certainly help. Can Techno find an angle in this smoke to maybe stop a bomb plant? Doesn't seem like he can. Chances have come and gone. That is quite the turnaround for Furia. Will they continue with these double AWPs, though? No one switching to a rifle at the end of that round. 12-12 either way. Mongols have got some money in the bank, but that wasn't what they were expecting.
Got to give a lot of credit to Art. His playstyle is oftentimes high risk, but there's the high reward of that AWP just going up Banana, getting a double entry. And we heard the desk questioning what Art's role would look like on this new look Furia lineup. Well, in that round, it absolutely paid off for Furia. Still capable of making those plays, still given the freedom when the round requires it. Furia do have that double AWP T side, which on Inferno you almost never see. But that's just how it's gone down with them having to save those guns that they recovered.
It's bizarre because it's an opportunist double AWP, but it's not one that you can really have strats for.
Yeah, no.
Does that break your general timings and how you want to set up a round? Because Mongols will still have a buy for this one. Sending extra men over towards the A bomb site, it seems. As the 910 has been left with utility. Oh dear. Even with the boost, he still missed the balcony completely.
I like they still go back for the silent boost up like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Might as well pretend. Again, Mongols running one of these setups in top mid where you've just got so many players stacked that you don't have to use your utility. That's the whole idea of this setup. But that means you do leave the AWP solo on B. And 910 needs to make sure he doesn't play too dangerous of a game. That's the shoulder spotted and a good quick shot from the AWP.
Second time he's punished a T sniper on that exact angle. Left eye, but he's further away from the point of contention. Techno is in trouble, but Azteca and Enzino will deliver. Yuri swinging now. Can he find the second? Azteca on the reload, jumps into his crosshairs almost. But Yuri's still in a 1 versus 2, making some space to collect his bomb, but Blitz will come in from the back, and that'll be Mongols to 13.
I'm so surprised that Blitz pushed through that long smoke. I thought that was a risk that wasn't worth taking, but realized that the player wouldn't be looking his way, sneaks in, and so Yuri had no clue what was coming as that MP9 comes in behind him. Intensity rising as we head later and later on into this map. And this top mid setup did just enough, got the couple of kills there from Mazinho. I thought Azteca was just going to hide, but didn't matter in the long run. They were far enough up. And now Furia buying everything they can again. It's still a pretty good buy for them. They're grouping up into top mid early. This orb is always in the right spot, though. Oh, only the leg shot onto Art, but here comes the rifles. Couple of kills back. Aggression down Banana. Queserato doubles up. And Mzinho has a very slim opportunity to do anything now.
He's going to send it straight into the bomb site. Is anyone here? I'm going to find out. Very fast moving round in both directions. What is left for Mzinho to do? It has been back and forth, but this really breaks the Mongols in terms of their money. AWP picks up, but that'll be heard by Art, and the hunt will be on immediately. Absolutely nothing left. A brutal time for their economy to be broken. This is a huge opportunity for Furia to steal Inferno.
Art's been a real game changer here with a lot of the rounds he's had. Gets a triple in that one to help them get that round over the line. And Queserato just able to deal with that banana aggression. The Mongols were so concerned about all that action towards A that they just go sprinting down through B into the waiting arms of Queserato, who's going to clean up those kills every single time. Pause for the Mongols, but are you even talking about the upcoming round? Or are you talking about what you do in the next? Because this surely has to be a save.
Their loss bonus is complete arse as well.
Yeah, it's tough. That's that push down Banana. They were just so worried about that A site that they feed themselves to Queserato.
That is a round they could not afford to lose. They might have to play for overtime at this point. Nothing in their pockets but knives and lint. Mongols. This is an opportunity that Furia really can't pass up to steal the pick of Mongols. They start to make their way down Banana. Cello, again, having to deal with multiples. As he did in the pistol. There we go. Fast eco round. Get out of the way. The money's still terrible for Mongols, though. It is utterly terrible, but they will choose to force.
Yeah, they decide playing for overtime is not the way to do it, especially when you're on your map pick. A spot at the groups of Cologne up for grabs in this series. Still just the first map, but the Mongols can't afford to lose their map pick here in this series. We saw how good Furia were on Overpass yesterday. 2 M4s in play, but a couple of weak weapons as well for the Mongols here. Do they change their approach in a round where they don't have everything available? Or do they just stick with exactly what they've been doing? Looks like they're playing pretty standard right now. Oh, that flash has not gone where it needed to.
What does Blitz have in mind here? He's got Mzinho in tow. The T side is on the way. They must deliver here, Mongols. Fallen starts to create the fan match won't be enough, but the numbers game will. The trade frag for Cello creates so much space for them. And 9-10 has to press forward. His position is somewhat compromised. Surely not a second one. Queserato, bomb spotted. Teammates don't have position though. Do they press forward and risk losing everything here, Mongols? No kit for these two players. There really isn't much for them to do at all. Their hands are tied. And game point is Furia's.
Solid take of that A site. And it's all about how much can you stall. Can you allow those rotates to arrive? And the Mongols don't allow that to happen. Techno and Hazteka just have to watch the kill feed in this round. That's all they can do. And credit to Furia coming into their opponent's map. It was looking pretty poor for them early on, but they've hung on in there. And now they've got 2 chances to steal away their opponent's pick. A couple of players have been dying to the bomb. Keisarato's turn this time. But when you're winning rounds, you don't care all that much.
Timeout for Mongols. Trying to figure out how to make the most of this situation. 25 for 13 is Art on Inferno, leading the charge by a fair margin. Fallen trying to catch up on 19, 18 for Cello. Been a good game for those boys. 19 for Blitz, up there with them, but they're just a little behind now. Very much behind in terms of weaponry. They need 2 from 2, otherwise their Inferno will be lost.
So many FAMASs. Are you a believer in the FAMAS? You've got to be if you're a Mongols fan right now. I don't know why Blitz hasn't bought a kit, but we'll quickly glance on over that. Utility is solid for Mongols.
Oh, please don't let that be the reason they lose this round. The only man who could afford one.
It would suck, but I want to not live in that world. No initial contest on Banana, but I think we're getting some retake utility. Mongols have been throwing that pretty consistently, just to make sure Furia don't pounce on the B site immediately.
I do wonder what the approach is from Furia in a round such as this. You've got 2 game points. You know your opponent is desperate. They could make some kind of play, some aggression at any time. Still with 3 flashbangs in the hole, Mongols. All but one of their smokes are gone. That last smoke does reside on the B bomb site. And I do wonder about this clock. 50 seconds at this point. If they head towards B and a late smoke comes in, then things could get quite interesting. Not being baited by Keisarato just yet. Hazteka's holding on to that smoke. 35 seconds. Bomb being collected by Fallen, and it's heading towards Banana, and Hazteka has just deployed that smoke. And this is the kind of nervousness that we're used to. But have a look at Yuri in A apartment. He might be the first one to make a move. But what if he's unsuccessful? So many questions, and there's only 15 seconds on the clock. No time for this bomb to start rotating. Art looking to go CT. Keisarato drops as well. The clock becomes the enemy for Furia once again. Unable to bait the utility out from Mongols on that B bomb site. Disaster has struck when they were holding all the marbles.
Yeah, they had so many options available to them, but they decide to run the clock down low. That one smoke denying so much of their ability to move in. And they don't have much of their own utility to try and just burst through. Ends up being a brilliant hold for the Mongols. And that means we get to go the distance here in regulation. See even more counter utility coming in with the CT flashes.
They've got 3 AK-47s now. The thing is, the way Keisarato was, I mean, it takes guts to hold that smoke, but the way Keisarato was shooting was perhaps too baity for Mongols to use their util, and it's a dramatic change in scenario for them, for situation. All those French guns are gone, replaced with Kalashnikovs. Big upgrades, more utility, and now they've got 4 defuse kits rather than 0. Still work to be done though.
Wonder if they expect Furia to go for something a little faster here after that last round goes so wrong for the Brazilian side. That nade looks good.
Oh, that's meaty. Way too much protein for their diet. They have to play to win. They cannot be playing afraid to lose here, Furia. But they have got big issues now. We might need an individual performance, or they might need one, to find success here. Still a pile of utility over towards this B bomb site. The pressure continues towards A for now. Can they really show presence up Banana with only 4 players, Furia? Again, that clock starts to run low. So much util for Mongols in that respect. Edging forward long. He'll spot 2 players, but not the bomb. Could it be a wrap towards B? They're wondering. Hashtag might have a look towards Banana. Holding position on the A bomb site though, and the smoke starts to drop. Again, that late utility. That's a very important frag though. MZino has to find the bomb somehow, otherwise they might be done for here. He's holding things down. He's still in the pit as the bomb's planted. 3v2, and look at the HP on Furia. They're both in the red, and the cavalry is on the way. There's a Molotov in the hands of Techno. They're in so much trouble, Furia here. Moving up through the halls now is Hashtag. And Techno's on the way as well. They've collected both of them, and it will be overtime for Mongols.
What a step up from Mazinho in the pit. I thought those shots from Cello were going to allow Furia to accelerate towards that A bomb site. He was landing some brilliant headshots as they moved on up. But Mazinho just uses that pit position exactly as you want to. Just make sure that he's always alive in there, always causing issues. We get straight into overtime on the first map of this series. This could be an absolute slog between these two. Winner goes to the groups, loser goes home. And it's only the first map here, but you can already feel the pressure on both teams. Mongols stay on that CT side. And Hashtag stuck between 2 flames. Looks like he will be fine for the time being.
Round 25 was quite advantageous for Furia. On paper, that might be their best opportunity, their strongest one to close things out. Quick peek from Art. 9-10 holds his position. How they deal with him though, trying to bait the shot. Not what Fallen was looking for. It'll cost them 1 man to take top mid, but what do they do now? Smoked off Banana for the time being. Queserato has found kills here before. Techno by Speedway. 9-10 closer to his teammates as footsteps are heard in the apartments. There is a crossfire here. There are many CTs. But Queserato will have Yuri join him as they put the bomb back down towards T-Ramp. That will pull Techno away from long. But 9-10 is still in position. Furia have 40 seconds. Art going a little deeper, sees the barrel of the gun. But he can't stand here. They don't have the time to do that. The Molly will give the sound cues away as he repositions back onto the site. 30 seconds now, 9-10 looking towards long, but dropped by Art. And now things start to speed up. Techno will take the bomb into his hands in that long position. And this one slips away from Furia as well. Art does not have the time to rescue that bomb and get these frags.
Nothing to do. The Mongols strike first into overtime. Nice shot from Art, but it's inconsequential. The round is over. Getting away with a bit more before he falls, but how about Techno arriving on that rotate, coming in with the impact kills? And with Art so far up short, I thought Furia were going to be more decisive sooner in that round. If you're sticking around on short like that, it's a dangerous position to be. You saw he was nearly in trouble when he got mollied back. He still got that entry towards the bomb site, but it just took too long for Furia to get into position. The Mongols happy to take that risk on the rotate. And still timeouts for Furia. Coach Guerri trying to calm the team down under the pressure of overtime.
This game should be over. But now Mongols are in the lead. And the late round is proving somewhat problematic for Furia. Will they be able to find something early on this occasion? 3 players for the CTs making their way towards Banana, and the fight will rage on.
Dangerous game from Hashtag. Do we see a flash as this smoke fades? Looks like 9-10 sliding it up, but they don't need a flash. He just topples both of them.
Changing things up in overtime. Furia trying to find some advantage somewhere. They leave grenades for their troubles. Fighting for something top mid. Will create a quite significant hole, actually.
They need that bomb back, though.
But the threat of Art going towards CT and flanking these B players is what Furia have to play with here. Trying to catch someone out of position. The A site will be taken, and now it's a 2-1-2. They know where the other two will be. And they've made the overall battle a lot easier. 45 seconds to play with. 9-10 with the AWP. Wondering about their 6. As Azteca will be the point man. Art's playing a dangerous game. Getting the better of it for now. You can see the util on the radar. Too far away to be rescued by the Mongols. That could be quite useful for them. But now there's a forward smoke. 19 seconds. It's going to be quite a scary race to go back, and that's a great one through the smoke. Art needs to find these kills now. He's got to find both the frags. 10 seconds. There is no A sites anymore. He's gone past one. They can just hide. They can disengage. He's got to commit to the bomb plant, but it's too late for that as well. Oh, just a little jiggle, and Mongols take another one. It's falling to pieces for Furia in the late rounds again.
Oh, it gets so uncomfortable at the end there. You wonder, if that bomb got recovered, could they have gone back to A? But it didn't get recovered. The no-scope landed through the smoke, denies any opportunity. That is absurd.
Yeah, that really is. They lost the bomb so early in that round, but they eliminated everybody else to even things up. But it just got worse and worse. Passing ships in the night in that smoke made all the difference. They've got to find something in this half. This is their last chance to do so. The promising start. 9-10 getting curious.
No need to take that fight. You're a man up. Don't let that get Mongols back into this one. Furia desperately need this round. Look at the rotate from the Mongols briefly, leaving B open. I'm sure that will change. They just want the AWP over here solo holding. And that might be a good call in this position. The Mongols double stacked on A long. That is something that Furia might not expect here.
Yeah, Blitz has a smoke for mid also. They'll be lining things up. There will be a dink. Doesn't use the util. There'll be a bait set up instead. But Furia are being real careful. 5-on-3, heading towards that 40-second mark. That's always when the urgency rises, when you look for a final plan from the T side. There might be a stack from Mongols for what remains of them. 9-10 is on the way. Does anybody check this corner properly? The trigger discipline, he finds all 3 blitz and a 4th as well. Devastation once again on the same bomb site. Yuri needs to find the frags. Surely he's got to find both kills. He has to win by elimination. Shifting his way over with 12 seconds on the clock, and one of them's running away. He doesn't have time to go and get that bomb and find both kills. 6 seconds, and it's going to happen again. They are living in a nightmare, Furia, in this overtime.
Blitz, the brainiac, the in-game leader of the team, puts himself in the corner and just says, you know what? I don't think Furia will expect this. And he was 100% correct. Even still, it is not easy to get those 3 kills that quickly. First headshot, sure, but then this second player is so low. That allows the transfer. Fallen the last man. Maybe had a second guess, but it was too late. An incredible quad kill with the silenced M4, and the Mongols 1 round away from picking up their map pick.
Glorious bait from the Mongols. They were on life support towards the end of regulation, and now look at them. Oh, Fallen. That was a sitter for him. Still standing though. Some extra util towards B still exists for Furia. There is a landslide of utility for Mongols. They could spread a carpet of fire on this bomb site if they want to. Oh, goes back again. Gets dropped immediately. There's so much trouble now for Furia. They had 3, make it 2. Cello's been dropped. He's been so good for the squad. The AKs are coming, charging the bomb site, and Furia get dismantled like Lego.
That should be it. Art the last man. No way back in. The Mongols on the verge of picking up this map. And for Furia, man, they had the opportunities, but this overtime performance from the Mongols has been fantastic. I love the way they've been so composed, the way their players have stepped up. Only a matter of time now.
3 HP for Art, and that's a wrap. You could argue that Mongols should have lost that one, but they fought their way back. An excellent performance to claw their way back into that one and take it in overtime, putting Furia in horrific situations as the clock runs down time and again.
What is your calling?
Mongols takes the first map in the series. It was their pick as well, and I have to be honest though, I thought it was a little bit too close for comfort, Blair.
It was very, very close indeed. We got a game of Counter-Strike. We got more OTs as well. You love to see it. That being said, honestly, I felt like Fallen and his men, they did enough. They were kind of able to really find a lot of egress into the defensive side of Mongols. I think they were struggling quite a bit on the CT side there for the Mongolians, but I do love how they were able to adapt late in the game. A lot of clutch plays coming out, and they were able to take the fight to the side of Furia. You saw that I think it was one round in OT where Hastega just pushes out towards Scar, catches 2 players, for example. A hard-fought win, but the fact that they're able to close it out in OT against a team of that experience was a bit surprising.
It's just a better team won.
I was
That's
waiting.
all.
I saw from the moment you start speaking, he gets this like glazed look on his face. I was like,
He just
gonna
hates. He
throw
likes to
someone
hate.
under
He
the
likes to
bus.
No, the
hate.
thing is like I was praising. What do you mean? I was praising Mongols.
No, here's my thing. I think the T side was fantastic. We both agreed on that, right?
Yeah.
But the CT side I felt was still lacking a little bit, but they were able to bounce back.
I mean, considering the fact that they changed players and everything that's going on, and the fact that they're playing Furia, they played pretty well and they played better. Like overall, the T side was amazing. There was no like. No fear in them, right? They were just going for it, and that's want to see. It's not the flashiest Counter-Strike, but it was a good brawl. I love to see it as a former coach. I like to see that people go for the win.
Conviction.
Yeah, but they want to go. They want to win. They don't want to like play not to lose, right? So it's just very well done.
I mean, take a look at the round as well. I think it was round number 6.
Yes.
I love this. They had a game plan in mind for this particular round. Fallen dice, and look at the whole way they just hold W, right? And this is the thing. Molly comes in, they don't stop.
Yeah, exactly. Like the idea was a whole spot. They got early 2 kills, even if it was a trade that they went
Doesn't
in.
matter.
They just keep going. Many teams you will see in this like tier 1, tier 2 kind of, you know, somewhere in between. Even tier 3 teams, they will stop, they will freeze, they will look for another opening, and then the CTs will stretch, they will get a return kill, and somehow they will end up losing round. But Mongols, they don't care, they just went in. And it was the right call.
And even the scoreline, right? Like I think they managed to win 8 or 9 rounds on their T side. Fantastic job overall. They won this, by the way, losing both the pistol rounds and not winning their force buys as well. So about 6 rounds are pretty much free there for the side of Furia. And even the rounds Furia were able to win on their CT side, because if memory serves me right, it came down to hero plays. Art just going nuclear, Fallen with a clutch play towards Sandbag. So it required hero plays from the individuals of Furia to make it even competitive, actually.
This is my thing, though, because I mean, it was very close. And Furia, like you said, they're relying on the individual skill. But I think that they look a bit... I'm trying to think of the right word, like Habdash, like thrown together. It's like they don't really know how to work as a unit. That can't happen, right? When you're getting to this level and you're here at IEM Cologne.
They don't seem to have identity still. Like
it's a little late.
Before Furia was like this crazy chaotic team, and we knew like what kind of a style they're gonna run in it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it won't. But right now I don't see the. I mean, obviously, like you said, it's pretty early, but I don't see the identity. I don't see the style. I don't see. It's like somewhere in between, but not really here or there.
They're not the only team that did lineup changes. So we say, oh, well, it's still early. Well, no, some of the other teams have got their stuff together. So
how did they do?
I'll tell you about Mongols, though,
I mean,
right?
Mongols is playing better than them, so...
They have played a lot of CS. So here's the thing. You don't see it on HLTV, because this line's been there for like 2.5 months right now. But they've been playing a lot of online events in Mongolia, in Asia and whatnot. So they have had more reps. Well, I feel like for the side of Furia, this is, you know, their first official tournament, so to speak. So I'll give them that. But I have to agree. The worrying thing for me, for Furia, is K-Serrado and Yuri seem neutered. I'm not able to see, like, what we saw from K-Serrado before in previous season and the past year, in fact. He's just been so very quiet this tournament, and that is so worrying if you're a Furia fan.
Yeah, if you're neutered, that's so worrying. But the thing is, like...
You know about it.
Yeah, yes, the thing is, we didn't see too many, you know, flashy plays, too many actual plays that can change the outcome of the round from them. It was, we used to see K-Serrado getting doubles, triples, and everything. But this guy on your screen, Blitz,
the IGL, by the way.
The IGL 27 frags in a game against Furia, that's one of the toughest teams to face. He just keeps delivering.
Yeah, I mean, the guy can play chess, is a chess master as well. Fragging in the server, IGLing, the guy does everything. Yeah, it's a map I expected Mongols to actually win, but the fact that it got so close gave me a bit of worry, but I'm actually impressed with a team this young to not choke at the very end and an OT just win it convincingly. That's a great sign.
Just shows like a lot of mental fortitude from them as well. Obviously, they took that map win, but Banks had a chance to catch up with the Furia boys in between now to find out how they're feeling after that. Let's hear from him.
Hello, guys. Yes, I did go and catch up with Gary, and, well, he was saying towards the end of that they believe they should have been able to close it out, but he puts the main factor down to it was indecision. They weren't making the right choices, they were taking too long on things, and they were being caught by it. The Mongols certainly took advantage of it, but if I'm Furia right now, even if Overpass is great for you, and you can look at the Mongols map pool, you're going to be a little bit scared. Now, Gary's saying it's full confidence. He was laughing and smiling about it all, but I think he's doing that as a part of a comfort, because now the pressure's really on for Furia, and this is where they need to be very careful. Let's see what happens, Sam.
100%, exactly what Gary said. But this is my thing about Furia, is the Furia that I enjoy watching and the one that wins is very aggressive and they control the pace of the map. And that is Furia. To me, at the moment, it feels like they, exactly like Banks said, when speaking to the team, it's just indecision. They don't control the pace. They're not aggressive. They can't really decide what they want to do. And I feel like we saw this in Furia before the roster change. We saw it at the Major as well.
I feel like there was some sort of issue with the comms. It has to be. I would love to hear the comms and obviously translate it so I can actually understand what the hell was being said. But I feel like some of the rounds they lost in that first map was due to bad communication. I feel like that nobody was like, some people were expecting that other players would do something that they were supposed to do. The grenades were being, misshown, and it's a little here and there. I sign it off to communication, but I'm not gonna justify it by being a new team or anything, new player. It's just a bad map from them. And I didn't like this laughing thing. Like, you're gonna laugh when you win. Let's go back. Let's talk about the second map and just go in and try to win.
Speaking of second map, I think Overpass is a map where they should be winning this very convincingly. It's Fallen's best map. They look really good on it yesterday against Monty as well. And it's a map that historically the Mongols have just struggled on. Even though I haven't seen this lineup play on it, it should still be their map. My question here is very simple, man. Like, you picked up Fallen, why? To be the IGL, to completely restructure how you play the game, because you've been trying this for 2 or 3 years right now, hasn't panned out. So why are we still on the, sitting on the fence deciding which way we want to go? Make up your mind, let Fallen call, have more cohesion, and as you pointed out for the Mongols, like they have that just complete, everyone being on the same page, no hesitation. We need that from Fury, and I haven't seen it yet, which is, I don't know.
TLDR of what Blair said, just click heads. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, we're going to Overpass.
What is that reaction?
This would be an ace clutch from Fallen.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Fallen's here.
Oh my god! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
What is your calling?
The Mongols have previously beaten 0-0 Nation, Pain, Imperial, and even Furia back at IEM Katowice. They are the self-proclaimed Brazilian Slayers, and they are one map up in this series. One map away from IEM Cologne group stage, but now they have to deal with Furia's map pick, and Furia looked fantastic on Overpass yesterday.
S-tier gatekeepers, Mongols, and maybe a lot more than that. Time will tell. They lost both pistols on Inferno and still came out with the W. Can they improve upon that terrible stat as far as the pistols are concerned? On this one, they'll be on the CT side to begin with, and they'll have a lot of pistols amongst these 5 players. Let's see what they can offer. Furia had some disasters in that first game. In connector, go Furia. Fallen has a smorgasbord of utility for this one. P250 raid boss for Cello. And a crossfire. Look at that. It's a triangle of doom almost. Techno will start off the proceedings very well indeed, and Fallen's got to be careful because he's carrying the bomb, and Connector is the last place you'd want to lose that. Cello up top, 9-10 coming to say hello. An even duel with these pistols. Azteca having a look. Fallen still in the Connector, isolated. Takes a brave man to do that. And Zeno's got not 1 but 2 pistols to fart about with, but Cello, his timing will work out for him. Blitz, that could be a big frag if he could find it, but Fallen's behind the door. Door closed. Furia heading towards the A-bomb site. Still options available to them with the time on the clock. Pistol rounds often fast moving, opting to go towards long. Cello had the long range weapon, gets stoned by the toilets. These Glocks aren't favourable. Azteca of 75 though, might be low enough. Fallen closing the distance. Azteca hasn't seen him just yet. Not going deep enough, and there's Fallen, and there goes that bomb. Queserato now, 1 versus 3, 20 seconds. Reinforcements on the way. Mongols don't need to engage. 9-10 will finish off the job. That's the first pistol of the series for Mongols.
On the board with a pistol, and there's not much in this world more satisfying than a clean USP one tap. Loved seeing that from Azteca. And I thought he was going to be in trouble here. I thought Furia had a really good opportunity because Azteca solo holding this A-bomb site. But when you land a shot like that, you suddenly get in the mood. And that double kill makes all the difference.
Those are clean one-taps that we saw from the Mongols there. Furia not opting to go for the force buy in round 2. There'll be a Desert Eagle for Art. The rest of them will have potato shooters. Just creeping around. I feel like a round like this is like a 90s movie or some guys in leather jackets just being thugs with big hair, just standing around with mean mugging, but not really doing much of anything. Because what is there for them to do, really? M4 getting closer now, but Zeno will defend the area very well. Can they get any significant weapons? Azteca has come to pick up the slack. M4 still on the floor. Techno might want to get his weapon out. This could be so awkward. Ooh. Crikey. That could be another M4 lost. Holding on for the time being. Bomb isn't rescued. Cello's got 40 seconds to be a nuisance. He needs to die at some point, but they know they've done damage to Techno, and he wants to contribute more to that.
I almost wouldn't mind Techno just getting the hell out of here at this point on 7 health. Does Cello look for him, though? Maybe not. Maybe he goes towards the bomb instead. And that should be a little easier for the Mongols to handle. Hang on. Look back. There you go. A little jump scare. But the Mongols will take the 2-0 lead. Furia got a bit more done than you'd expect out of that round. I was with you. I thought they were just there to look tough and not really act tough. But Art got a kill. They came in with a bit of damage. And now they have their real chance. Yeah, they'll love that.
Cost of a Desert Eagle.
Almost pays for itself.
Yeah. Techno's turn to be the MP9 enjoyer then. Some extra money in the bank for him. Plenty of utility for the Mongols. Best map in the map pool, if you ask me.
We saw Furia use their slower style more effectively on this map yesterday against Monty. So even though there were issues for them on Inferno, this looks like the map they are most well prepped on. We'll see if that is something that continues here today. Zinho playing close behind this smoke. He's about to see it fade, but there's no one on the other side yet. Fury are very happy to take their time on this map control, as is often the case on Overpass. That was awkward for Cello. Nearly got caught with a flash in his hand. 45 seconds. Fury didn't make much progress towards A there, but they're happy to group back to B. And as it stands, just the double monster stack for Mongols. That would make this hold pretty awkward for them.
They're still holding a smoke, unless they just deployed it. Indeed, they did towards Monster, their Mongols. Talk more about that later. 25 seconds, another late round, but have a look at this Smolly. Don't hold it for too long, Blitz. They'll get at least 2 players past it, but he's lining them up, but he won't get a kill. There are plenty of CTs here to pick up the slack, though, and they're going to have to try and deal with these. Look at Techno come through. 10 seconds again to plant this bomb, but this time they might just do it. 9-10 in a very strong position. Quesarazo surely goes down for free. Oh my days, what just happened? Robotic from 9-10, Fallen to get the last kill. Crazy round on the B-bomb site. Furia on the board.
Was that like a mouse bug or something? He like flicked for the one tap, then seemed to jump and reload. That was so awkward. And he had no clue where Fallen was at the end there. Fair play to Fallen. He had to take a couple of risks in that round, pushing that smoke initially to take the monster player out of contention. And I just think the Mongols weren't expecting every single Furia player to come through short. They were waiting for someone on Monster, which is why Techno looked back. That allowed Fallen to pounce. And Fallen outmaneuvers in the late round as well. And now look at what the Mongols have. Not a great deal to work with.
That Molly, that incendiary for short B was everything. It's a really interesting dichotomy between what Furia have been trying to do to Mongols, as we saw in Inferno, trying to bait their utility out. And Mongols just refusing to take any of that bait and just holding their util. And I think that's very interesting for this game of Overpass, especially on the CT side for Mongols, is if they can continue to force Furia to be in these really unfortunate positions where they have to gamble late round because of these late smokes and late incendiaries, then this could be quite a challenging game of Overpass for Furia, at least as far as this first half is concerned. Of course, they came out on top on that last one, so Mongols will be broken for the time being. But that's certainly something to look at as this half continues. If Mongols can continue to hold on to their util late, and if Furia continue these longer rounds against them.
Solid flash there from Fallen. Ooh, has Tekka still in position. This is a 3-on-3 and a flank. Zinho can't get anything done. Didn't realize Quesarazo was so close by, but look at Techno. The lineup could come in here. Big damage from Techno, and that bomb is dropped. Art has to get that back. The smoke will help. 10 seconds remaining. Art starts to move in, but he hits the shot anyway. Furia just about hold on, but the Mongols not making it easy.
Another one where that clock is just ticking. The Mongols were so close, and that's the gamble. Do you try and catch them off guard as they go for the bomb? Art standing his ground and delivering with the scout. A terrifying round for Furia. Mongols showing they are ever dangerous. More clocks than public enemy for Mongols. They have an eye on the time at all times. 5 USPs on road for them on this occasion, though, so Furia can breathe a sigh of relief. And what's really important is the damage that Mongols are doing in these rounds will put Furia on eco sooner rather than later if the rounds keep going in this fashion. Of course, this one will be a sigh of relief for Furia. they can build some cash. They can't have too many repeats of accidents like that.
Yeah, keep your guns out here. That's what I would be saying. Don't want to accidentally get caught off guard. Here is Molly. Didn't cover it entirely, but didn't matter. He looks back, and it looks like Furia will build up some economy. Haven't seen this specific Mongols lineup play a single map of Overpass, as far as I'm aware. Waiting to see what they look like. Meanwhile, obviously got to see Furia up against Monty. Really good team effort from them. I think Fallen was playing really well on Overpass yesterday. Also got 7 flash assists. Always up there with good numbers. Looks like Art having a bit of input. Him and Fallen happy to try and work together. And they need to, because they are going to be up against another buy from the Mongols in this one.
Monster Smoke has been deployed. I'd like to give huge credit to the observers on B-Stream. They are doing a fantastic job. Artistic observing. Props to you guys. Four smoke grenades in the hands of Mongols. The incendiaries have been used. What little there were of those. Zeno will have the shadow advantage. They'll need a pop flash should they try and go there. He's got a pixel for the cross as well. Choosing to engage, but taking most of the damage. There's a swing from Art. Rest of his team round the outside. Now, what do Furia make of the composition of Mongols in this round? Because Cello is sending it onto the site itself. He's got flashes and no one is here. So where are the rest of the CTs? Surely that's not the only one around this A-bomb site. And Zeno still standing as well. Great one tap onto Blitz, but there's more to find. Running distraction on the site while Yuri is creeping. Can he find that second player? Wasn't expecting 9-10. And we're down to a 3-on-3. Cello can't cover his teammate planting the bomb. Almost falls as well. K-Serato now 1 versus 2. Fast moving round on this A-bomb site. And K-Serato's in the clutch, walking into a crossfire. Techno with the bomb by the strike. Spotting 9-10, being a nuisance on long, and again that clock is ticking. He'll see the shadow though. Can he find the frag? He can't on this occasion. Down to a tied score again.
I've got to say, something I love seeing from the Mongols is how many different setups they run on their CT side, and how many of those setups are kind of designed to try and hold on to utility. You see, this is the double stack towards bathrooms. You get info early. That peek from Zenio was fantastic. And even though Cello was so far up into this bomb site, it didn't matter because the Mongols had early enough info. They get other players back in. You saw that Furia got caught off guard by the double long stack. Mongols always making it difficult for Furia to read them. And you see that pay off in some of these rounds.
This is where the damage Mongols did in the rounds they lost comes to fruition potentially, because there's no money left for Furia. The pop flash will concede the position for Furia as well. Blitz just doesn't have the angle to punish K-Serato there. But this is a chance for Mongols to build now, although the same is true for Furia. Both teams are lacking funds in the bank. Mzinho, can he find a second here? Can he buy time for his team? He's rung the bell apart, left him on 3 HP and 9-10 surging towards the front of the site into the crosshairs of Yuri. Man advantage for Furia. We'll see how long it lasts with Art on 3 HP. Bomb getting planted then as Hasteka looks to make a play. Blitz going through the smoke and bank, Hasteka creeping as well. Furia have to be really careful about their positions. Fallen edging forward, perfect timing from him. Maybe the best has come and gone for Mongols. Again, neither team can afford to lose this round or lose all their weapons. Mongols will have to fall back surely.
Yeah, it even looked like a decent start there with Mzinho getting the initial kill, even getting a dink onto Art. But didn't slow down Furia that much. And that's sometimes more important than doing actual damage, making sure you just buy a few seconds. But it was such a heavily committed position. It was pretty easy to trade Mzinho. And everyone else on Furia gets up onto the bomb site. I think for the Mongols, it will be important that they continue to shift and adjust their setups. I think that's the only way they're going to make Furia uncomfortable. because Furia have looked pretty happy on the T side of Overpass to play with the clock, to play between bomb sites at times. The Mongols forced into a minimal investment. They've got those 2 saved guns, but not much else in this one. Fake smoke onto B Monster, while everyone else on the Mongols stacks towards A.
This will be a good round for Blitz to find his first frag. Never mind. Oh. It's one of the rifles lost then.
Ouch. Okay, how has the USP done that well after the rifles got destroyed? Not going to matter too much. Fallen cleans up the final 2 kills. This is the Furia we were expecting to see on Overpass, showing up early.
Keeping the CTs broke will, of course, have its advantages, but 910 will wield the AWP once again. Let's see where he will be heading with it. What kind of spawn he has. Looks like he's going to be going aggressive with that AWP then. We last saw Furia on Overpass. They make rotations based on the location of the AWP. See if that'll be true on this occasion. Mzino hiding behind the tree. Fallen going for a run boost once again. Nothing doing there. Will there be a flash or is it just a driving from Mzino? It will be the latter. Gets nothing from it whatsoever though. 910 creeping. An awkward angle for him. There will be flashes, but he's gone deep enough to see that no one's in long anymore. Now, what do Mongols do with this? They've got the 4 versus 5. Do they feel compelled to make some kind of play? We can see Azteca's in short B, so he's got an aggressive position. And that peek up long is enough for the team to rotate the remainder towards the B bomb site. Cello is creeping. I don't believe 910 has made a sound cue just yet. He's dropped Cello. And now surely the race to the B bomb site is on. But there's so much info for Mongols. With this position on short B, they can focus on that monster area. There's the HE grenade. Techno to run distraction down. He goes and Blitz may not last much longer. The transfer, he falls to the flames, barbecued. But he's left his team with an easy job afterwards.
Yeah, Azteca in a really forward position means that once the monster contact comes in, he can quickly flank for that final kill. But that's just all about the overperformance from Blitz. This guy's come through with a couple of brilliant multi-kills. And as the in-game leader of the squad, that is impressive. I also love that re-aggression from 910 with the AWP. That is a massive risk to take. If there are 2 players waiting, you're just going to get traded. But it got the info to allow that B stack. Again, the Mongols always staying annoying. And look at this B rush from Furia.
This is perfect timing. We've got 3 players in the upper area. And look at the swarm. The Zerg army is coming for the Mongols on this B bomb site. Spreading their creep as much as they can. Mzino denied on short B. Could be a meaty grenade. It will be. They're softened up. But can they finish them off with the mallets? Looking over the smoke now, Azteca has a quick jump peek. Sees Keitarato below him, avoids getting traded, falling into the water. 3 versus 3, nervous territory for both squads. Short B smoked off for the time being. Fallen having a look, flashes being thrown in from short, but they can't find the frags just yet. There are no kits for these Mongols players. They've got to find these kills fast. Blitz and Azteca now trying to do what they can. There's the last frag. Is there time to defuse the bomb? I think there will be.
Impressive retake from the Mongols. Lovely work from them. Just about getting the defuse in time. I think that player jumping up onto the site was critical. That just got them all the info they needed. They see the couple of players at Pillar. They get a kill onto the site. It really helps them start to visualize where they need to be ready for those duels against Furia players. And that's despite Furia getting so deep into the site early, getting that early trade. This was Azteca just dropping a flash, kill down below, and then he sees those shots, allows him to go back. 910, a little awkward there, but able to get the final shot. A little bit embarrassed almost with that jump, but he made up for it. And now Furia's by, definitely a little awkward here.
Big difference in the short B control. Mongols didn't challenge for it. Azteca jump peeking. It's been spotted though. You can see the concern with that door being blown off. That is an extra tool for the CTs. Blitz may have something say about that. Techno defending the B bomb site. Blitz has been smoked off in that connector. Hasek is here as well, but again, the mollies are well used by Furia. Blitz through the smoke, transfer, drops forward as well, and now comes Techno. Comes to life on the B bomb site. Artfed into the world of a MAC-10, won't last long. 4 players standing for Mongols at the end of the round. 6-5, big fights every round on Overpass.
The Mongols, again, always have little gimmicks and tricks and different setups they're running. Always have the ability to play forward. That time, again, pretty aggressive on long. It just sets them up with info early. And having blitzing connector absolutely helped them as well. He comes in with 2 kills, helping out towards that B side of the map. It is definitely easier to do this on the CT side of Overpass. That is something to remember. But it's still impressive seeing Mongols play like this. And why does Art have an SG and no Kevlar? Who knows? Maybe we're about to find out.
Furia have strats that do not exist outside of their team.
Oh, there we go. I mean, listen, it's not bad at long range.
How dare you question a strat like this, Hawker?
I should have known.
Krieg, no Kevlar. It's Furia. Anything can work. Furia could eat spaghetti with a spoon if they wanted to, and only a spoon.
Well, what do we do now then, if you're Furia? You've got a couple of flashes. Maybe send in those pistols and look for trades.
9-10 needs help, but those flashes are denying. And look at the position that might be taken now. Enzino cleaning up, really thinning out these numbers, but we're down to a 2 versus 2. Cello's got the rifle, but Enzino's got the taps. That was a scary round, but Enzino's 4K will keep the team alive. That was a terrifying round.
Enzino went for a quick fist bump, instantly saw his teammate wasn't looking, and tried to play it off.
Style it out. I was just stretching.
I saw,
Giving my elbow some air.
I'm really liking watching Enzino's aiming style, though. I feel like he goes for these like quick bursts and quick headshots. Sometimes if those miss, you can look a little foolish, but when they land, it allows you to have these crazy over performances. That is what the idea with the SG was. Cello was able to turn around, catch that connector player. A lovely cleanup from the rest of the Mongols. A little frustrating for Furia. You feel like you've got your way into the round, still gets snatched away from you. 7-5 lead for the Mongols. They are really taking the fight to Furia here. Oop, not quite with that molly.
That's a bad miss.
They don't need the utility. They're still winning rounds.
3 on B for Mongols this time. Constant change of their composition. Big focus on B rather, from Furia. Smoke landing by the toilets. That's been a common smoke for them, but they will look to surge. The counter flashes are already here for Mongols. 3 players still in situ. Who strikes first? Techno around the barrels, gets 2. Blitz is here with Hasteka. They drop Hasteka. Will they look for Blitz in this position? Fallen going for the bomb shot. Not expecting the bait setup again, but they were down to a 2-on-2. Make it 1. Art's alone. He's got half the info. Looking for the rifler. Maybe he's got space to plant the bomb. Art in the clutch. No utils, just an AK. I say just. That is a headshot machine in his hands. Concerns over the balcony. Repositioning by the pillar. The reload will give Mongols the info. Creeping forward now as he looks to his right. Deleted from the left. 9-10 with the final kill. 8-5 for Mongols.
Yeah, Mongols again with some cool positioning there. I love that Blitz takes up the position his teammate was just previously in. You saw how that was able to catch one of the Furia players off guard. And it's also so important that Techno gets that double initially. And into the 2v2, I'm not sure Yuri needed to make that play in from short. I think Art could have got that bomb down, but Yuri felt like he had to just have a little look, have a little help for his teammate. That ends up costing him and puts Art in a very difficult clutch. Those fast B plays getting denied right now by the Mongols. 8-5 lead, a chance to run away with this half for Mongols if they can win this one. Run boost across. B short's already been lost. It's something the CTs need to be wise to here.
Pop flash for Azteca. They know there's presence there. These CT bait setups for the Mongols have really given them the edge in some rounds on Inferno and on Overpass as well. 9-10 caught sleeping on that occasion. Cello and Mzino roaming around the upper areas of Overpass. And Fallen might just be rotating the bomb as well, so they look to explore elsewhere. Maybe just having a look in case of a flank through connector. Art looking for opportunity in the meantime. Again, we head towards that 40-second mark. Cello's made his way towards the tree on long and poking further forward. Fallen brings the bomb back to the B bomb site. So does Cello make a play or does he cut off rotation? That is the question. Mzino committed on long. Furia still looking for opportunity on B. 3 players on short, and that timing again is absolutely crushing from the Mongols.
Ooh. They have no idea he's here. He hears everything. Rotate will begin, but they might not need it. Mzino could cut everyone down. The bomb's the last player. Oh, the bomb is going to be dropped. 10 seconds left. The bomb on the floor. There's nothing for Furia to do. The rotate is here. They can't get it planted. And just that one info play from Mzino makes all the difference.
Seeing the same nightmare time and time again. The Mongols punishing Furia for the late plays. Denied and denied again. So many stamps of denial, they're running out of pages. Last round of the first half for Furia to squeeze one more round out of this. Mzino chilling on long the entire time. Again, that 40-second mark. Hair starts to stand up on your back, start moving. In position for a master play. The Galils are out for Furia. Again, they'll go to short B, and every time they've sent it in here, they haven't been challenged. Azteca's just been keeping an eye on them. But this time they'll go for an early boost, and that'll give Art the opportunity. Early 5-on-4, exactly what Furia needed. They've been great with the mollies, Furia, but this time they have no mollies, just smokes and flashes. And that'll have to be enough.
Oh, the info plays are being made again. They've got to push into playground so 9-10 can stay on this angle. If they tried to come back up, they'd be in trouble. Look at the boost! Art taken out of the equation. And what is Furia's response? They don't have any A control. They don't have any A info. Smoke onto Monster and another kill for Mongols. The 5v4 got turned around so quickly for Furia.
Oh, the timing actually goes back to have another look. Mongols are all over this bomb site, and Mzino has every rotation option in his control. A strong CT half from Mongols looks to be closed out as they head towards double figures. Cello needs to use what remains on this clock to find some entries. A flash towards B. Do they understand where it came from? Azteca with a funky angle, waiting for Cello to emerge. Pre-fire through the window, denied. Mongols with a roaring start. Double figures at halftime. Furia are in trouble.
Father, I have a problem. An addiction. I can't stop myself. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike, and it's full of sinners. But speak openly.
Then I shall. I know nothing about Counter-Strike.
Fear not. Your colleagues doesn't know much either.
But what if I call an ace a pentakill? Or even worse, a deagle a sheriff?
All will be forgotten. But just remember, that mic is always on.
That one time, Father. I never thought they'd do me like that.
Tread carefully, James. If that happened to you at Blast, only God knows what can happen to you here. Believe me.
Believe me? Addiction is not easy to overcome. I've been trying not to tweet about my weight loss journey for quite some time. But isn't 3 hours too long?
The devil's pool is strong.
Yes, Father. He sits heavily on my shoulder, whispering in my ear. Give them what they want. Give them another hot take.
Gluttony. The worst of all my sins. I've taken the ESL bag. I've taken the HLTV org bag. The Valve bag. I've even taken the Blast bag. Am I a sellout, Father? Should I give up the bag?
Fool.
I'm sorry, Father. I really am.
Never give up the bag.
Father?
Here. Please.
Thank you, Father.
Psalm, if you ever need me, you can always reach out to me at sponsorships@fallinggear.com.
What is your calling?
That's one of the best gifts I've ever seen. We're going to need one of the best halves that Furia has ever performed if they are to stay in the fight of this series. A place on groups on the line, and maybe Furia are on the line as well. I don't know what they need. It's going to be more than a father on the other end of it, because they are so far behind Mongols in this series. 5 rounds as we switch sides. They're on the ropes, and they're trying to dodge these headshots.
Yeah, the Mongols previously have beaten Furia, and it caused questions for the old Furia lineup. Furia now a new look, a couple of new additions, but you would still expect them to make it through the play-in into the groups at IEM Cologne. Loser here eliminated, and Furia down right now. Overpass was meant to be their map, and again, we've still been waiting for Keiserato to show up to the server. Has not been the star man that we're used to seeing from Furia. Let's see if they can come through in the pistol. Furia stacking heavily up on this A side of the map, and they might be met by some of the Mongols players here.
P2000 Enjoyer. Suggesting he ran away, but here he is. Taking a headshot from the bomb carrier. There's some information for Furia. Expensive. Gets more expensive as Fallen is deleted on long. The channel to the A bomb site is fully open. Keiserato will look to close it. Again, Mongols with a bait setup. Has Tekka. Has been dropped, but Art will escape before MZino can make a play. 9-10 will do the job. 4 on 2 for Mongols. Will it be 2 for 2 pistols in this game of Overpass? Perhaps it will. Yuri has so much work to do. 2 pistols won't be enough. Mongols take both pistols. 11-5 start on Overpass.
Listen, the T side of Overpass is not always easy if you don't play this map often. But when you win the pistol, and the Mongols already have such a strong lead, you don't need to have a great T side. And we've already seen some of the tricks they pulled out in that first half. They don't look like strangers to Overpass right now. This is their first official on Overpass with this lineup. And the Mongols are taking it to Furia right now. Just the one dig bought by Art in this one. For Furia, pressure rising. Maybe some flashbacks for some of these players. As the Mongols, time after time, seem to take down Brazilian opponents. They were even leaning into that earlier when we talked to them in the interview. What can Art do here? That's a good shot. Blitz has the bombing connector. He's got to be careful. Should be fine now as the CTs fall back.
Mac 10, right tool for the job. Street sweeper MZino. Thinning out these numbers, exactly what Mongols need to have a roaring start to the second half of Overpass. Nice headshot to that USP. We'll see what Cello can do. Racing back to the A site. Can't exactly cross. He will be somewhat stuck. That's a very nice headshot from Cello. He's been so good despite this. Like, we just keep seeing great shots from Cello. Not enough on this occasion, however. Much more is needed from Furia as they pull out their bye in this half.
What do Furia go for in a gun round that is not quite a must-win, but it's close to that point? Furia already a map down. This is their pick. They need to show us why right now. No AWP for Fallen. Full rifles for Furia into this one. And nade won't do anything. And Yuri has found an angle over that smoking connector. A massive early kill to make Furia feel more confident into this all-important gun round.
Early success is absolutely what they need. Blitz again in connector with the bomb. Holding off angles for now. MZino is, I was going to say MZino is surely doomed, but Blitz emerges at the right time. Bomb spotted by Yuri maybe, but isn't all the information in the world, especially with a minute on the clock. Prompt progress being made by Mongols. A huge gap in that balcony smoke.
Sneaky angle from K Serato, but it is pretty committed. That's what they wanted though, just that one kill at range, smoke dropped down, now they can reposition.
Edging forward are the Mongols. Those smokes were going to be a problem. Techno moving forward, though. He could solve all the mysteries for Mongols. Smokes towards the trash. Art makes his way forward. I'm not sure what there is for Cello to do now. 1 versus 3. Techno's on 11 HP. But Cello doesn't want any part of this. Mongols move to 13 rounds. This may be a brief half if this continues. But Furia don't really have much to mount an offense with in the next round. There's no money in the bank.
I mean, this looked good for Furia. That was the first kill. Yuri does eventually get traded, but once K Serato got them a man up, I thought they were in good shape here, Furia. But the setup became so awkward. Look, Techno just catches K Serato out. Didn't look like he realized Fallen was tucked in. And Techno shows us that snappy headshot aim again, a 13-5 lead. And what's so impressive to me is the Mongols are playing like this, coming from the Asian region. We have rarely seen teams that look this put together from the Asian region. I love what the Mongols have come through with. They're making people believe in the scene again.
Be a short tech timeout before we continue. Moment for Furia to think about how little opportunity remains for them in this game of Overpass. They have a mountain to climb with their bare hands. One mistake, and it's going to be all over for them. Much work to be done here versus Mongols, who have been fantastic, wonderful, mentally stimulating to watch.
I still can't get over the amount of Brazilian teams that this Mongols org have beat. We saw it in the pre-game segment. They beat 0-0 Nation, Pain, Furia, Imperial, And now they're looking to beat Furia again. They have so many past wins against Brazilian lineups. They've owned the fact that they are now the Brazilian Slayers. And unless Furia pull off an incredible comeback, it's looking like the Mongols could make it through the play-in into the groups, and Furia could be going home early. And this tech pulse can't feel good for Furia. You sit there just staring, 13-5 down. Gotta keep your head in the game.
The greater question for Mongols, again, you look at name value, you look at the lineups on paper, and their results, as you just mentioned, and you think gatekeepers, but the question has got to be, can they be more than gatekeepers in the grander scheme of this event? If they can make it through to groups, which looks quite likely at present, how far can they go? Can they be a name to be feared outside of South America? It's a question only they can answer as they continue forward. If they do, again, in a very good position, 13-5. Furia are furnishing themselves with some weapons. But one of them is a scout in the hands of Art. Keisarasso is 5 for 14.
Yeah, man.
And we head into round 19. He is a man we highlighted at the beginning of this series, somebody we've been looking for more from yesterday and today, and we're not seeing that on Overpass.
The other thing I don't quite understand with the Mongols is, if you watch this team at Katowice, they've had a couple of different players in here. I don't know how there are all these players from Mongolia that I don't know about, because they lost Score to Tai Lu, who a lot of people thought was their best player. They don't have Annihilation here anymore, who was pulling off some crazy clutches back at Katowice. And they found these new players. They found Mzinho, who looks great. 910 has been doing his job. What a story it could be for the Mongols again, if they can hold on to this.
This music is banging.
I'm liking it. Chill vibes.
It's be good track for Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Where's Funk Vehicle Valve? Better put that in CS2. Anyway, the round has been restored and the countdown has begun, so we're going to get back into things. Furia are up against it, 8 rounds behind, going for a less than stellar bye versus Mongols, who have been in full control. They've got one hand on the group stage, and the second hand is not far behind it. Up to Furia to stop them. That looks very hard at the moment.
Art's got a scout solo towards A right now. Playing around Party could be dangerous. They're quickly moving around the side of him, and he's not ready. Art's risky play does not pay off early for Furia. And now there has to be an adjustment in their setup. Fallen rotates up to try and plug the gap, but he's got a P250 on the hold.
Yeah, again, Art's taking a sacrifice with the full investment. A rifle here, a rifle there, but 3 of them have left money in the hole. Yuri still standing for the time being. That smoke might help him somewhat. Fallen's delivering, down to a 3-on-3. And Zeno trying to swing. Yuri being the bait. Trying to slip away somewhat as Fallen is dropped. Now, what does he choose to do? Art's got 50 bucks, Cello with 100. Yuri with no choice, taken away by 9-10 as we move to 14-5.
There are going to be some issues in the buy for Furia, as you just pointed out. They tried to invest a little in that round to give themselves a chance. That did not pay off for them. Only the second timeout taken by Furia, despite being 14-5 down. AWP is in the hands of Fallen, but those 2 players at the top, Cello and Art, are on MP9s. And that poses the question, do you go for something slightly different? Do you try and make a proactive play to get those SMGs into the close quarters combat they would be looking for? Or do you just play a more standard issue round and just accept the fact you have some weaker weapons in there? Now or never for Furia here at IEM Cologne. They are facing elimination if they lose this map. Fulham trying to make a play with the AWP.
High risk, very high risk indeed. No one in connector for now. Short B has been taken. Yuri needs to fall off. They need to stand with this advantage if they can. No lurkers for Mongols. Everybody's upstairs. 2 rounds away from the group stage. Would be huge for this squad. Cologne, maybe the biggest spectacle on the regular calendar. Okay, Serato creeping. He's got to pick his timing well. Got to pick his timing fast because Yuri's being dropped. That'll certainly help. The bomb should be planted on the A-bomb site. And Techno's in a very strong position to make a play here. But Hashtag needs to try and stay alive, and Art goes down for free. Fallen's lost his position, slipped away with that one, and there's Techno activating from the back, dismantling Furia once again. That was a 3 versus 4, but their positioning is just too much for Furia. Fallen's clutch will be instantly denied. Mega trade frag from Azteca, match point for Mongols.
This is looking even more convincing from the Mongols. I was not expecting a win to look this good for them. But even in the 3v4, they find their way onto the A site, and they still find a way to catch Furia off guard. And Techno's aim again is so fun to watch. Those headshots he delivered, fantastic. 1 round away from the groups of Cologne. And it's a B rush to try and close it.
Oh boy, Fallen. Does he keep going? The flash is here. He's got information, but down he goes. Art's lost as well. Mongols in control, picking up the rifles. It's all about Yuri, but Mongols have got 1:20 on the clock. How does Yuri pick the right time to make a play? Everything's gone dead silent. How much information do they have with regards to connector? The door is closed for now. And Mongols will be heard in short B. Yuri starting to move now. But Azteca is laser focused, or he was. This timing could just work out for Furia. If he catches them in the tunnel, then they could really be in with a chance. Azteca from the back will be dropped. That's the bomb. They've got to go back and get that. And maybe Yuri can be the distraction now. If Cello and Serato can make a play, he's maybe done enough here. Down to a 2-on-2, 9-10 with angles on the bomb site. 35 seconds to find a kill to make this easier. Nades towards the water. Cello behind the smoke. Pop flashes as 9-10 makes his way, but can he get both? He has no idea where Cello is, and Furia stay alive for now.
Just able to deny that early B aggression, and then that flank makes all the difference. Just stalls things long enough for Furia to figure out what's going on, to get themselves into good enough positions. Cello does wonders around that smoke at the end. So Furia still here for now. And still not a great buy for Furia, actually. Still an MP9, still a scout in the mix. Not getting any easier for them here. Up against a full buy from the Mongols again. It's a scout for Fallen, which won't connect. Spots the info, but has to fall back. This A stack is looking very good for Furia, though. Look at this. They've got 4 players on this A side of the map. This is wild from Furia, but it might just work.
Safety in numbers for Mongols. Prioritizing the trade fragging.
Oh, no.
To close things out, and indeed the barrel of the gun will betray Yuri, but Fallen will trade the frag. But with the scout, how long can he last? Down to the pistol. He knows they're in trouble. Serato could be exposed. MCino from the front, blitz from the side, and it is a blitz off the same bomb side. The numbers are overwhelming, and Cello's in a clutch again. 1 versus 2. All about the frags as the bomb gets planted. Does he wait out this smoke? Big pressure for Cello. A kit on the site. He's got to find these kills though. So many angles. Terrified of the trade frag. Smoke and the molly. A molly for long, a smoke on the bomb. That's a big headshot from Cello. He's picked up the kit as well. Does he full commit to it? He's got to go deep in the smoke. 910's got AWP. This could be perfect. Switching out for the M4. He's got the wrong angle. And they will stay alive again. Cello finds the clutch. Newman delivers round 7.
Oh, Cello with back-to-back 1vx's. This time a 1-on-2 where he has to just get in the smoke. But 910 takes a little too long switching weapons. Even the M4 he picks up doesn't have full ammo. Another steal of a round for Furia, but that's what they needed. And the buy is a little interesting. Art has a P90. We still got a buy from Mongols. They continue to get the investment in, but the flash from Fallen on point sets up Yuri for success. That nade tickles a couple of players as well. That means they will now be one-shot headshots with those M4s on the CT side.
I love that Art has a P90. I think if you're a fan of Furia, you don't love it, but I certainly do. I just want to see what he might get up to with it. Yuri's in trouble. Surely he's got no time for the reload there, but Keisarato is here just in time. But maybe too late in the grand scheme of things. The Furia still looking good for this round on a 4 versus 2. The kit on half the players. Techno behind enemy lines. All these players swinging for so many angles. Art's the first one to drop. Cello creeping forward now, trying to run distraction, pulling Techno away. Meanwhile, upstairs, there are 2 encroaching on the bomb site. MZino in that bank position can't do enough. And Furia will bag another round. Starting to rack them up now, but they're still pretty far away. Just past the halfway mark to catch up with Mongols.
Even with the bomb plant, I wonder if this is breaking point for the Mongols. The money is a little short now. And the Mongols finally forced into their first time out here on Furia's map pick. It's been going so swimmingly, they haven't had to talk anything over. But now they do want to decide whether they want to buy, and the answer is a swift yes. They've got plenty of Galils in play, but happy enough to go with it.
They need to plant the bomb at an absolute minimum in this round. Mongols. Furia growing with confidence. Very experienced team, top to bottom. Won't be the first time they've been trailing against the game on match point. Just focus on the round in front of you. Well equipped now, no more P90s, MP9s, Novas. The widest array of weapons we've seen in these 2 days from Furia. Again, Mongols relying on the absolute basics of the T side. Abusing the numbers. Moving like a gang. Oh, there's a hell of a heat map. Oh, Yuri's in trouble now. The swinging begins. Fallen has got so many targets. Trying to do what he can now. Still alive for the time being. Found a second one. It's given his team a fighting chance, but Cello again on that rotation from the B bomb site with much work to do. No molly this time. A smoke and a flash. And an extra man to deal with. The re-smoke will be problematic. A smoke and bank as well. This is really a tough task for Cello. Mongols are 1 man away from making their way to the group stage of Cologne. Cello trying to do what he can. 2 more to go. He's got a kill as well, but that's it. Mongols make it to the group stage of Cologne.
The Brazilian Slayers are back. They make it through the play-ins. Ever underappreciated, ever underestimated. It's the Mongols who eliminate Furia. Flashbacks for Furia from Katowice, but for the Mongols, what a run this has been through the play-in, and what a result that is. And the way they did it on that map, on their opponent's pick, They looked so good, so coordinated. This Mongols team always seemed to find a way.
Yeah, really wonderful stuff for them. And I think we saw great indicators as well. They've got the guts to play these late rounds, to hold on to their utility. They believe in their decision making. And there isn't any room for doubt with Mongols. Yes, they've been gatekeepers to teams time and time again. But the question as they make the group stage now is how far they can go. What is their ceiling for Mongols? Are they only gatekeepers or are they title contenders? And it's a question for them to answer over time. But today, that is a massive victory in the books. They call themselves the, what do they call themselves? The Brazil Slayers?
The Brazilian Slayers.
The Brazilian Slayers, and that is certainly true. A dominating performance over the likes of Furia. Over to James Banks.
Well, the Mongols are certainly very happy with that, and Techno had a big smile on his face. I just want to start by asking, we did the interview in the pre-game, right? And you were saying you guys are the Brazilian Slayers. You've advanced to the group stage again. How do you keep doing this?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit deja vu, maybe. Yeah, I'm feeling good, yeah. We're feeling good.
And on Inferno, right, it got very close. It was 15-13 at one point. You guys were able to fight in. It gets to overtime, and then you just roll it back. What were you saying at this point in the game? What was the decision on your CT side?
We almost lost the first map, Inferno. But luckily, our engineer and Blitz are our hero.
They really did. They played like heroes. On Overpass, why did this look so easy? Did you have good information from the game they played against Monty? Was this preparation?
We just played our game style, our play style. Yeah, that's it.
Do you feel like they were scared?
I don't think so. Yeah. No? Yeah.
Okay, well, you did it. You got through again. Thank you very much, Techno. Congratulations. Welcome to the group stage.
We are standing here with a living legend in Counter-Strike and the newest member of Furia. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to them for IEM Cologne. But Fallen, the boys are going to ask you lots of questions about the map. But I have to ask, because I am sick and tired of hearing analysts talk about this. How is the calling situation working here? Explain it to us once and for all.
Yeah, basically, very beginning of the team. For sure, we have very different styles when we get together. So for now, I think it's I'm more trying to introduce the way I like to play, a little bit more methodical and stuff. But at the same time, I want to make sure that I still use all the unique style that they have. So it's going to take some time for us to adjust, to make sure we understand each other very well and fast, which is very important in this game. And mainly it's me calling and Art helping me with the secondary calls. There's a lot of mid-round calls where all other people can help us out, just like in other teams. But the main responsible for the calls is me.
There we go. We've sorted it out now. It can never be discussed on desk again.
Fair enough. I do have something to add on to that, right? So one thing we saw on the T side on Inferno, especially Overpass as well, a lot of hesitancy, right? A lot of moments where, you know, you're kind of running out of time, very last-minute pushes coming in, even though you had quite a bit of map control and information. Was it because, again, like you pointed out, a lot of too many cooks, maybe?
No, not really, not really. This Overpass, I have been playing 3 or 4 Overpass. With all of them, we won. They're doing 10, 12 rounds at T side. And this game, we're pretty close to doing 8 or 9 without pistol rounds, which would be a good half. But we had a lot of situations where we had 2v2s and the first kill was going to their side, and then the 1v2s were kind of impossible. So it was close to getting more points. There's definitely some rounds where we were losing a little bit of timing and not really getting an advantage as time went by. So maybe 2 or 3 rounds could have been better. But overall, I'm pretty satisfied with the way we played Overpass on both maps we play on T side here.
Commiserations, man. I mean, I thank you for doing this. I know fans love it. But I'm going to ask you, like, in general question, first impression, what is it, like a month and a half with Furia? Tell us what's next. What's the first, like, general feeling outside of, obviously, the feelings that you have right now?
Yeah, so for us, it's a big opportunity to be combining 2 different eras of Counter-Strike. You know, I have been playing CS for long, and they have been doing super well in the last years in Brazil, and now it's a chance for us to get together, understand each other well, and then do well from there on. It's a little bit disappointing to go out on this tournament like that, but at the same time, when you get a new team, you never know how it's going to be. I remember when I got 16-0 on the first map with the Taco, Fanex, and the guys, and then the same tournament we're in the finals. Things can click fast, but often it does take a lot of time. We have been together for 21 days. That's not enough for sure. You know, there's a lot of things to talk about, a lot of situations to live in. And practice doesn't really give you the same games that you have in tournaments. People approach the game so much different. You go for practice, you're playing with people playing super fast and they don't care, they're fighting everything. You go for the tournament, everyone is hiding, they're just playing after 45 seconds on the clock. And so there's different situations where you kind of only experience in tournaments, and for that we need to play more.
I have one final one from my side. Would be you're facing the Mongols in Rio last time as well, and of course Furia have played them on Katowice earlier. New lineup again, couple of new players coming in. Is there any, maybe did you see anything different in the way they're playing this time around?
I think they play good CS, and to my understanding, they have a couple set of strategies that they keep bringing them in, and they change one or another, and they keep sending them out. And if you fail, it's gonna work. Like the Insana House Pop on Inferno, I couldn't get the first shot, boom, it's gonna work. There's another round where they try to Molotov the entrance on B side Inferno, and they try to run it by. And I already had this on my mind because I prepared for the on Imperial not too long ago. So I had my flash head on red CT spawn. So they have those small tricks and those small plays that they keep bringing in. And if you have no idea what they're doing, which wasn't the case, we had a lot of info on how they're playing, or you fail the first part of the defense, they're going to get you in. And they're playing some solid CT side as well. I think they're adapting, playing different styles, baiting for each other super well. It's being a little bit harder to hit them.
Final question before we wrap up with you,
I was thinking about the first map, and there's many situations where you guys like ran out of time. It felt from our side when we were watching that the comms were not on point. Either somebody was over-communicating or somebody was not communicating enough. Was that the case, or what was it? Because the clock seems to be like, you know, you were not looking at it like you usually should.
Yeah, no, so from a situation, for example, on the 15-13, I think we had the game right there. Our main idea was to execute B at the end of the round with the Molotovs and stuff. They didn't have economy to hold that out. But for that to happen, we needed to pressure B. And I think around 110, 115, they did a kit to retake car. And we should have pressured them faster, so they have to throw another nades. But we didn't do it. We took like 25 or 30 seconds to react to that. And once that is gone, then now you're up with 35 seconds, you have to choose something. And the choice wasn't great.
I'll give you a little secret. After that retake on top banana, they had another full kit on the guy on B. He had a smoke.
Yeah, so we had to go through that and keep pressuring them.
Yes,
that's just to win time, you know, and we didn't read that. But those are situations that within time is going to be easier for people to adapt. And I told my people to pressure, but they don't really understand it because they're not really ready to exactly this type of round, because we just got together. For Imperial, for example, this type of round we have gone through so many situations, and that would be a little bit easier. So there's so many of those details that you add pressure, sometimes it's tricky. So we failed ourselves that on that round, and we could have been a different series if we won the first map as well.
Thank you so much for chatting to us. Unfortunately, we say goodbye to you now. But I also did see your skit. We all saw your skit at the halftime break. So you have a career in acting when you finally decide to retire.
That was amazing.
It was very good.
I have to check it out. Yeah, that's pretty cool, guys. Thanks for cheering.
Are you going to do a shout out to your sponsor as well now?
Yeah, thank you. Here? Yeah, that's I can only do that on videos. But the thing is, thanks everyone for cheering. For the Brazilian community, thanks for supporting us. Just the beginning. You know, it's a long run for us. We got to be together for a good time. So we got to go through the experiences, and it's great to have your support. Thanks for all the sponsors and everyone cheering for us, my family, and thank you guys for helping us here and having a show. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fallen. There we go. Obviously saying goodbye to Furia, but the Mongols, they are progressing to the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
What a legend Fallen is, right?
Also want to point out
I love that he
one
was
thing.
willing to do that interview after getting knocked out of the competition. Not something that you would normally get.
And
from
reveal all these like things that we wanted to know, right? He wasn't really like, you know, particularly, you know, timid to say what was wrong. He was just explaining everything that went, you know, not their way, I guess. And people need to appreciate that, and it's just a
If you look at the expectations that's been set for this team, myself included, right? You look at the core of Serato and Yuri, and then now you have Fallen coming in with a whole different system. I feel like there are a lot of expectations from all of us, from everyone else watching, but for themselves, you just look at the demeanor after losing that game. They seem to be, okay, we lost. It's all right. They seem to have much lower expectations than everyone else had. And you can clearly see in the server, they're not there yet. They're not ready yet. And I think Fallen hit a very good point where it's like, it's a different thing while you're scrimming. It's a whole different ball game when you're playing in a tournament. That's a absolute fact if you ever played CS.
That's a Fallen presence right there. Like, he had so many tournaments, you know, in his career. He has difficult losses, you know, victories, everything up and down, and he knows how to deal with this, you know, and how to make the team deal with this kind of situation. So that's why the demeanor was like very, you know, classy for somebody who was eliminated, you know, at the last place at the tournament. So, well, nearly last place. But overall, I mean, Furia just didn't show enough. We can say that. at least for the first event, they have Pro League coming in and God knows what else. But so we have to see and wait a little bit more to see if this was the right move or not.
I was going to say this though, like, I mean, I'm a fallen simp, don't get me wrong, but this is not good from Furia. They didn't perform well at the major. They haven't performed here. They are going to have to change some stuff up because Brazilian Counter-Strike is, and those fans are rough. They're not going to be okay with this. They're going to want improvements.
I'm going to give them a little bit of time. Like, we have EPL and everything coming up, right? So I'm not going to be writing them off right now. We still didn't see anything with K-Star and Yuri. Once the system maybe finally clicks into place, things should be good. I want to talk more about the Mongols.
We probably should because they are progressing to the group stages of IEM Cologne. This is an exciting time for them.
This was the second only overpass they've played with this lineup. The one game they had was against another Mongolian team where they won 19-16. That's it. And they just destroyed Fallen's team on their map pick, which is a map that Fallen usually enjoys. And what I liked here was there was nothing too fancy. There's nothing too crazy. Solid, fundamental Counter-Strike. The T-side especially, just the way they were working together in a group. And their trading might be some of the best trading I've seen in the past 3 days. It's like every fight they take, someone dies, an insta-trade coming in. I want to actually take a look at the numbers maybe later on after this segment, but it's just so impressive how they've nailed the basics of CSGO.
It's confidence. I feel like when it comes to trading, is there like, you know, budget version of Heroic, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, they did a very good job. And like I said, confidence after the first map, you can see that they were like hyped to go into battles. Like we said, like they're not afraid to take the fights to Furia whatsoever. Not a single, it doesn't matter if it's 13-13 or 15-13, they're just going to go for it. And that's something that not many teams can do. Yes, they're, you know, still underdogs. They're probably not going to make it to the playoffs. And we can tell those stories, but they made a statement here again after Katowice, even with the new lineup. So we need to respect that.
One of the players that made a statement, of course, is our Air Force AM High player of the match. It is Blitz. He had an epic day today. He's going to be very happy.
And the fact is, this particular guy, he's not just, you know, one of the highest rated players in almost every single game they seem to play, but also the IGL, right? I feel like the calling is very, very well done. I think they're a very well-drilled team, like Fallen pointed out as well. They has a very good, nice pocket strats. But individually, everyone seems to share the load. Blitz, of course, he had a lot of highlight moments. He was a highest rated player on Inferno. You go to Overpass, the couple of players which we kind of point towards as not really carrying their weight as much, like Hasteka and Mazinho, the new kid on the block, 16-year-old kid. They were having so many multi-kill clutch moments coming in on Overpass. So it's great to see how it's not, you know, one or two people being the star players, so to speak, but as a unit working together and getting the win.
Exactly, I agree 100%.
How are they going to do in the group stages, though? Because I do worry a little bit about this team. I like them. I like what we've seen. I don't know.
Listen, if we're going to be forgiving to so many of these new teams and new lineups coming in saying, hey, they got knocked out, it's because they got in 2 new players. This is their LAN debut with 2 new players.
Listen, I don't care how
Who's done that? I have not been forgiving to anyone.
Quite a lot of people are.
I don't care. They made a statement here right now, and that's what matters to me. You know, the young team like this, unknown team like this, or I guess semi-unknown.
Comparatively unknown,
yeah. Made it to the main, you know, main event, not the main event, but group stage of the IEM Cologne. It means a lot. It means for the Asian scene as well. It means for them particularly, personally. So I'm not, even if they go like super last, if they played 2 bad games, nobody can say anything because they played.
And look at the teams they have actually played against. That Mouse game on Nuke, double overtime with Torshi dropping 50 kills. And we saw how Mouse are playing right now. They're playing amazing CS, right? Wow. And it completely dismantled into the breach. And also against Furia, sure, close first map, Overpass was them all throughout. They've played great CS, and I think they might even go reasonably deep. Maybe not playoffs, but if they get a couple more wins, I'll be very happy.
The groups are very stacked, that's the problem.
That's very
The groups are
very
stacked. That's what I'm concerned about. But they've got through. That is a big step for them. They've progressed into the group stages, and they're going to be joined by one other team. We don't know yet if it will be Apex or OG. We are going to find out a little later. That is our final game of the day. But right now, we're going to take a break. We'll see you in a little bit.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my God! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Oh, goes for the no-scope. Minio ready. And what are they supposed to do now? Naf is gone. Rainwaker late. Nice one from the MP9 at range. And yeah, just trying as hard as he might to try and find that headshot. But 9, they are making a real T-half out of this. You said 6 at the high end, Chad. Here they are.
Yeah, and maybe even 8 available here. So this has been great grit from 9. Pistol, remember, they're first in the series thus far. And then losing round number 3 to some saved second round guns, it felt, oh, maybe a sinking feeling for 9 here. We talk about the pressure. Well, we're not there just yet until we see how close they get to that magic number of 16. But they're setting themselves up in a perfect position. This has been a great T-half.
Good to see Kyler on the board as well. You can see Hades giving him the fist bump and keeping it all smiles. This is a half to be proud of and a team effort. Economical from Liquid. Nikinda caught out. Not nice from Minio. Will find himself another frag, and there's a whole lot more where that came from. OC nice on the P250, the perfect weapon for the trade, and now leaves with an AK. Into B, wide open. And so a 7-7 scoreline, imminent.
Still being diligent about this, right? Minio only saw OC, so they're not sure where the final 2 players may reside. Making sure they're using all that utility. Why the hell not? You're going to have enough money to buy everything you need and more into the next round regardless. So confirmed now as the bomb will go down over towards that B bomb site. A chance to maybe recenter themselves here, Liquid. Great guns from them. They managed 6 consecutive, denying the bomb going down time after time. But the round that they lost to get them back in it was that bit of a blunder over towards Monster with the timing and the push and the smoke, the Tech 9, the opening kill into Rainwaker, and then
that was
like the floodgates have opened.
That was K. K's intuition as well as Rainwaker's reload, but yeah, it did open the floodgates to a real valid T-haul. I mean, this is going to be potentially even a 1 out, as you discussed. They got 8 in their first overpass comeback on that T side. Well, already boasting 7. It seems like it wasn't necessarily just a fluke. Comfortable on this T side and well recovered, as Chad has highlighted. It wasn't necessarily looking to be shaping up that way.
Okay, they've got 2 kits here for the final round of play here, Team Liquid. So just trying to discuss who has exactly what. Need to keep that in mind for the next minute and 55 seconds as we stare down the barrel of round 15 here. Remember, elimination or progression on the line. One of these teams will be eliminated from IEM Cologne 2023. The other will join some heavy hitters in that group stage, who I'm sure are watching idly by, seeing this bloodshed go down. Heaven smoke from Hades here. It's just going to be the Bigo.
Realizing it's a bit of a relief. One of these is not going to be there at the groups. Rainwaker 1. Goofy the response. Naf safe and covered by the smoke. Nikinda still occupies the site. Naf's getting sprayed on down, flashes through, turns it nicely, but it's still Goofy. Filling the feed, an awful lot is Goofy. High impact. Multiple times, multiple rounds on this B-bomb site. He's made it his own. OC alone. Final round of this half, and it's shaped up nicely. 9 to leave with the lead. Coming into that break. OC. 2 to find, likely double peak. Never mind, Minio, precise. 9, boasting 8 rounds on the attacking side in this final map. 1 spot, 2 teams, and 1 final half. Stay tuned. series. 2 teams and only 1 can secure themselves a spot in the top 16. The group stage of Cologne awaits for just 1. And the last time we had a Polish majority roster in the top 16 at Cologne was 2017. Yes, indeed, it has been a while between Drinks Virtus Pro, of course, legendary roster such as Taz, Neo, Pasha, Snacks, and Bialy. Well, these are the Padwans to those Jedis. They are back and they are most definitely fragging. Let's see if Nine's fantastic T side will lead to securing and making history for Polish Counter-Strike.
Yeah, they're going to have to slay one of their demons here, which is the pressure getting to 9 in moments like this. Hades. An exchange of information early over towards the T steps, but a silent assault from Liquid as they creep forward. Patsy close towards the fountain. The other 3 working on long as Naf locks down connector here. You can see that slither gap being held from Naf very tight in case of a push and still keeping it quiet. Note OC's utility here. We have a molly, a smoke, a flash, and Naf, well, he's got one left over as Hades is spotted again. They have to run him down. That is the bomb forward to the pack, and Rainwaker gets the opener. Hades not happy with that.
He had a couple of chances. Rainwaker will punish for
Maybe not ready for Kyler here, Alex.
They may not be. Patsy is now aware. Double swing, make it triple. OC is the one responsible for putting one between his eyes as it's Minyo. Wow. Every member of Liquid, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed into the pistol.
Goofy could do something ungodly here. Not like that. I thought the door would swing into his face, not the other way round.
Different way of doing it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay.
8-8.
Okay.
The door swings open and you're there with Julies and they come running out one at a time.
Oh no, I think we've seen those moments
before, right?
Many a time.
Okay, so it wasn't just me.
No, I definitely got the same kind of tingle, but it didn't involve him opening the door to 4 of them.
Hello, everybody.
Hi. Oh, it's a party. Oh, I wasn't invited. I'm sorry. I'll leave. And yeah, after Hades' couple of real near misses on those taps, he just overstayed his welcome, and Rainwaker punished him for it. So yeah, nice start for Team Liquid. They will take so 1 pistol from 9 over 6.
Yeah, that ain't the best of odds.
Not the greatest ratio.
Fast beat.
And look at this, a boost on the sandbags might catch someone off guard. It's not going to be Yakinda, but it will be actually over the smoke sprayed on down.
They're going to boost.
This is unusual. The CT's boosting into the now taken B-bomb site. Liquid aware of the threat, seemingly from their post-plant positions.
Well, they have another Famous in the hands of Hades here, but
now it's a nice open plant as well.
Like, yeah, I really don't think you're getting into this round. They're continuing to push as well, so the more space they take.
No time for this.
No, just looking for damage, I suppose, but they might go down here. More kills coming through. Kyler's going down with the ship, that is for sure, but the other 2 with the Famai are going to get very far away. There's Kyler's death, and Rainwaker only had a P250, so he'll take that upgrade. Another round for Liquid, sure. Pistol with a conversion, but a very costly one. And I think, wow, you don't see that happen very often, do you? So 9 are now going to be able to get into a full gun round after forcing into the second. So 2 M4s, 2 Famouses, 1 MP9, smattering of utility, not a single defuse kit. They're going to want to make sure they keep this one competitive here. He's trying to play for some info, but he's going to get caught in no man's land, and that is the scavenged back MAC-10 at range, removing a rifle. And I start to worry here a little bit if I'm 9. I understand they did a great job with all the damage in the previous. It was good with the kills. It was nice to watch. You go for this buy round, you lose this, the hole becomes extremely deep.
Yeah, more of a gaping chasm. Is when you take a look at the last 2 deaths Hades has conceded as well. You know, this in terms of the frustration will be definitely building.
And he's, you know, their top performer.
Yeah.
Former Ents Orpa, and was with Ents at Cologne last year when they placed 13th to 16th. I'm sure he'd be looking for returns to the group stage.
Oops. Bit of a flub smoke there from 9. Could be exploited, and yeah, I think it will be. Yakinda's like, you didn't want us to walk through this pipe, but now we will. And now one man about to clash with 3 members of Team Liquid imminently.
It's lucky they're only going to lose an MP9 here, right? It's not one of the rifles, so... Goofy, what do you got for us?
He's got nothing.
Perfect timing. As Yakinda rounds the corner, Patsy above, making sure at very worst a trade is available. So good counter-strike there from Liquid, and we'll be getting themselves up to the double digits. I wonder, how much are they going to hunt here? Well, apparently not enough. Naf not clearing his corners. They take away some of these guns. That's going to be key here. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much of a chase. So with the loss bonus where it's at and the fact that they're saving, they could buy again. So good management of the economy here for 9.
Yeah, making the best out of a bad situation on that one.
We have just lost Hades from the server temporarily here. Just taking a look over. Maybe just going for a quick little restart. But there you have it. Okay, well, starting to heat up now. 9 finding themselves in a bit of hot water. Now, this isn't the... It's so hard to kind of peel apart now being in the moment.
Well, I've already created a whole narrative in my head about this Hades conversation. He's had 2 nasty deaths in a row. Now his PC stopped working. So he's either going to be super mad and he's going to start dropping dirty frags, or he's going to be tilted off the face of the planet and be packing his suitcase tonight.
Yeah, that's
I'm just giving you the narrative, okay?
No,
that's the personal Hades narrative.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You know, changing res,
now
changing
my game's
sense.
crash, and then he's going to come back in. He's going to have weird money. They'll have to do another restart, you know.
But this is where, when you look at this team, right, and in terms of internally how a lot of these squads work, only after time do we get to hear, right? Well, I'm sure maybe Taz at home could maybe send us a quick message and say, yeah, this guy's moody, or this guy's this, or this guy's that. But they definitely need someone to be the beacon of hope or that light to get them through when times get tough. And this is where boys can become men if you can pick up a big series like this with the pressure on. So deep breath, refocus, get back in the server as we do see Hades
everyone looking at the screen like, dude, I've got this round in my head. I'm still in the zone. Would love to stay there as soon as possible.
And that's why, you know, we've seen teams in the past. Some players will meditate. They'll close their eyes. They'll make sure they can keep themselves in that moment. Hades is usually
one of them, actually. We've seen him do that multiple times. I think actually at the start, remember we had Naf making his adjustments. Hades was just kind of focused on his meditative state.
And if you've just joined IEM Cologne play-ins of 2023, where the hell have you been? But more importantly, we can give you a rundown in this technical timeout about what's gone on. So we opened up with the best of ones on day number 1. 9 took on OG on Overpass, brought it back on the T side, managed to scoop that game up 19-17 to set them up with the best of 3 to progress towards that group stage against Fnatic. They fell 0-2 to the new Fnatic roster, featuring Afro and Dexter alongside of Crims, of course, Mezzy back in the star fragging role, and Roy as well, looking like he's been hit in the deathmatch. Liquid's run. They started with a loss to Astralis, back-to-back, actually. You move from Copenhagen to Cologne and still copping the L's, and then took on Big, and they managed to get through in a labored 2-1 victory against Big with a stand-in. Were made to work, and are now here with one final opportunity to take down the Polish side 9. Only one of these 2 teams will be able to advance, the other eliminated here today. We still have one more game coming up here tonight on the main stream. NIP taking on Imperial coming up next, and we'll have Apex versus OG on that secondary stream. Elimination or progression available for all of these names, as we did lose Furia a little bit earlier, falling to the Mongols.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see if Tata Nito can continue to
well
deliver.
done.
Thank you. I want to practice.
It's a new one. We are going to need some practice.
Yeah, Tata.
What if it's Chachanito?
Yeah, well, it's certainly better than Kaka.
Yeah, well, we'll do our best.
We can only do our best. That's all we can do. Let's go. Smoke onto the monsters to slow them down, and it does seem like there's a different game plan into this one.
They didn't fully invest.
Yeah, I was about to say how little nades there are. This must have just been what was left over.
Well, if you want to play full CT side overpass, which includes a Hades Orb, if you went for another dropped gun round, he's not going to get his primary weapon. And then you're going to be operating in rifle-only setup. So I do like this decision, but it can still be dangerous for Liquid. How much can 9 get out of this?
Minio caught out. Nice find. And Kyla onto Waker. Hades' frustration continues as this is getting a little bit interesting for Kyla's toilet hold. He needs another bullet. Would love another frag.
Good
Patsy
damage.
lives on. 21 is what he has to work with.
Still worrying signs now for Liquid. This was never going to be a walk in the park unless your name's Naf. You've come up long, you've got the space, and right now you're going to have to take some more to get the information for your team. Okay, back over towards B to investigate, highlighted here. And Goofy tucked in tight with this MP9.
Feels like it would take a Liquid fumble at that point. You're looking at the weapon Goofy's working with and the angle. Unless...
I do like this here.
Yeah.
So they have util from long against this gamble stack, but 9 can win this round. They've got
Now
the players in the right place.
This is perfect. If a little bit of a distraction, Goofy needs one at range with this MP9. Already spots one. Now the clear. Naf contributes and a huge load of pressure relieved.
Well done from Naf there. Okay, he's actually going to give this one a go. A gap found.
Okay.
Even though it's the smallest of, he's got about 14 more seconds to stare at that. Oof, Patsy not far off. Damage is fine here. They're going to buy next round anyway. A kill would be great.
Got him. At least the info no longer has that element of surprise that was favoring him. Oh, man. Naf. Solid. Absolutely solid for Liquid. 11. Now to 8. Let's see how many rounds it takes before we see a 9 CT round on the board. There's the AWP you were waiting for. And so were 9. And so here in round 20, we'll get that full gun round head-to-head, and we'll have an understanding of just how competitive our final map of this series will be.
Feels like it's gotten away from 9 here a little bit, doesn't it? I know it's still early stages. It's only round number 5 of their CT campaign, but I feel like because of the closeness, how they were able to bring these rounds down and do so much damage, they were lured into this false sense of security. They get things done. Naf with an exchange here over towards Sewer. Kay's going to push forward and try and punish, but now that's 2 members of the B-bomb site noted. Patsy needs to be very careful here, and Yakinda finds Kyler trying to get out of connector.
Okay, that's going to force rotations. Patsy onto Goofy, there's more. And he's gotten away. Kay feels robbed after that one. Molotov, Yakinda can acknowledge and just distance himself from it. Already with a heavy advantage. Maybe that Hades AWP could be the difference maker.
There's so many nades though. Liquid should execute here. There's no need just to walk in. Smokes, flashes, everything at the ready as it's changing hands to Patsy, the lowest. He'll stay at the back of the pack.
And the luxury of Naf's lurk here. Interestingly, he goes first. Gets them as many answers as they can. Just as Minio looked away, he strikes, brings him low, and their hopes and dreams of a conversion here, now their priorities change. It's save.
Well, they're about to find that the site's clear here, and Naf, he already has them locked in. Where are they meant to go? They can rip every single rifle away here. Naf ready to take the first of the AWP, but Hades alleviates a whole lot of pressure there. If I'm Liquid, considering the situation of the game, I'm hunting.
Right.
I'm looking to take away a couple of rifles here.
It could make all the difference in a highly competitive game. Audible. K. Found by OC. Still defends his honor. So these 2 frags so far from Hades and K have facilitated a save. Patsy might have Minye, you know.
Yeah, this is the thing. He's really not ready for this. And as he... Oh.
He's gonna see him. Oh, and that low HP does lead to his demise. He toes. Oh, down and so close to glory was Yakinda. 2 on his plate, but time saves them and a timeout called.
4th and final 9 timeout here. And this music, I think it really sets the dramatic tone of the moment that you found yourself at here. Navrock, it's going to be the last time he's going to be able to contribute on the microphone. And if I'm sitting here looking at the finances right now with the max loss bonus, Hades can drop a rifle, K can do the same, Kyler can buy himself. You can purchase, but right now the game is slipping through your fingers. Team Liquid, a newly formed roster, 9, no changes. The hope of Poland here in Cologne. Backs against the wall, and they need to show up right here, right now. This is the pressure moment. This is where they do crumble, they do fall apart, and this is where their story needs to change. If 9 have anything to show us here on Overpass, it needs to be now. And guess what? They haven't gone for the drops. They haven't gone for that full investment. They've hedged their bets here. They know that they will be able to buy again in the next. This is another round that can be scary for Liquid. You need to make a dent, 9.
They do.
Make them sweat.
They've yet to demonstrate an ability to convert. a single defensive round. And these nades, Liquid are having great success with these HEs, just bowling into Goofy and K. Already full control and supremacy of Connector. Swings open the door and wards off Kyler. Another spotted on the jump. Naf has a little bit of a premonition. There's a lot of players here. K doing damage and hunting now. They want to bring the fight, and K, the headshot machine, lays down the law with a double.
That's exactly what they need. They can win this round. Two-man advantage here. This is going to inspire some confidence.
And this is off of that timeout from Navrat. Their last one, their last chance for the coach on the mic in a do-or-die advancement match. And leaves Liquid slow.
B feels like it's a no-go zone, but they've only left Kyler here, and you can see just how far forward he is, playing this gap in the fence for information. Connector towards B is somewhat open. K considering that, spotting it out from the heavens as a fast rotate. You got to be hearing this one, Kyler.
Yep. Rainwaker gave him a little bit too much sound to work with there.
Now they feel locked. Connector and ARP is probably their only way out, and looks like it's going to be a save call. 20 seconds left on the clock, and look towards the big Ks, the special Ks in the server right now. Massive work. And that all came down to Patsy not thinking he'd get disrespected. He took the first exchange over towards Sandbag, and then he pushed out deeper, and nobody had that line. He even overexposed it. He got shot in the back. He's expecting Naf to cover him. There's no cover available there. So Patsy with a bit of an oopsie, giving away that opening kill, and Liquid will give one up. 9 get on the board here with their first CT round, and here it is again, the second beautiful shooting. The first was the gimme, and Kyler here, he seals the deal. It's not the end of the world, and it's not the end of the Liquid finances, but it is the start of something for 9. And this is the round that they were saving for. Right, they had the saved guns, they had some 5.7s, now they have all the rifles out. They have 3 bloody AKs alongside this Hades AWP. Consecutive rounds, essential here for 9.
Rainwaker responsible for being present towards that fountain position, keeps the CTs more humble, no early info flowing. Facilitate a stack, jump for info. Information flows both ways though. As Naf spots out Minio's jump. 2-man setup towards this monster. And they're clearing that mid perimeter now. Patsy and Rainwaker are about to combine.
I feel like this is just going to be the B-go. They haven't taken any bathroom space yet. They haven't even investigated long just yet. So just hoping that there aren't any CTs too far forward for info. Rainwaker might get flashed around the corner, and Yakinda's actually quite bravely glancing towards the bathrooms. I'm not sure if he's trying to show the bomb here and hope to draw a rotation, but either way, as the time continues to tick down, 50 seconds, Rainwaker could be on like a giga lurk here. But with Yakinda joining him, I don't think so. Fighting towards Monster, knowing it isn't that B play just yet. Naf has his hands full. They've rerouted.
Yeah, I don't think they saw enough on that Monster jump and jiggle to cheat a player over. Minio is on his way. Hades looking for trouble and finds it as Rainwaker's gone. A response from Yakinda. Now more action required out of Kyler. A quiet start.
15.
Needs impact. A single frag can make the difference. He does behead the bomb. Issues for Liquid. 10 seconds and counting. The whole squad here to slow you down. And yep, the call has been made. OC wants his AWP. Naf may as well hold on to his if he can. And Minio recovering his teammates. So that is perfect. No harm, no foul. 9. Up to 10.
And it looked pretty chill for 9 throughout. They weren't really pressured across the map. The only moment where it got a little bit dicey was that flash and fight, because you saw the flash of Hades. It was too deep to get Yakinda, but wasn't even well placed enough to get the player deep. He got the kill short. This was it. Flashed out. Bang. You can see Rainwaker swinging off that flash. Yakinda comes out. He grabs, well, not a whole lot, does he? And now it's just a 2-round game, and Liquid, they're going to be out of cash if they lose this one.
Wow, whipping out the boost this late into the game, and no one home. Typically, that requires a bit more of an investment of utility to re-clear here, but it is Yakinda still separate from the pack.
They were very passive last round on A, and now they're a bit more far forward. Look at Kyler just still floating around here with the support of Hades.
Heard that. Bait for the Ooh, Hades didn't quite have the angle of the time. Oh, the reset from Yakinda. And a
What is your calling?
Welcome back to Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. You're watching the B stream and you're about to watch the final game on the B stream for the play-ins because it is Apex up against OG, and we will find out one of them progressing through to the group stages and the other team going home. Of course, earlier we saw Furia head home, the Mongols making it through, so this is going to be an interesting one. I want to get straight into it because Apex's story for me is the best story ever. They had this bad time. They take a break. They don't shuffle, they don't change rosters, they take a break from competitive Counter-Strike to work on what they need to work on. They walk away, they work on it, they come to the major, they are phenomenal. They upset everyone. And now they come here to IEM Cologne where, yes, they've lost their superstar, but I watched them against Astralis. They might have won the game, but hell, they put up one hell of a fight. I just think that they have this amazing like underdog story and makes me believe that there's still hope for all those Counter-Strike players at home dreaming of being on the stage. You don't have to sign with one of the big orgs. You can join Apex and you can get together and off you go.
That was a shot at Apex. You don't have to sign the big orgs and join Apex.
I mean, they're not.
I like how it's a backhanded compliment. Like,
no, I was trying to say a nice thing, boys. I really was.
Good. Okay. I'm going to be positive as well because she's so bubbly and nice. Yes, what I liked a lot from Apex in this tournament so far, you lose JL. They get in Sasanito. I do believe that's how you pronounce his name correctly.
Yes.
Sasanito.
I can't
and
say
he has
it,
been fantastic. He's been slotting into Jail's positions, which is not something he used to play on Blue Jays back then. And they've looked good. They lost to Astralis. The final map, they could have had it. But then again, it's against a pretty solid Astralis.
What is interesting for me here is that Apex, this is their second big LAN event. They played, obviously, the major, the Challenger Stars, the RMR and everything that came after that. We know the story, the semifinals and everything, that happened there. Now this is their second big event, right? They, like you said, they could have beaten Astralis there. They didn't. It was a close game. They are the favorites here. So they're in an up kind of swing trajectory. It's just they're doing really well. And the most important thing, they made the right changes. They pick the right people for their team, and this is what got them into this position.
This is the thing. It's their second. It's just a magical story. I don't understand why I'm the only one that's like this excited about the Apex dream that could potentially be alive. And I suppose it's because on the other side there is OG, who I think they've looked meh. That's the only word I can use to describe. I know they beat Complexity, but Complexity looked horrible. They just looked meh.
This is one of the most, I think everyone said it, they're the most disappointing, the most mid, as the Zoomers say nowadays, Kassad, lineup changes, so to speak. And look at the results, by the way. Now, it can be forgiven, it's their opening. It's a debut with a massive lineup change overall. And yes, they beat Complexity reasonably convincingly yesterday. But apart from that, it's just been, I don't even have expectations.
Yeah, it's very hard to, put a finger on them and say, this is this type of team, right? They're really their identity is they're always floating somewhere. You can't really say they're bad, but you cannot really say they're good. They're just somewhere in between, and they're just floating with these kind of lineups. You don't really know what's happening, but they signed so many players right now. Yeah. One of them was Regali, who is the prospect, the offer and everything, but it's just not looking like they want it to look.
Yeah, and this is something I wanted to touch on as well. Firstly, both these two teams don't ban Nuke, so I was waiting to see who's going to blink first. They're going to float Nuke. Obviously, one of them should be banning it out in the second phase. You can see the immediate Anubis ban coming up from OG, because that's a map that Apex looked phenomenal on. But for me, again, the question mark I have is, apart from Mirage, where they look pretty solid, they have looked pretty solid in previous iterations as well, Kassad. I don't even know what other map that OG, where I could be like, hey, maybe they have a chance here.
That's the problem. The problem that they have right now, that Apex Mirage is not bad at all. I know Jaken for 6-7 years right now, and that's his favorite map, and that's his best map, And the other players, obviously, you can work with other players, and I know that for example, Tsatsanito always loves that. The teams that he played, like Blue Jays, is they're all right, and they're familiar with the map. It's going to be a problem for OG unless they win this map, but it's not going to be easy.
I do like one
thing.
And
the decider is Overpass.
Yeah, I do like one thing which OG did. They're obviously the underdogs. They know this as well. They didn't panic. They're like, okay, Apex has to ban out Nuke at one point. The thing is, Apex used to play Nuke, like I think like 6-7 months ago. They had a couple of nukes played over there. So it would have been kind of crazy if Apex did float it through as a deciding map.
Why would you float
But
it
why
to
would
your
you? Why would
favorite?
you?
Like, why would you pull off FaZe? You know, in Rio, was it?
Okay, let's forget about that one.
Yeah, we'll never forget about it. When you're a favorite, you need to play on your strengths. Like, just remove the risks and possibilities as much as you can, and just go with your strengths, and that's how you end up in a group stage.
I do feel like I was a bit unfair earlier with RG because I said meh, but I expect.
No, you were very fair.
No, but I want to say like I was.
That is accurate. That is accurate.
I know, but there is a part of me where there was some signs of hope against complexity.
No backpedaling, Sam. It is what it is.
I feel bad. Like, sometimes I feel bad because I'm like, they work so hard to get you, and then I'm just like, meh. But the truth is, there were some moments against complexity yesterday where there were glimmers, maybe glimmers of hope. They did some creative stuff, so maybe they're starting to feel a little bit more confidence in the server.
I do want to talk about like the other guy. I want to talk about Sazzanito.
Okay, let's talk about him.
Can you say that, Sazzanito?
Sazzanito.
Kassad knows for a fact.
Is it Italian? I don't know.
It's not Italian. It's like Sazzanito.
But Sazzanito. It sounds
Kassad knows for a fact I can't say it because I was practicing off air.
The thing is like with this guy is that he came from Balkan region. He was the next talented player in that region, right? We had Madden, who was the last one. Obviously, the Bulgarians had a couple of players there, and then there was no one. Right. Before that was like, there was obviously Nico and Hunter and X and all these players, then Madden, and then it was him. He didn't get the chance to go to any kind of team. He went for that North American as a stand-in. He was in Pro League, but he was on a tryout for Ents. He didn't make it, and then for him it was like this was a perfect opportunity. He has a history with Kixan, and they play together in that team. So overall, he did perform well, right? He was the best player. Yeah.
He's a 1.13 rating for his team, highest rated player. In a game which he lost against Astralis as well. He's been phenomenal, and what I love most is like he's filling in directly into JL's shoes, and might I say, based on a very small sample size, doing even better than JL has in certain moments.
Listen, okay, I'll give you that.
In certain moments.
This, yeah, okay. But he's a talented player. He has raw skill. He's fine, right? He was the next talent in Balkan region. Can he perform over time? We'll see, right? But what we saw yesterday and the day before, it was quite good.
We do actually have Banks with with Cuban and the boys from Apex, so let's find out what they had to say.
The pressure is certainly on in this game, but you're a man who knows how to deal with pressure. But we're looking at your team right now, and Tassanito, when he came into this team, he shone yesterday. He looked great in fantastic shape. But I want to see around the roles and positional changes and just how you've had to accommodate him into the team.
Yeah, that's true. He played yesterday pretty good. Maybe the numbers are even not showing, but in terms of communication and bringing ideas, he had a lot of impact on.
He was loud.
Yeah, I mean more of 3v3 situations. He was coordinating all of the rotations, and it's not just frags. He brought way more than this yesterday. And in terms of roles on every map, first of all, we tried to put him into Justina's roles in the beginning. I mean, mostly he's playing them, but it's also a factor that I don't want Jacob to change all of his roles because he's 29 and was playing all of his life the roles he has right now.
Yeah.
But still, I want to make it challenging for him. If he wants to, keep his spot in the team for longer, he also has to learn a couple of new roles. So we are slowly bringing Zaza into the roles of Yod, and making like a slow replacement because, of course, Jacob cannot play forever. Yeah. And like in 2 or 3 years, he will be replaced as well. So, yeah, just slowly changing and teaching Zaza of how to play the game for our team. And, yeah, just this.
By the way, I'm happy Cuban's also getting this wrong because we are struggling on the desk as well, but it is Sassanito. We're going with that for now, and we'll try to get it absolutely perfected throughout all of this. I want to also talk about comfort in your team right now because this is only the second big event for the organization, but you've got a mix of experienced players and then some with less experience. How much do these type of events mean to you, and how motivated do you feel the guys are?
Obviously, for all of us, what it means the most is to compete on the highest level. I would say it's not about winnings or like rankings. It's about competing against each other and looking at each other's face after the game and just knowing that we have won the game, even though they thought that we are the weaker team in this matchup. So yeah, this is the feeling, and of course beating the franchise teams from the leagues. This is good feeling, and us making it more stable, securing our top 10 rankings, which guarantees us tournament invitations or playing close qualifiers at least. This is a huge relief for a team like ours.
Well, I like your mentality. I like what you got to say. Let's see if we like what they do in the game. Apex going into the game next.
Cuban did it PC. He said the franchise teams versus My Way, which was the big orgs. So
Yes.
there we go. I'll take lessons from that, coach. I liked a lot of what he had to say there, saying like it's just important for them to look at each other, be excited, play good Counter-Strike. There's like a lot of positivity coming out of the Apex camp.
Yeah, that's important if you're in the kindergarten, but
Oh, Kassad.
it's like, he said something like,
Yesterday during Greyhound, you made a whole thing about how sad they all look. So then when I make it, you're like, oh, well, it's
no,
kindergarten.
it's fine, but like, he said something like, it's not about winning. What is it about?
It's about winning.
It's all about winning.
Look, he's just being nice. He's just speaking nicely.
It's interviews. No one ever tells the truth in those
Exactly. That's why I'm angry. That's why people hate me.
I mean, you put stuff all the time anyway.
Well, yes.
Literally
Anyway.
just yelling in the green room half the time. Anyway, getting back to the game, Kassad, go on.
No, the thing is, like, we saw the maps and the game. Like, I look at the veto again, and it's like I feel like Apex won that veto heavily.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. Like Mirage is the only map that OG seemed kind of decent on, right? And then Inferno, I think, was a pick from Apex. They won that 6 in a row right now.
Yeah.
They're not losing.
So they're feeling well there. They're going to be good on Mirage. So I don't see a world where OG loses Mirage and they can win the game overall. Yeah. So they are in kind of forced, they're kind of pressure situation where they need to win that first map at their own pick so they can secure maybe an overpass and try to like kind of get into the group stage.
So if OG wants to win this, it's got to be a 2-1 scoreline.
I don't see them
for
winning
them.
Inferno. Actually, I don't even see them winning a map in all honesty.
Oh, well, there we go. So we're going with Apex 2-0.
Yeah,
Yes.
Apex 2-0.
Yes.
Absolute faith in Stricko and his men.
I'm so excited about this team, and you know how this works with the analyst desk, because their predictions are normally wrong, and I feel like you might just be popping my balloon.
I don't know who you're talking about. I never get it wrong. I said Mongols going to win earlier today. They won.
Fair enough. Well, we're going to find out. We are getting into game. It is OG up against Apex. One of these teams is progressing through to the group stages, and the other team is going home. Hawker and Bardolph, have you covered for map number 1?
Thank you very much. I love the faith that we're seeing in the likes of Apex, a team that's on the rise. And OG, the big question mark, this new look OG. Last time you and I saw Regali, he had some great output for the squad, and he will need to go up against a cerebral Apex.
Yeah, let's see how this pistol gets underway for OG. Mirage, normally their big strength. It's Naxa back calling for the squad now, and in this pistol, they're trying to crunch on mid, and it's looking good initially. Keto has got the initial kill. Still plenty more CTs sitting behind, though. Keto with another kill through connector, finally traded. While there are players making their progress towards the A bomb site, and with those smokes up, have to assume the bomb will be planted shortly.
Stiko creeping with a kit. Fiku just killing time, making it as painful as possible. More ways than one. Looking to finish off the job with the P250. Such a waste of Kixon's time. He needs a reload as well, loses position. OG win the round. And indeed, you heard the comments from the desk with regards to OG and people finding it difficult to place where OG are in the food chain. Maybe they'll find stability with this new roster now. Flames has got big shoes to fill, having left the squad. Quite the standout for OG he was. We'll see who shines brightest in this series.
Force buy is there for Apex. I heard the desk hoping that Sasanito would be the man to deliver. We have got the beats out in this round, but Keto looking so clean right now. He has been one of the standouts for OG on this new look lineup. Maybe taking a few more star roles. Been good to see him having a few pop-off performances. And this investment from Apex has netted them nothing.
Yeah, this is pretty dry thus far. Only 2 kills. Means big pressure on the first buy round. That'll help a little. See if Kixon can save his Kevlar. Will be a lot of money rescued. Next he'll try to take that away, perhaps. Yeah, promising start from OG, and again, it's very interesting to see where both of these squads are at present. So much to be learned in this series, and again, a place at Cologne group stage on the line. If there's one tournament you want to be at, I believe it to be this.
Yeah, and it's nice that for Apex, the way they can get here is by just upping their placings in the world rankings. That's how they got to this point, because of those previous results. So it really allows the door to be opened. If you start finding some success, you can qualify for these events, come to the play-ins stage of Cologne and show everyone what you're made of. Kixan's bought the M4 here. He's going to get boosted, and that would have been a great fight against the Mac 10, but it's not one he's been able to find. Meanwhile, Regali taking point. That's an easy follow-up, and this A site is crumbling quickly.
Kixon loses this duel, then I think the chances are a wrap. At this point, is it early to consider saving? Still moving into position. But again, that is a big investment. We saw some hero rifles bought in eco rounds in the prior series as well. Perhaps part of the goal just to take that pressure off with the lack of kills they've got so far. Apex, a team with a lot of attention to detail. Stiko's YouTube channel is definitely worth a subscription. Strongly suggest those of you at home have a look at that. A strong mental has put Apex in these positions, and often why they succeed as well. Looking for their first round though. So far so good for OG. Always nice to win the pistol and convert afterwards, and they've certainly done that.
Nice angle from Nork, and Bob helps him out, blowing the Galil back into his hands. So that'll be something for Apex to work with. And obviously nice that Kixan, after investing, gets to hold on to that M4. Means that the buy should be very solid here for Apex. Looks like that Galil will be sent into the hands of Stiko, who takes a lot of the more supportive roles for this Apex team. And that AWP is also out for Nork. He's maybe been a bit underwhelming so far at this event. Would like to see more from the sniper. That's a miss that you can't really afford to have, and Fiku makes him pay.
Yeah, went back to the well one too many times. It's a big loss at the beginning of the round for Apex. Still looking for their first, of course. Very early 5-on-4 for OG. Position in mid. Lurker towards A. And plenty of time. Minute 20 with the bomb in the middle of mid to be collected later. And so OG will consider their options. Apex will have to wait for the most part. Sassanito moving up that short position. Just a one flash for the squad. Got to be careful with the barrel of his gun as well. Nexa may have already seen him with that silencer. Stiko's been lost in the meantime. 3 remain. Nexa's gone too far on this occasion. OG looking to collect themselves towards that A bomb site, but now the numbers are even. Jacob making a difference, and all those advantages for OG have disappeared, save for the utility advantage. Now, if Kixon's teammates could run distraction for him, he could be very instrumental indeed, but Jacob has been deleted by Keto, and Regali will deliver as well. Sassanito now on the rotation, but Fiku has the angle, holding down 2 jobs, looks to his right, drop from his left. Instantly going for the rotation. Is there a kit on the site for Sassanito? Moving towards CT, very close to that angle. Keto should have a jump on him and will do enough to keep the clean sheet for OG.
Got a little sweaty when Nexa got caught over on short, and they lose that player in Connector who came through towards stairs, or came through towards jungle, I should say. But OG still able to come out on top after those further players take the bomb site. And it is a little bit of a slow start for Apex. Not seeing the standout performances from any of their individuals so far. So a timeout taken early just to make sure this doesn't spiral out of control too quickly. This is a real real shame at the start of the round. Nork had the opportunity, and I feel like if he lands that initial pick, he might just drop back and be happy in the 5-on-4. But going for the repeat ends up not paying off, even with the flashbang to try and help him. And Kito's been farming at the start of this one. 9 kills already. I think he's the last German representation we have left here at Cologne.
No challenge for mid just yet, though. Sassanito is having a butcher's hook from this boosted short position. Look at this angle from Fiku. Nasty. Showed a bit of elbow, then suddenly a monstrous headshot. Don't know, there's more work to be done in that short position. See if Jacob can even the numbers once again. As I say that, he'll do exactly that. Kicks in here as well. 3-on-3, minute 10 on the clock. Quito lurking by Palace. Stiko trying to hide in plain sight. Jacob's urgency rises once more. Spots the bomb. Stiko stays alive. He knows that bomb carrier is low. Focused on it. Oh, Nork was so close to a shot there. But now Regali knows exactly where he is. Takes one in the face, though. They know Nex is last. They know Nexa is low. But it's 1 versus 2. That'll split the CTs. Will he be heard by Nork? Goes past the window. He thinks the bomb site is free. And his frag might be free for Nork at the end. Let's go. Apex are on the board.
Yeah, and trying to get a little hyped up, trying to get themselves into this game after that first round win. Good to see Nork able to rotate over in time. And that's despite OG getting off to a decent start with Fiku doing some work early. But Apex able to bounce back. Hear the cheers from across the hall. Now, OG generally like a lot of these faster plays. We might see one of those here, although the bomb's been left behind. So even as they make their way up mid and set up outside A, they maybe don't want to go for a quick play here.
Next, he'll hear these rotations. Here's one stairs, one jungle. We'll communicate that to his team. Doesn't know how risky it is to continue through the smoke, though, but continue he will. Have a look at Kixan. Needs to figure out if he full commits to this. They would be out of position on the B bomb site. Fasha's been dropped in the meantime. A lot of action around at A bomb site, and indeed, especially when you've got 4 players and one has to go back and collect it, makes things ever more awkward. It'll be Regali to collect the objective. As Nexa finds himself top connector. Sassanito lurking in that jungle position. Crossfire with Jacob. Starts to wonder about this ramp position. Quito will be seen by the jumping player in CT. Nexa, can he find the right timing? He's got to play off of this distraction, but he's not striking just yet. There's Sassanito, and down he goes. Can Nexa do more? 3-on-3. Jacob on the site now. Pre-firing Palace and delivering onto Fiku. Blind on the reloads. And it's down to 2 on either side. 35 seconds to go. Bomb on the site. And Kixon makes his way to the ramp position. How much do you OG know about this? Not much by the looks of Regali, about to start planting. But there'll be no plants in this round. Apex string a second together.
Good work from Apex. Just felt like OG set up outside that A site for so long and maybe made it a little obvious what the end goal was going to be. Apex had a pretty good rotation in play. They had time to get the info elsewhere and allow that flank from Kixan. And Jacob doing just enough, getting that 1 kill on the site, keeping the numbers close and ensuring that Kixan can flank. So Apex doing the hard work, the hard graft to get their economy back into a good position and to break the bank of OG in this one.
Swing and a miss from Nork. Press Q before he pressed mouse 1 there. OG on the pistols. There'll be sponges for bullets in this round. Great opportunity for Apex to stabilize their economy. And they'll do exactly that. 1 loss is acceptable as they move forward, closing the gap on OG to 1 now. 3 rounds in a row for them. Just the 1 kill for Stiko so far. Same for Fasha. Fash has been bouncing around a little bit from team to team. See how he settles in on OG.
Yeah, never really felt comfortable on Fnatic, I think it's fair to say, Fasha. I still think his raw aim and raw ability is very good. It's just a case of getting him comfortable in the right team, in the right situation. Also very interested in the clash of styles in this matchup. I feel like OG are a much more loose team. Nexa loves loose calling and quick plays, whereas Apex, I think, will have a little more structure under the leadership of Kixan. And I was waiting to see how long it might be until OG go for an A play out of Spawn. They used to run these A executes all the time. We'll see if this is one of those rounds as Apex themselves push into ramp with a double stack on this position.
Surely Fiku's heard those steps. Question is, how do they deal with them? And what do they understand of it? Did they hear the scope as well? They're going to execute regardless, but there are big frags to be had in this position. Flashes and Nork is forced from his angle. It's going to be somewhat stuck now. Fasher swinging from the ramp position, but Nork will deliver. Stiko's still here as well. And the rest of OG separated by the Molotov. That's slowing the advance, allowing the CTs to start rotating off that B bomb site. Stiko still up high, switching for the rifle. Nork in shotgun mode, going for a quick scope. Not quite happening for him, but Stiko's taken his place in the meantime. Molly's up top. All day check for him properly. Great flash from Kickstand, and Stiko will deliver what's needed. Turning it into a 3 versus 1. Great teamwork by Apex.
Stiko deserves the props for that one. That's exactly what you want from your player anchoring the A bomb site. Reliable multi-kills, reliable stalling. And of course the flash certainly helps, but as soon as he stole that AK, he never looked back here. And OG normally like to run a little more pace, I feel, with those A executes, but that one just slightly more stalled out. Apex were able to deny it. And despite that slow start, Apex have now won 4 in a row, and they look good to make it 5 in a row here against the Pistols.
Fast one into the A-bomb site, more of attrition to get the bomb planted at the very least. And quite a reasonable chance to do that with the smokes they have up. Jacobs found a gap though, and Stiko could lose a very vital position, although Nork is just around the corner. Can they protect the weapon? OG won't go for it. Oh, look at that big swing from Nexa. How they're risking losing the round, Apex. This would be so expensive for them. Just when things started to look good, suddenly becoming very dangerous. 2 of the 3 players with kits, kicks in with a big shot onto Sandwich. There goes the AK-47. The Desert Eagle might be enough though. Fasher baiting around the corner. Is Nexa here to help? This round is surely over already. Fasher's got the knife out. Inviting Jacob to the kitchen. The shadow is where he will fall. A surprising round. They were going for a bomb plant. They took everything away.
There's a little taste of those mechanics from Fasher. Fast adjustment with the D to get both of those kills at the back of the bomb site. And the fact that Stiko just gets glocked was so surprising. That's a fantastic flick though. And at the end, Jacob just out of time. Out of opportunities. Thought Apex were going to take the lead, not the case. And now their economy is in question. They've got to win this round here. Double boost up into B apartments early. Fiku is already in the corner, but Jacob's just going to get the kill onto his teammate and get the hell out of there.
But will they check? Fiku could maybe fall into the bomb site itself. Kixen going to have a quick look now, and Fiku can maybe do even better than this. He'll do exactly that. Both teams with an inch of their economy, but Fiku may have made the master play. How much will Apex invest into this? They have no position on this B bomb site. Stiko's still enjoying the walls of A. Bomb has been planted. Seems like Sassaniso is going fishing. The rest of his team are not though. So maybe he's giving his team more space to save. Great play from Fiku, not showing, letting them fall back. Had no choice really, but taking position and delivering the frags when he needed to.
Fiku's never the flashiest player on the server, but I think he's been a good servant to this OG lineup. I think he's a pretty smart player, plays at quite a few of the tough spots. He's come in, he's done a solid job.
I would say he was overshadowed by Flames in the last lineup.
I think so.
For sure.
Oh, he's dying to the bomb. No, he's good, he's good.
Flames was a magnet for attention with his play style, fast and very reliable. Fiku may be an unsung hero of that former roster. The second kill is the round.
Yeah, even the way he sets up for the player who was jump peeking was just perfect. You saw the crosshair right in the right spot, which can't go underestimated. Even when you hear the steps, you've got to be aiming in the right place. And now Apex with a mishmash of a buy. They've got an AWP and an M4 in the mix, so they can make this competitive. And that's a way to start it. Nork ready for Nexa.
Denied with brutality. Has Fasha been detected getting into this position amongst all the fire? Ropey buy for Apex, but a promising start. Will they put Nork in a forward position in B apartments and rotate some extra personnel over? Keto wondering if Stiko is lurking somewhere. He certainly is. His teammates getting into position in the meantime. Towards that ramp area. Molly is out. He's got something immediately, but there'll be an instant trade. Fiku again. That AWP needs to rotate in now. But OG are down to 3 players. Can Fasha get there in time? He'll call the rotation of that AWP. They could choose to rotate the bomb, but it would be risky. 44 seconds. Big frag from Fasha coming in from the back. Bomb carried to Tetris. Fasha with a second. Numbers are dwindling for Apex. The patience from OG. They understand the urgency of the A players. They know they're surrounded. And the frags are handed to them.
Fasha just got into such a powerful position there. And you saw on his player cam, he was quickly communicating to his teammates, telling them to wait for him to get the kills at CT first. And that just means that OG don't have to worry about the CT position. They can start to look elsewhere on their approach to the A site. Makes it so much easier to get site control. A game of streaks so far. OG got a 4-0 lead. Apex got 4 rounds back. And now OG are back, building up round wins in a row.
Seen very aggressive plays from Jacob around that mid area on the CT side, trying to keep his team in the fight, delivering the goods in rounds earlier on. Now things are looking more dicey. Great presence of mind there from Nork to deliver that frag. Solving the puzzle just in time. 3-round lead for OG then. What will the buy look like for Apex? All of a sudden, they are in the mud and struggling. Great buy for OG, of course. Again, a big focus towards that A-bomb site. 4 of the 5 players there with presence being shown in mid from Nexa. That'll draw the attention of Sasanito and Jacob. Of course, Jacob is in position to aid this A-bomb site as well. Sasanito's got 1 flash, which can go over the wall, should it be required, and it probably will be, the way things are happening. Has Regali been hurt? Keto's just out for a garden stroll, but he's been caught by Nork. And now they need the flashes in quick, but it won't come fast enough. Nork and Stiko dropped. Jacob concerned about that mid area. Don't have the best positions for a retake here. Kixon wondering about jungle. Very nervous for Apex. Will they go for this? 3 versus 4, 1 kit on the 3 players. Less than ideal positions. Kixon will make it into jungle though. Uncontested thus far. They'll know where Nexa is now. Still need to deliver. The distraction being run. A quick bait there and all things are even. Smoke deployed in that palace position. That'll cut off Fiku for the time being. Fasha falling back from the ramp with some flashes as Regali will fire the shot. Surely the flash comes afterwards. Will it come in time? They're looking for a quick flick. Not quite making it there. More flashes will come. Is the palace peek here from Fiku? It is. Great work by OG to finish off the job.
Regali loving those flashes. Give Fasha the credit at the end there. Whee, they're blind. Love to see it. Yeah, that was Apex almost getting baited into the retake once they got that first kill. You could see they were just fishing for that first frag to tempt them in on the 3v3 retake. But unfortunately, they'd left a lot of time already. And that means OG have got a real chance of running away with this first half. It's an 8-4 lead and poor economy for Apex.
Those flashes were fantastic. Great way to solve the Palace smoke. You can see Fiku coming through with the flash assist for that final frag as well. Nice flashes. 8-4 in favor of OG. Pistols mostly for Apex. Kicksan's got something special. He's the only one though. Fasha looking for it. Promising start for OG. Promising half for OG.
I think you can see why Mirage is a map that's so well suited to OG. Play quite loose. How was that not extinguished, Molly? Stinko gonna be allowed to be a bit frustrated about that one. It's a little interesting that Apex keep giving Kicksan this hero rifle, the in-game leader. Not normally a massive fragger on this team, but he's doing a good job with it. He's got at least the 1 kill. His teammates haven't really helped though. And so the damage not significant this time. 9-4 lead for OG. Comprehensively beating Apex right now on this T side of Mirage.
Very strong half for them score-wise. Great to see they're still in business on Mirage with this lineup as well. So see the French going out for Kicksan. Some utility here and there. That AWP is in trouble now. How does Mork escape this corner? Going for an early peek. He is absolutely doomed. It'll be shrapnel for Nork. Left to regret as he watches his teammates play through the rest of the round. They've used all of their utility, save for a flashbang in the hands of Sassanito. This is not the best situation for Apex. OG are basically fully loaded on util, as well as the AKs in the full squad. Relatively full HP as well. Slowly on a procession towards B.
Quick drop back from Jacob because his teammates have mid. Masha will be caught, but with the B site being entirely open, I don't know what Apex can do here. Apex are actually getting baited right now by Keto throwing flashes on A. I'm sure you're going to get Keto, or even that's not guaranteed. Keto fights his way out of it. And I don't see a way Apex can get back into this B bomb site. It is notoriously difficult to retake.
Where do they even go?
Yeah, this
Normally
is so
you'd save
awkward.
on A, but there's a guy on A as well.
Get back to spawn, maybe.
Practically no map control. They are rats in a scientific trap in this round.
I think this is a good example of why it's difficult when you're a structured team like Apex and you're going up against the looser style of OG. When that loose style is just fragging you across the map and just finding its way in, it's kind of hard to know how to adjust. You see some of the Apex players trying some of these aggressive plays, but they're not working. And they're losing players at the end as well. This could be 11 rounds for OG at the half. What a statement this has been from OG.
There's a lot of screaming happening downstairs. Big action on the A stream as well. Double FAMAS comes out for the last round of the first half. Apex well equipped now as far as utility is concerned. Kicks in, jumping out of the window early. Looking to fight to some degree for that mid position, trying to compromise the back boxes are Apex, and Kicksan will be walking forward, perhaps to his doom, because Regali is posted up with the AWP. Now, does he hold this position, or does he continue on? OG with 1:30 on the clock. They had a lurker towards A, but Keto's moving away. Stico's maybe starting to wonder what's around the corner on the ramp, but how daring is he feeling? Only man defending A for now, so one must be careful. Presence being shown towards B in the meantime. A smoke in the window. Kicksan starting to wonder, a pop flash for him. That could be very well timed indeed, but a third T comes around the corner. They'll spot the bomb. But Kicksan's eyes will be closed for this one. 5-on-4 for OG, 45 seconds, and not much indication of where they might be going. However, Stico may have solved that puzzle because he's finally pushed A ramp. But will the remainder get towards the B bomb site in time? FQ dropped, grenades, baby heading towards that window. 30 seconds. What is Fasha's role in this one? He's going towards that jungle position, and maybe there's a chance, but Sassanito will hear them from that short area. He's got an angle, and that bomb carrier's in the red, grenades in the hand, but he gets utterly domed. Will the boost come inside? They've got to stop the advance of this bomb, but they are getting railed by OG.
Time. Oh no, the time could be devastating. Stico, can he survive? I don't think so. They're all going to run him down. And it's OG with 11 at the half. What a start from OG. We'll see if Apex can put up any fight in the second half. Coming up next.
What is your calling?
Apex need to answer the call in this second half because they leave the first with only 4 rounds on the board. They trail by quite a lot. They'll be somewhat dependent on this pistol round to get back into the fight. They've got the cerebral prowess, but do they have the aim in the pistol round as well to simply land the headshots? That is the question for them. Kixon will have the grenade. Nork will be the raid boss P250 with armor. Let's see if they can do what they need to, or if it's going to be a brief second half of Mirage. USP's on deck for OG. No Julies. Next will have a smoke and a defuse kit. Watch out for that. Shenanigans could be around the corner. He'll be jump peeking towards B. Everybody else has got to focus mostly towards the A bomb site. Close one for Regali, and Jacob's going to continue to harass him. That is outrageously rude. Jacob will get popped eventually, though. They start to go fishing towards CT. Regali holding down jungle from multiple angles now, and there's the bomb as well. Not what Apex were looking for. The recipients of many a headshot, holding their receipts, but not really holding on to this round. Nork in a 1 versus 4, trying to get isolated fights, but OG will deny that as best they can. Posturing for maybe a quadruple peak, but Fiku will be enough.
It's a bit of a non-starter for Apex here on this map. Something has gone wrong with their machine. They've been sold a machine with some cogs missing. They're going to have to get this fixed because OG just look convincing in all of these fights. Nice to see Regali get a multi-kill. We were talking earlier about how he showed a lot of promise when standing in for the team. I'm glad he's still here and able to show us what he can do. And even though this is OG's map pick, you want to see more from Apex because they're no slouches on Mirage normally. They're pretty decent on this map in general. They have pulled out the pistols and a good amount of utility into this one. We've got Nexa anchoring the B site with the SMG. He'll just be playing for info and potentially asking for rifle support from Fiku on short here.
Time to send it. Chain flashes would be useful, but the CTs are greatly positioned to support each other. That smoke will certainly help as well. Fiku is denying Nexa with a great angle. Players falling to his feet. Not terribly challenged on that bomb site where OG. The struggle continues for Apex as Stico tries to find a second. Nork alone then. Still has the bomb, but doesn't have any HP. 13-4 for OG. They've got places to be.
Not messing around here in this one. Final match for both of these teams in the play-in stage of Cologne. One of them will be going home after this series. One of them will make it through to the groups. And OG clearly want it to be them with how they're playing. Apex need to show us a little more here. Deegs out in this round. Would love to see just a couple of individual moments from Apex, just to show us that they're still here on the server.
That grenade actually messed up his crosshair to make the swing even worse from the CTs. Added insult to injury. Remember how bad aim punch used to be? Offensively bad in this game.
Oh, nice try from Kixan. Heard the jump peaks, just couldn't punish. I've not seen the same performance out of Sasanito here that we saw yesterday. He was performing incredibly against Astralis. And remember, Apex took Astralis to overtime on the third map of that series. That was crazy close. So if they were to fail to make it through here after nearly knocking Astralis out and making it through themselves, that would suck for them. See if they can turn it around at all. Not in this round. Regali's cleaning house. Sasanito finally shows his position. I think the rest of the players will run him down. 14-4 for OG. All of Apex's 4 rounds came from that 4-round streak in the first half, where they brought it back to a 4-4 scoreline. Since then, OG have won 10 in a row.
Fly swatting in that round. Instant smoke for the window, deployed by Apex. Quito continuing with the MP9. Fasher jumping into the underpass. Sasanito and Kixon in B apartment. In the meantime, Stico is sent packing once again. Can they even respond to this? There's no one on the B bomb site for OG. Fasha fragged in the underpass, a quick frag from Kixan. Something for Apex. OG, look at this confidence. They just don't expect Apex to commit to B anytime soon. So they'll stroll back in as if nothing happened. Gave themselves an extra man elsewhere. Now next will head towards short. Deeper position. Maybe gets a sound cue. Then again, maybe not. Assassinito showing some presence as the bomb heads elsewhere.
Still a good amount of time for Apex to decide what the end goal of this round is. Ooh, that smoke was blocked. I'm not sure if there's enough of a gap. There might be enough of a gap for Jacob. He nearly punishes. 40 seconds remaining. And they will start to try to converge towards this A bomb site. As it stands, no one here from OG. Quito is in jungle, and that will be enough to get one kill. See if he can defend further. He's looking for this connector fight, but he gets smoked off, and he's got to be ready for these ramp players.
Nexus still in that short position, but Sassanito makes his way through the smoke. Ooh. Quito responding immediately. Kixan in the clutch, then denied. And very quickly indeed, we have game point for OG. All the rounds in this half, and there haven't been many. Speed run of Mirage is what OG are going for versus Apex. They've come up short in so many rounds.
Even when Quito was on big, every now and then he'd have one of these games where it feels like he's just taking over. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see that more now that he's on OG. Feels like he's been freed up. 24 kills, a quad kill in that round. This has been a no contest here on Mirage.
Lopsided affair thus far.
Oh,
Kixan in the smoke. Fasha wondering, will he have the angle though?
Someone on A. Oh, doesn't matter. Kixan gets the kill instead.
Yeah, Stiko on that A bomb site. Regali scoped in, could be in trouble. If Stiko picks the right time, indeed he does. It's late, but is it too late? Hawk will bring the bomb onto the A bomb site. OG don't have great money. Fiku will be lost, so Nexus quite alone now. First round for Apex in this second half, and they need every single one. Otherwise, they are toast. Getting absolutely buttered up by OG round after round here.
I was about to ask what you put on your toast. A butter, man? Butter's just too good.
I have no toast.
Oh.
No, ain't no toast in here, buddy.
Wow. A toast hater.
Sourdough, salted butter, honey. I gave Flames a jar of the finest French honey when he was on OG. I suppose it turned into a leaving present.
Yeah.
Fellow honey enjoyer.
So kind of you.
Apex then. Need 10 rounds from 10 for overtime. Let's see if they can do it.
Stranger things have happened. I can't think of those things right now, but they've definitely happened. Double underpass push. Always cheeky. Oh, that flash did not go according to plan, did it?
Handily dealt with by Sassanito. Desk was talking him up. See how much of a chance he has to deliver in what remains of this game. Maybe he'll shine brighter in the second one. Regali, the last man for OG, with an AK-47. See what kind of play he can make. Jacob's trying to hunt a saving CT. But where is Regali going? Immediately turns back as the bomb is planted. So Apex will make it to 6. Very long road for this team on Mirage. I haven't really managed to get anything started, anything significant anyway, in this game of Mirage so far. Their pick is Inferno, which is to come afterwards. If you're joining us late, Overpass as a decider. Very decisive for OG on Mirage thus far. Just waiting to get their money right. Then we'll see if they can continue their proceedings. It'll be a timeout for OG as they discuss their options. Weapons are being bought, full buys coming through.
Yeah, OG have budgeted pretty well for this one. They can get that AWP out. They can get full rifles. Might struggle to get a few nades. And we'll have to see if Regali buys the kit. Overall, though, I think Rugger's always on top of making sure that OG don't get too complacent at any point. Likes to take these early timeouts, even if they have a heavy lead. If you throw away some of these rounds, it can make it unnecessarily stressful. You'd rather get this over and done with as soon as possible. Let's see if OG can get it done here. Regali going into window with that AWP. No smoke into window yet, so he'll take a little peek. Meanwhile, this B site being tested early by Stiko. Oh, he's losing all his teammates, though. That is rapid. Fasha made a move up mid, and this one might be over.
Someone's got to rescue that bomb. Sassanito creating some space on the A bomb site as Nork is seen on B. What do the CTs do with this information? Fasha standing top mid. In position to hear a rotation in T-spawn. Playing it safe. They've got the B bomb site secure. They can play retake on A. If they hold the key positions, including jungle where Nexa is. So there is the bomb to be collected. But if Nork is to run towards A, that's the information OG are looking for. And Fasha's the man to absorb it. Being very careful, but all this carefulness is killing clock time, and they'll need that time to clear the A bomb site. Now Sassanito is back towards ramp. There'll be angles to cross around jungle. Starting to run towards ramp now as Sassanito moves forward. There's a smoke nearby his position.
Okay.
Flash towards CT. That flank is going to be key. It's really going to compromise how they hold this CT position. Stuck on the bomb site. Not sure if they've seen that smoke, which is on the ground. Close to Nork's position, and down he goes. That flank from Fasha working wonderfully. And there goes Sassanito as well. And it will be a victory on Mirage for OG. A strong one, a dominating, lopsided affair. Apex mauled, especially in that second half.
Yeah, did not look good for them. OG get the defuse through. For Apex, let's hope they can bounce back because they were looking good yesterday, but that was not the start they needed. OG, though, what a showing from them. I didn't think they had that much firepower. If they can keep that up, they could well book their spot in the groups of Cologne. We'll see if anything changes after the thoughts of the desk coming up next.
Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last semi-final here at the arena. NRG and Astralis. Moses, you ready for this game? We're going to start on train.
Oh, this is going to be absolutely beautiful. That Astralis we saw yesterday is so dangerous.
I think Astralis is back, and I think they're going to win this series 2-0 and prove it.
Astralis, they win the first major championship, 16-14 against Martin Pro.
You'll face it, London's major champions. It's Astralis.
Intel Extreme Masters, champions, majors, back-to-back. Astralis again. That can't possibly be real.
What is your calling?
There you have it. OG takes their map pick. A little bit of a surprise. And gents, here on the desk, I hope you like to swallow your words because you were both saying it was going to be an Apex 2-0.
Yeah, we do like swallowing stuff, but right now that was a bit of pill to swallow for Apex, I might say. So.
Yeah.
It's all gone belly up.
The prerequisite for OG to qualify into the next stage is set, right? They won this first map, and they're now in a good position, a pole position to actually, qualify for the group stage. They played tremendously. I have to commend every single player from OG, especially Nexa, for this versatile calling, and it was a lot of loose, free plays, like we used to call, instinct plays. You see an opening, you just walk out. The flash comes in, you swing. So it's very simple Counter-Strike. It's nothing too crazy. Tactically, it's just a very, very simple Counter-Strike. It worked perfectly. 11 rounds on T side, pistol, and it's all over.
They looked really interesting against Complexity yesterday, and I put it down to Complexity not being very good. But actually, I'm starting to think maybe this new OG roster is sort of finding their footing. And based on what we just saw, I think it is the case. Maybe they finally figured out what they need to do.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves here.
I'm trying.
It's just a one map here in Mirage. But that being said, I have to agree with you. That was just a brilliant game of Counter-Strike, especially on the T side. What I liked a lot from them was, as you said, simple CS. But the protocols was so good. The way they were playing these 3v3 situations, the way they were being so patient and making Apex make mistakes. This is one round, right? It's a post-plan, 3v3. There's a kid for Apex going for the retake. Look at the flash coming in from Fasher, right? They're set up so perfectly for this post-plan, and the CTs, there's not a chance in hell for them to find anything. A lot of teams, even in TO1 Counter-Strike, when they're playing these sort of situations, they just have a crossfire being set up and hope to win those duels. They had that contingency in plan. It just goes to show there's been quite a bit of prep being put by them, at least on this map.
So simple but so effective when it comes to flashes. We look at your screen. There is Fasher.
More like Flasher, am I right?
Flasher. Okay.
Got him.
Good one. The thing is, he did play well, just enough for them to get to that important round with the Deagles on A side.
Yes.
This is the round that turned everything around for OG. Even though they were up 4-0, then Apex started coming back and they won this round and completely kind of derailed the defense of Apex. And I can see on Jacob's face, it's a little bit of a frustration because he couldn't really get anything going on the CT side, one of his favorite sides to play in Counter-Strike on Mirage, obviously. And I mean, they didn't look very well right now as a unit when it comes to Apex. Let's hope that they get into Inferno and we get a
Who did look very well though? Keto. Right? We're talking about all the players in this team, people like Fasher, like Keto, kind of the rejects, so to speak, from their various teams coming together. And we know Keto is someone, he has moments. He has moments where you're like, oh, this is great. Now, if he's able to replicate what we saw from him here on Mirage and more maps, that's when I'm like, okay, this team can do something.
I am interested, though, because when we did the map veto, one of the comments that we made was that this was in favor of Apex, but they looked, they were struggling. Is it going to be the case now when we move on to their map pick? Maybe OG really is that good.
Inferno, it's a bit of a question mark for me because they have a 6-map win streak on this map, but that is with JL. They haven't played with Sasanito yet on Inferno. He's going to be coming in, I think, playing towards the A position, if memory serves me right. And again, it's a big question mark. But that being said, the fact they've picked this map, I have more faith in the system that they have in place as things are flying around here. Things are getting out of control.
We don't go outside, so we're not used to insects when they're in here.
The thing is, coming into Inferno, if I am obviously OG full court press, we just go attack them instantly from the beginning and try to get this psychological momentum going for us so they can, they're forced to go for a timeout early on, they're forced to adjust, and then you get 10 rounds and then hopefully you win a second pistol and you get an easy game. So for me, it's just the pressure is the name of the game for OG in the second map, especially because they're starting the CT side on Inferno. It's all about banana, top, middle, or bracket, however you want to call it. Just keep the aggression on and you should be fine.
This is the one thing that Apex deals with very well is pressure. We've seen them come back so many times. They handle that extremely well. Do we think OG can do it?
Look, when it comes to pressure, yesterday against Astralis, when I think they were 15-10 up,
Something like that,
15-10 up on the deciding map, they choked. The pressure got to them, and Blame have completely figured them out. And now, facing elimination, the pressure is absolutely on. I have to agree with you. But that being said, I'm not going to flip-flop here. Look, fantastic work coming in from OG, winning the map pick. They look incredible on this map. But I still feel, looking at map number 2 and map number 3, that Apex should take this in a 2-1.
Whoa, map number 3, it's so far away, man.
I think it's going to go to map 3.
We have map number 2 right now. They're starting on the T side, no JL. There's a lot of factors right there that can affect, you know, the overall result. I'm not really convinced anymore, based on the whole performance of Mirage, simply because they didn't really show anything besides those 4 rounds they string together at the beginning of the half, and that's it. Like, can you name a single round after that they actually did anything that you can remember whatsoever?
Yeah, losing.
Yeah, I accept that. I mean, positives.
Nothing.
Am I the positive one?
No, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe you're rubbing off on me, man.
What has happened? Kassad is the positive one. The world has gone mad. So the Apex dream, Blair believes it's still alive.
Yeah.
Or are you pushing your weight behind the OG
Listen,
band
I
of
don't want
misfits?
to backpedal on my picks or
That
anything
was a
like
dig
that.
at me. I got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Very subtle.
Yeah.
Very subtle.
The thing is, like, I'm still gonna put my trust in Apex simply because, like, they have this chemistry and everything else. So, and the streak on Inferno, but it doesn't look good from the first map, but it's not unsalvageable. Is that the word? Yeah,
That's a word.
Yes,
I think so.
The misfits, that's what I'm going to call OG. And maybe they could win this. They have a map in hand. They got one more, and they could potentially be progressing to the group stages. Bardoff, Hawker, save me from Kassad.
What is that reaction? Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland.
Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! Garrett, you're gonna be kidding me!
What a map! What a map!
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?
How's the maths, fellas? This is where you. I know you were worried.
It's rough. It's rough. It's been yeah.
If you need to put numbers down, I wouldn't be mad at you.
Let's take this so we
No,
look smart.
don't take it.
Let's
We
look
look
smart.
smart.
You look smart if you're not using it.
Yeah, exactly. Don't use it.
So you got 2 minutes for this, right? So you got a little bit more time.
Here's the first question. Let's imagine that Valve makes CS2 pay for access.
The game now costs 20 euros.
You still have some Revolution cases, which are worth €1.20 in your inventory. What is the minimum you need to sell of those cases to buy CS2?
This is 15. 15? 15.
Yeah. Wrong answer. What? Wait. Yeah, because it's 21, no?
I can't work this out.
Can I work this out?
Yeah, my brain is not good today.
But if we use this now and we don't make it, we look even dumber.
Yeah.
So
Come on, guys. When you guys handled CS economy, you know, when you're playing the game, so 18 cases. 17. 18.
It's 7. 17. Sorry, 17.
Yeah, I think it's 17.
17. Bing, that was quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had 90 seconds still on the clock.
Ding, ding, ding. You guys got it right. And I'll give you a bonus point. I'll give you a bonus point if you can also tell me how much money would you have left? 40 cents.
40 cents.
Yes. Oh, damn. Bro, what's going on here?
That's fast.
3 seconds. Give me a number. Give me a number.
Fuck the bonus point.
I'd say fuck you, though. All right. Final answer. Fuck the bonus points. That is unfortunately the wrong answer. The correct answer was 40 cents. But, it's a bonus point.
Well,
it's fine.
You're not done with maths, though. I'm so sorry, guys. There's a bit more.
Your team will compete in a CS tournament with a €700,000 prize pool.
The winning team will receive 25% of the prize pool. How much does the team get?
How much was 700k?
700,000.
150,000. It's not that easy.
No. I'm gonna need an answer out of you in 10 seconds.
No.
175,000. 175?
175,000.
Oh my god, he's not even doing any math, he's just saying the answer.
He didn't even write anything down.
I know, I just did it in my head.
Give him harder question.
Question 3. This I think we'll start with you, Deva, here.
Oh my god, no.
During the clutch, prime ZipX's heart rate used to rise slightly above 100 beats per minute.
How many times on average do our hearts beat per day?
Is this still a math question?
Do you say in 1 hour?
No, I'm looking for in a day.
In a day?
In a day.
Okay, if 100 is a minute, then...
Okay, I would say 90 is the average. Okay, so we have to...
this one, divide... Wait.
So 90, in 1 minute, there is...
It's 540 an hour, right? 5,400 an hour.
Yeah. Then it's 3,600 times 24.
One more zero, I think.
It's like 144,000 times.
Oh, 142,000 IS.
142,000?
78,000. I don't know, 80k.
80k? I'll give you the point. It's 100,000 per day.
But points for 20,000 above or below. You said 78?
Yeah, that's not good enough.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
It is what it is.
I don't know how you got 140.
I don't know either.
Yeah.
What is your calling?
Map 1 in the history books, and well, if history is written by the victors, it's OG who might be the ones writing the books on this one. They won 16-6 on their map pick. It did not feel close, but now we do have Apex picking Inferno coming up next. Let's see if Apex can bounce back, because they need to. That first map was not even close, not in the slightest. And with a spot at the groups of Cologne on the line, they need to show us what they're made of here.
It's all in the past now. Can put that one behind them and focus on their own pick of Inferno. Good numbers on Inferno. Nice to see Cuban standing behind them as well. Soon have Neo on the road as well. Nice to see the old heads. Words of wisdom to give his squad. Get them focused on what's in front of them. Never mind where the ink has dried on that map prior. Barely got started on that one at all. Have to make sure they're focused for the beginning of this one. 9 people on the server at present. Just waiting for that last one. But yeah, it was rough for Apex. But what do we make of what we've seen from OG so far? Because as the desk alluded to at the beginning of this series, they're a team that people haven't quite figured out their place in the grand scheme of things. But does this new look OG look promising from what we've seen so far?
I was impressed by that map, but I think I've always been impressed by OG on Mirage. I think Assad put it perfectly where he said they play this pretty loose play style, and that can be suited to a map like Mirage. They don't go for anything too strategic, whereas for Apex, they do like to rely much more on tactics and team play, and Inferno should be a much better suited map to Apex's play style. You kind of see the team's strengths shine through in the map picks, where OG go for the looser map like Mirage, where you can loosen up and make plays across the map, make individual plays. Whereas on Inferno, you need that teamwork, and that should be where Apex try and have the edge in this series. So good signs from OG, but I think this will be the true test.
Yeah. I think it is fair to say that it's everywhere but Mirage. You want to see OG performing to really get a measure of the team. Apex recently playing ex-Copenhagen Flames, Young Ninjas, Into the Breach, Sangal, Spirits Academy, and the like on Inferno. So perhaps this will be a bigger test for the squad to keep up their statistics. Starting any moment now, actually in 2 moments from now. 1 moment, this is the moment, it begins. The pistol round is here. So are the Brofists. Time to turn up Apex, because they were missing on Mirage. See if they can bring it back to a third map. There are some doubters and there are some believers as well. And at this moment, it's up to Apex to do the work on the server. Starting on the T side of Inferno, there'll be 3 people carrying grenades out of spawn. Stiko will be the raid boss of choice on this occasion. Don't always get one on Inferno. A lot of closer angles. But Apex have that attention to detail. Double Julie's out for OG. It's kind of taken over the 5-7 towards the balcony position often, although Quito is just rolling in the USP on this occasion. Those Julies are towards long and the B bomb site. And Quito may soon wish he had a 5-7 or some Julies with how many players are coming his way. Decides to disengage though, but he is on an island, Quito. Stiko's got the flash. And here comes the pain. Quito standing in the Molotov, but still delivering a frag before he falls. Got Fiku making his way to the bomb site now, trying to find that headshot. Not quite getting there. 4-on-3, Apex need to get a bomb plant quickly, because the remainder of OG are on the way. Top mid and the long position. 2 smokes on long from Apex. A lot of utility in this pistol round. But OG start to make their way now into the site with a flashbang. Fasher looking for a second. One will have to be enough. Next to the 1 versus 3. Can I say the fight's around the smoke? Stiko trying to dance, trying to stay alive for as long as he can. Slipping away to Graveyard once again on the stairs, being a hell of a nuisance. Nexus just not finding these angles. Down he goes. Apex take the pistol.
Bit of confidence for Apex with the pistol round win. And they did a solid job at just getting that site so quickly. The utility was well placed, and OG were playing far enough back that that molly into pit just flushed out Quito. I was actually impressed Quito got this 1 kill, to be honest. He did a good job at keeping his cool in the flames. But as the push came in onto the bomb site, wasn't enough of a rotation in time, and Nexa not given the opportunities. Still a force buy to deal with, though. Regali looking straight down mid with that scout. Pistols on his teammates. Apex just working banana control early on Inferno. Oftentimes the first initial target on the T side before you start deciding if you want to move towards a bomb site. Just the 2nd big event that Apex have ever played. And this is an organization that have invested a fair amount into Counter-Strike. It took them a while to get the right lineup. Looks like they found the right lineup now. Getting to these big events, let's see if they can make it through the play-in stage. They need to step it up. Tags landing onto these 2 players. Regali looking to see what he can do. The bomb is still far back here, so yeah, Apex have this control. But what's the end goal?
Numbers towards B. Fiku's got a chance though. 1v1, delivering the first kill. That's going to delay now. His teammates are coming towards Coffins already. Pop flash is here, can't deliver. And Fasher is dropped. Swing comes in from Nexa, and that's the bomb at his feet. 3-on-2, 24 seconds. Disaster is around the corner for Apex. Will they expect the scout player to be here? Regali is on the way. Does he go for the rifle? Does he go for the pistol? That bomb has to get planted quickly. Nook's going to be the man to cover with the rifle. Kixan with the Mac-10 will be the one to try and plant the bomb, but Regali delivers the goods. And there comes Quito for the 2nd. The round is stolen by OG, and we have early issues on Inferno for Apex.
Just when you think Apex are going to get the good start and get some comfort, they get denied. And I was a little surprised that they didn't have a more decisive call once they started to get up long and they started to get that map control towards A. But the bomb was still left behind. They try and come back to B. They just get stalled out. And the money from Apex is really bad now. If they lose this, I think they still can't afford to buy in the next. And Fiku feeling like he wants to take initiative. This could be costly, though. They've already lost 1 player. And Fiku is in real trouble. He'll get wallbanged, so instantly into a 3-on-3.
Do they try to protect those weapons somehow? Regali has to take increased risk now. The door to his left is open. Nexa still in control of Banana for now. And he's found himself the bomb. Does he hear Sasanito? Indeed he does. Stabilizing now our OG. Stiko's got 1 minute. Seems like it's going to have to be done the hard way for Apex. Stiko creeps spotted on the bridge, swatted by Regali. 2-1 for OG. Bodies strewn across the floor on Inferno, mostly Apex's. Not going to be happy with what's happened so far.
It's quite brazen for Regali to go back aggressive there when he was the only player on the A side of the map for OG. But sometimes fortune favors the bold. Sometimes you've got to take those risks. And it is indeed still pistols for Apex. Good opportunity for OG to get off to a strong start. Standard flashes being lined up for Banana. OG have players here, so the burst through the smoke could work, but Nex is going to play anti-flash. It hasn't worked out for him, though, and Fasher needs to be very careful here. He's hanging around, hits the first headshot, hits the follow-up, and he's still surviving here. He's buying time. He might not need help, though. Great work from Fasher. They shut down the B play.
Great work, running low on bullets. Just using enough to squeeze a third kill there. A test survived by OG, and Apex get to go again. The rifles to come out now in round 5. Just squeezing an extra kill out of the FAMAS. Fantastic work by Fasher. Bought some time as well for his teammate to clean up afterwards. And OG are very happy with the current situation, but it's subject to change, especially as the AKs, for the most part, come out for Apex. Kixan will have the extra bullets in the Galil. Good util on the Apex squad, but they need to start finding success now. AWP in a forward position with great support from Keto. Regali punishing Stiko for trying to help out. And suddenly, Apex are left with 3. Vintage Fnatic-esque plays in the apartments. Love to see it with the AWP. And there's punishment on Banana as well. Nothing going the way of Apex in round 5 so far.
Kixan getting into the smoke. They might want to burst through here. Kixan has done just that. Sassanito low on health. So Nexa could still put in a shift here from this triple position. And he's even getting assistance soon. These smokes might fade. Kixan, oh, he tries to sneak in, but Nexa's ready. And now I think Apex might be too far gone in this one. Regali's arrived with the AWP. Sassanito's already committed, even if the bomb might try to go back. Oh, Nexa peeks him from the side.
30 seconds for Mork. Keto starting to look towards top mid. Moving off angle though. And there's nothing really for Nork to do. These rounds are like sandpaper to skin for Apex. No comfort to be found anywhere just yet. OG seem like they are firmly in control. 2 AK-47s in the hands of the CT side. Great work there from Regali. Keto encouraging Stiko to move forward. Getting worse on that B-bomb site as more risk has to be taken. But there's nothing to show for it. 80% of the rounds are with OG early on Inferno. And it will be Apex to take a timeout to figure out what they need to do to get back into this one. Jacob still looking for his first kill. 0-0-5 for him.
Apex not really looking like themselves today so far. In this tournament, they opened with a win against Big. Then they had that best-of-3 series against Astralis, and they were so close to beating Astralis. Third map there went to overtime. So we know that Apex are capable of better. We know that they're capable of competing with OG. Most people had them set as favorites in this series, but they have to show that here. They have to start showing us that same face that we're so used to seeing. Fast play up Banana at the ready. Sassanito actually hits a dink, but quickly dealt with by Fasher.
M4A4 Enjoyer. Connoisseur's firearm. Nork has the hero rifle then. These Desert Eagles can be dangerous as well. Kixan with the one flashbang for the squad. And the team will go fishing. Regali's been spotted, but he will deliver. Can he find another one? Going for a quick flick towards Boiler, but down he goes. There's no further challenge towards top mid, but OG are concerned. Gravitating towards the A-bomb site. Things will be way more dangerous if that AWP is rescued, but they'll have to go pretty deep into short to find it. And Keto's got angles. 45 seconds on the clock. Jacob still lurking on Banana. Nobody strays his way though. He'll collect the bomb towards top mid. Just as Fasher and Fiku start to make their way. And there's Keto ready for the boiler position, cleaning up the mess and rescuing the AWP.
Really liking what we're seeing from Keto here in this series for OG. Definitely seems like he's been given a little more ability to frag on this lineup, and I'm happy about that. I think it's nice that he seems to be comfortable so quickly, considering OG made so many changes as well. Pretty impressive that they're playing to this level. I mean, sure, you can say that maybe they play a little looser than other teams, but even then, looking good. Chemistry on point right now. Regali looking for early action, won't find it. In the meantime, though, Sasanito took damage on Banana. This is the buy from Apex. So not a great start, losing health early, but that is the life you live sometimes when you fight for Banana. So Sasanito has to give up his AK over to Nork, who still has full health.
Does Regali go deeper, I wonder? Last seen towards the A-bomb site. It will be a quick peek towards B, and he is there to get that free kill. Change position again. They've got Apex change presence towards top mid, looking for denial of information. Molly's towards the hidey hole, while they have got smokes towards B as well. So good map control, despite the 4 versus 5 for Apex. The question is, what can they do with it? Has the AWP rotated again? Are there 3 players towards A, or will they be 3 towards B? A pop flash up Banana, and OG will find the information. No rotation just yet, though, as Library is smoked off by Apex. Now Regali and Fasher start to wonder, because long is open, a wrap is possible. So they have to be careful. But again, Apex are the guys who are a man down, edging forward as Fasher gets into position on Speedway. Bomb spotted, trade by Jacob, heading back towards top mid. Double play in pit from the CTs. They're in very strong positions and they will punish, they will eliminate. Just a 1-play loss for OG. A 6-1 scoreline. Where are Apex and when are they going to turn up?
Nobody knows right now. They did not look good in that round. It's just the opening moves. Again, maybe a little too loose there, peeking Banana. I can understand that they might not have expected the AWP to be there, but gave away the early fight and then no real prowess in that push towards the A-bomb site. Just felt a little limp. Didn't feel like OG were under threat or under pressure at any point. They're not having to adjust to Apex right now. They're just being allowed to sit in their setups. Pistols out again for Apex. Sometimes if you win a round like this, you loosen up a bit in this round. You just take a few risks. It can get you back into the game. And this looks like a round where Apex have an earlier end goal in mind towards this A side of the map.
Keto could really shut down this play out of apartments, though. That would give him a stronger position if he can deliver the goods there. Catching Stiko with a grenade in his hand, but not quite finding the crosshair in the right place. That could be a game changer for Apex in round 8. Regali on the side gets domed by Jacob, and OG have lost positions. Disengaging from this one. No need to throw the good money after the bad. I can't believe Keto with a massive whiff on the balcony there. Stiko was dead to rights, but somehow pulled his pistol out.
Yeah, if I'm Keto there, I think I might even just tell my teammates there was nothing wrong with the setup. I just whiffed. because sometimes you need to know, as the in-game leader, you need to know it wasn't anything wrong. It was just a kill he should have absolutely got, and it would have changed the round entirely, because then he would have had the apartment's control, and that could have allowed different crossfires. It would have made it difficult for Apex to get the bomb down, but instead Apex swarm it. Ooh, Fasher denying at the end. 3 kills for him. Somehow OG end up getting away with great damage.
I think they only had 2 rifles and they'll hold on to one of them. So it could have been worse if the second rifle was lost, but there were so many rounds fired at point blank range, but sometimes it be like that. You can see the frustration. That should never happen, but hey, such is life. Now, I like that the OG disengaged. They didn't have positions. It was probably suicide to chase that one, prioritizing their economy, because that kind of round is something that Apex shouldn't be repeating. They need to find success in these buy rounds, and as long as OG can keep their money up, they might be in a good position to continue the landslide of rounds here.
This time, not the same challenge for Apex in taking Banana. 1 nade, just to let them know. But Apex are grouped up pretty early here. Utility is being prepared. They might go for another fast burst this time onto the B-bomb site. Sassanito dealt with early. Do they delay? They don't, and the counter flash is on point. Nork doing his best, but the boost comes in, and Jacob needs to try and turn it round, but he's on a single point of health.
Fasher did enough to buy time for that boost to come through. Stiko with his knife out, not expecting Fiku to be there as the second man. Very unfortunate for him. But indeed, 1 HP and a dream for Jacob. He's got 45 seconds. The question is, do they know that he's on the site? Or is he position unknown? If it's the latter, then maybe he has a chance. Maybe he can isolate these fights. But Nexa has the angle, an off angle, in fact. Playing for self-protection. But things are a little weird because no one has a rotation through towards CT. So it seems they do know he's on the site. Jiggling with the USP is Regali, but still getting deleted by Jacob. Pulling out the bomb for the fake. Next is a non-believer. But where is Jacob going? 16 seconds. He's got to get a bomb plant here. And now Fika will start rotating over. There isn't time to go to the A bomb site. There's absolutely not time. So what is the plan here? Save?
I think that plan has been forced onto him. Oh no, the nade! Oh boy, how does that not hit him? Oh, he's so lucky. I was convinced he was going to die after time there. He literally saw the nade blow up in front of him. That was a fun minigame.
Too awkward around there for the T side.
I mean, that's the risk, right? When you commit early, counter utility can be so devastating.
Again, great work from Fasher. Bought time for his teammates to clean up when he fell. Smokes are up. But the pull position was denied by OG, 7-2. And the ropey buy is back for Apex. And again, as long as OG keep their money up, there isn't as much of a challenge as we expected in these buy rounds.
Seen a lot of these rounds where OG start with 2 CTs on A. Wonder if that's the weakness that Apex will look to try and exploit. In that previous round with the pistols, they were able to run over the A side of the map. The issue is, the longer you leave it, the more likely it is OG will start to get the banana info. So Apex realize there needs to be some urgency here.
Apex, a team of protocol, going for a bum rush in that CT position. The trades are here. The bomb has not been spotted. Maybe trying to sell a wrap towards the B bomb site. That'll certainly encourage it with Kickstand falling. But as we can see, the bomb is in apps. Keto alone on short for the time being. Remainder of the squad towards that B area. He's being proactive, though. Is he going to go all the way around? It's actually being checked for by Nork. He's pulled his knife out just as he rounds the corner. I think he was done for anyway. But now the jig is up, and the question again is, where do OG go? Out of position with the final 2. Money running somewhat low. They could really do with saving these weapons.
That's some impressive patience from Apex there. They realized they were selling that B split initially, and one of the A players might try and get inquisitive, might try and push, and then see if he can get in behind. But it's not easy to just sit there and watch the flank. Now Jacob trying to clean up at the end. Fasher continues his success on the kill count on this map. But it will all be just to save the AWP this time round. A little more like it from Apex. Feels like their success is coming with some of these earlier decisions to just group up, get info together, and then work from there. We'll see if that can continue, because they would love to break OG's money. The CTs will still have economy for now. You can see a timeout taken by OG because they realize if they were to lose this one, that money would maybe be a little too far gone.
If Apex can hang on and break the money of OG, then the end of this half could look dramatically different to where we are now.
Ooh. I mean, Apex have been using the pace. They've gone for a couple of MAC-10s into this round, and I feel like they could have got AKs if they really wanted them. Maybe they would have had to sacrifice some nades, but I wonder if that means those MAC-10s are going to be flying in fast in this one.
Yeah, it is quite curious because I feel like Apex are a team of protocol, but if they can throw in some chaos, that might be exactly what they need. However,
oh, the double stack.
Regali's a hard man to beat from this position, and that's just not going to be the one. They've pulled the wrong card on this occasion, and it said death. Walking up mid, though, you can see Fiku's just trying to keep an eye on things. Spot some Assassinito there. And OG can try to sit on this lead for the time being. Smoke towards long, and Fiku moves back to a safer position. Playing the pillar and CT spawn. In the meantime, Apex have control of top mid. Again, it's denial of information. Heading towards banana now, but OG know what might be up. They'll take aggressive positions. Lovely time smoke from them. 48 seconds on the clock. Nexa has a second smoke towards that B bomb site, and that could be key. That smoke in his hands towards B may allow a third player for OG to stay on A.
Smoke has just been plopped down towards banana on the CT side. What does that mean for Apex? They're going back. I mean, yes, they have info from Sassanito, but he needs to get some control for them quickly.
There we go, Regali again out of the incendiaries. They've been forced into the trap by OG, not being given choice. Three CTs to contest with, and they're going to give it up. There's even another smoke if they want to go back to B with the 2 seconds that remain. Again, just outmaneuvered by the util of OG. Their choices were taken away. They were forced into a funnel, and they had to bail.
Not doing enough to pressure OG to bait those nades out. And it feels like whenever we get into the mid or the late round, Apex are just struggling to find their way in. They were maybe thinking about this group up early towards A. Couldn't find a successful backup plan in time. And you could just see it on the OG player cams. They look so relaxed right now. They don't look under pressure in the majority of these rounds. Sassanito might try and change that. Quick move up banana, but OG immediately moved back towards the bomb site. That flash was good, but Fasher's up top, and that bait is working nicely.
That's such a strong position. Those flashes encouraging Apex, trying to catch OG out of position, and Fasher waiting there all along, it feels like, to devastating effect. Speaking of devastating, Regali's frags have been so important. The way he's been rotating with that AWP as well, catching him off guard. Might be another opportunity for that here. Stico holding down 2 jobs for now, but is he doomed? Gonna go for the big swing and dodge for the time being. I think Jacob only sees one of those 2 long players in that position, and Kito emerges top mid, spots the bomb. That bomb is going to be feeling very nervous now. Fiku going for the pre-fires, and Regali is here as well. Stico 1 versus 4. So much to do. Off angles being held. How on earth does he figure this one out? Oh, he hasn't seen Nexa moving forward to dome him. OG are in full control of this series.
Feels like there is absolutely no hesitation from OG in their decision making. Fiku doesn't even consider playing safe. He says, you know what, I'll pull the USP out. I'll take the fight. OG have been given license to do that on this lineup. And clearly it's working out for a bunch of their players right now. Opening kills have been a big problem for Apex as well. You see all these opening moves are just not working. And that makes it so much harder. If you could at least go 1-for-1, it would put you in a much better position, but it's always a clean early kill from OG and an attempt at a backup plan, but OG heavily rotated over to A, one step ahead. I think that sums up this whole series so far. OG always one step ahead. And that spot into the groups of Cologne through the play-in is getting closer and closer for OG right now.
Group stage would be humongous for Apex, but they are being erased. Round after round. While OG are making indelible marks on this series, from what we've seen so far, it's been a very strong performance. Five on 3 then for OG, so they can lower their risk. So frustrating. How annoying is that? Shifting all the way. As soon as you get to the choke point, you're smoked off.
Jacob will have to wait. What is the way in for Apex? You only have a couple of flashes, so probably a contact play. The flash has come through, but it hasn't blinded Keto. And they needed that early frag to have a chance here. Only 2 CTs on A. If Apex got clean fights, maybe there's a way in. And Sasanito actually adjusts. Fiku could get isolated. Kixan's got to arrive with this bomb, though. Fiku's still under pressure, but looks like his teammates have got long covered now. And I think that might take the sting out of this. The rotate is here, but Kixan's still fragging. Oh, not going to matter in the grand scheme of things, though. OG still stay in control.
Free punish on the reload. Fiku knew of that duel on long. He could take the fight on short. I think it was a surprise until the smoke went down. 10-3. Apex. Cologne groups would be such a boon for them. Even that would be a fantastic achievement on their journey, but it looks so far away now.
Damn. OG always like really proactive with their timeouts, I notice. Like a lot of coaches, when it's going well, they might not do this. But I quite like taking these timeouts occasionally.
How can we make things even worse for our opponent? It's a great question to ask.
I think for Apex, we heard it talked about on the desk earlier. It's only their second big event. So it might be a situation of growing pains as they start to get more used to this level of tournament, this level of pressure and competition. Hopefully for their sake, they can turn it around soon. Hopefully they can grow quickly.
Yeah, even in loss, I think with the type of players they have, it'll be a rich learning experience with the demos to study and so on. That doesn't mean they're going to be content with their journey ending here, but when you've got Regali making plays like this, what choice might you have? An early 5v4 for OG once more. Regali, such a good addition for the squad. From the first day we saw him. Very exciting sniper. Kixan's found something though. 4 on 4 for Apex. Not all the utility in the world. Perhaps it'll be enough though. Oh, Fiku's feeling a little leery. Sasanito's expecting just a smoke and nobody can respond to that. And he still has support for a crossfire from the other side as well. So as bad as that solo player was, it gets even worse.
That's more like it. Stiko can come in through the apartments and now the access is open to A. Stiko doesn't care though. He's hit a second headshot. Maybe he's the man to bring Apex back into this one. Both of them below half health, but with the bomb down, they've got every chance to win this post-plant.
Fighting tooth and nail for rounds at the end of this half. It's been so dry so far, but they've got some kind of a crossfire here. Regali will try to isolate the fights. Flash as well. Fasher from the apartments. Stiko doesn't know which way to look. One more to find. That bomb is pretty heavily ticked though. Regali's more or less going to commit to this one. Will go down with the bomb. Kickstand will be denied. But has he got time to defuse this bomb? It's going to be close. But has he got it? It would be a complete robbery. I can't believe it. No mercy shown by OG. They want all the rounds.
Oh, you saw Kickstand just consider, do I want to peek or not? And in that split second, he tries to go back into cover, but he still gets wall-banged by that AWP of Regali. I think if it's a rifle against him, he's fine. But the AWP able to hit the shot despite Stiko's best efforts.
I agree. Not today, say OG. 11-3. Apex will be given nothing in this T side of Inferno. Piku running down mid now like it's an anti-eco. Is he able to escape this position? He isn't. But Fasher will get revenge.
Kickstand's trying his best. He's still fragging. His star players are not.
So fast.
It's another wallbang.
Looks like Util, he will continue. Fasher moving down in the meantime. Jacob has gone missing. Back at the milk carton. No one on the radio for Nork in this 1 versus 3. Regali chilling on short. Nexus here as well. Oh, such an oppressive half of Counter-Strike from OG in fine form, to put it mildly. Will Apex turn up? There's one more half to try.
If I do, the boy like a cheat code, they'll 1 or 2. They say iron sharpen iron, nothing sharper than truth. Plus that, and I just do what I do. They come out of pocket, I slay verses like demons and goblins. Be sure to never try to short me on a profit. I got this. In case you boys forgot how I rock it, come and sit courtside for reminders, please. The walls filling now, they come to hear me out. Whoever doubted me, tell me who you with now. For real, tell me who you with. And we can take that risk. You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. That's right. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Why? You better come correct. Better come correct. What? You wanna place a bet? For sure we taking offers. Better come correct. Yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best. Coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we double never forfeit. Better come correct. You 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 better come correct. Come on, man. How you walking like the big guy? When we all the big guys, like who is this guy? Hey Joey, how we get this live? Started cold, now we hotter than a fish fry. Yeah, pulling Jason to office. They say get it how you live, I guess this what they talking. I pull up they party, pull up in they pocket. We making a mark, we creating a market. They show manners now, got their cameras out. They can't hand me down, I got my hands in now. Yeah, so it don't matter who you get. I'm the only one they with, you know it. You wanna place a bet, for sure we taking off. Better come correct, yellow tape for caution. Wish you all the best, coming for my portion. Whatever we invest, we
What is your calling?
The light is fading for Apex, one round after another. OG 4 rounds away. The pistol is crucial for the boys on the CT side. Otherwise, they might just get smoked real quick in this second half. Similar to the first game, they are in a lot of trouble, and there isn't much hope from what we've seen so far, but maybe a change of halves is what was in order for them. Oh boy, this has been a rough one. This has really been a one-sided affair. This entire series so far has been lacking for Apex. It's close to too late, but it's not just too late just yet. If Stico is challenged, he must deliver here with these dualies. He's got Nork on short, but Nork's going to get challenged as well. There goes the flashbang then, avoided by Stico, and he'll find 2 of them. Nork is hit. Which way does he look though? I think his ankle's been spotted, manages to escape, drops the bomb as well. This is what Apex needed, 3v2. Still looking good for them, although their positions have been compromised. Regali moving through now, P250 in his hand. Smoke is up on long. Chance for a bomb plant.
Surely should get planted any second. They're taking their time though, and Apex say, you know what, let's just group up. We're 3 on 2, let's use our strength in numbers. Nexa goes off the angle, but I don't know if he spotted it.
Doesn't seem so. Now he's going to have to do it all alone next up, but he won't be able to. A much needed round for Apex, just for the confidence, just for some encouragement, for momentum, for some money in the bank. All of that has been lacking in this series, but they'll start off well in the pistol round at least.
Yeah, I think the big issue for Apex is that their star trio has not showed up at all on this map. The players fragging have been Stico, who's doing well there. He's meant to be the supportive element. And then Kicksan's been fragging pretty well as the in-game leader. But hopefully with that pistol round win, some of the stars starting to get involved, that can help them. Not out of the woods yet, though, as OG have themselves a force buy thanks to the bomb plant. There's an AK in the mix. Galils, Deegs, nades. Lots for Apex to trifle with in this subsequent round.
Unchallenged on Banana. OG are holding on to their util. They've got a fair chunk for an executing around such as this. What exactly do they have in mind? Could re-emerge on Banana later. I think they're just waiting out the CT util for now. Very safe positions. Turtling early in round 17. Apex disengaging from Banana then. And OG will get it for free. Maybe some flashes towards the top. It could be overwhelming power if they go for a 5 versus 2 on this bomb site. Perhaps they'll assume 5v3 worst case scenario. There's a smoke in the hands of Apex. But with the flashes and the numbers, will it even matter? Jacob waiting for the anti-flash position, waiting in the anti-flash position, but the chain flashes will be on the way. So far, so good. Kicksan delivers too. Jacob running low on the bullets, but still delivering what he needs to. Can't quite finish off that job. Smoke is gone, bomb is planted. There's a crossfire. We've got Stico lurking, and now it's all down to Keto. How much can he get done? He's got an M4 as well, but opting for the Desert Eagle. Looking for a boost that'll never come. 2 by the coffins. Oh, so far so good for Keto. Big damage so far. Stico ringing the bell with the MP9 though. And Apex might just build themselves a streak.
Kixan again delivering the most important kills of the round, I'd say. Double kill that. Really helped Apex stay in control of that one. You see Fashion just never cleared the corner. Kixan able to get those first 2 kills, which really helped stall out the round. And then Norg just spots that angle before the smoke blooms. Make sure that Kito's chances are limited in the clutch. So something for Apex to start working with, as they are now up against Pistols. Aggression into second mid, always a bit of a risk, but when you're against this bite, should work out fine. Jake and Stico combined for that initial frag. Good nades on Banana as well. Some kills coming back from OG. Keeping it close enough that this round is not over yet.
Yeah, this is already dangerous. Potential 2v1 on the cards later on for OG, if they can keep their numbers good, but the bomb's been lost, and that'll be a big difference maker. Kixan finishing off the job. Apex rising promptly on this CT half. Looking far more comfortable here. Of course, these aren't the full buys, which we're about to see from OG. But it just feels more confident from the individuals on Apex. The AK-47s are coming out now for OG, who still have double the score of their opponent. They have a cushion. They can keep the pressure up if they get a bomb plant at a minimum, with their maximum loss bonus. And let's see how they do in round 19. As the teams all start to fight for Banana. Apex have been aggressive in these rounds prior, but this time they'll fall back early. So OG will have a lot of position as far as Banana is concerned. We'll see what their approach is towards top mid. Assassinito and Nork will be holding down long for the time being. Seems like the top flashes might be on the way then. Looking for the transfer. That trade will not be in Apex's favor.
Regali nearly burned there. I think they extinguished the molly at just the right time for him to survive on 1 health. There's another molly coming. Regali could be in trouble. He somehow gets past safely. Kixan still wants to fight, and finally they get him out of there. It's a quick trade from Quito, which should give them access to the bomb site here.
3v3, bomb not planted. Apex closing the net. You can see them lining up for that coffin plant. Fiku's got such a strong position though. Bullets into the mortar somewhat. That'll make things more difficult. But they're all here. All here without a kit, waiting for these smokes to go. What angles will they be holding? It's swinging in dry. Next has got a great angle. Quito will cover him. Sassanito, they know where he is, and they will deliver. Back to winning ways are OG. 3 rounds away from the group stage.
Just getting onto that site quickly enough. And Apex were at breaking point with their economy. Those earlier rounds were a little close. And so the buy is not going to be there for Apex. They may still force it because they're so far down. This was Regali. Oh, he was down to 1 health. But able to get onto the site. That meant that Quito was successful in trading him. And then Quito there emerging again from the back of the site, helping Nexa out. We do have the buy from Apex. They're missing a lot of nades. They've got a few rifles together at minimum.
Very difficult scenario for Apex. Again, the U-tilt towards Banana. Can't really follow it up with position though. OG will walk straight past all of that junk. Not discouraged by the flashbang, it seems. Kixan really is alone here. 1 minute to hold on to that smoke grenade for as long as possible. It's his turn to try and funnel OG towards the stack on the A bomb site, but they're so far up Banana already. 50 seconds on the clock, no eyes towards long. You can see him wondering about CT spawn. Huge risks by Apex, but OG are unperturbed. Fascia in the smoke. They can't possibly rotate towards B. And OG have got no intentions of heading towards A. What is the play then for Kixan? Behind the smoke, 30 seconds left. Maybe there is a play to be had here. He's going for the bomb flash, and he has dropped a bomb. Now the rotation is on. He's got 2 kills and managed to disengage. That is a crazy overperformance. Apex have got to get their skates on. He's actually made this round winnable. I can't believe it. 5 on 3 for Apex suddenly as OG plant the bomb, looking for a lurker behind the tree position. Stika will come in late surely. No util for OG, they just need to frag out. Do they have the angles for this? Fiku wondering about Jacob. Fiku has delivered a multi-frag here, but he'll be denied. Keto will be dropped as well. I can't believe that performance. He gets 2 kills, Kixan, from behind the smoke and disengages, holds the map control, allows the rotation from A, and they steal the round.
Incredible from Kixan. Had to basically go for a Hail Mary, pop flash play through, but lines up the first kill, quick adjustment. The flash did all it needed. Look at those players in pool, so blind. Thought one of them would be able to turn away and deny the push from Kixan, but he did an amazing job. And honestly, he's been their best player on this map. He's been leading by example. He's been trying to carry Apex through, kicking and screaming.
19 kills for him. Just one shy of the 20 on Regali. Back onto pistols for OG. The loss bonus is still higher, so the AKs will be out soon enough. But Apex aren't too far behind then. If they can keep OG on 13 rather than 14, then maybe there is work for them to be done here, believe it or not. Hasn't felt that way in this series. And that is going to be really encouraging for the squad. Fully committed with 4 players on that A bomb site, no eyes towards long, and somehow Kixan keeps them in the fight.
Group up to A early, but Banana has been taken by Apex, so there will be a rotate quickly. OG need a fast site take here. Keto out early. Nork lets him go, but his teammate in pit will deal with it. And Stiko drops the bomb. That should be the round handled by Apex here. Sassanito's arrived on the rotate. That should also be effective. 8 rounds for Apex, slowly getting into this game. It's taken far too long for them. But now that they are here, they can start to believe because, sure, OG are pretty close to victory, but Apex are starting to look better and better as this half goes on.
Coming to life very late in the game, but there's still opportunity ahead of them. 3 AK-47s on the CT side will certainly help. These duels will be evened up somewhat. The MP9 for Kixan after his heroics on the B bomb site. Gets the worst gun for round 22. Apex not fully fighting for Banana once again. Different lineups for the flashbangs. Will the timing be good though? Jacob on the way. There's the flash, but they are absolutely ready for it. Kixan's in trouble now, and again, he's only got the MP9. No heroics on this occasion. Do they chase after this round? 3v5. Do they risk losing everything? This is surely good money after bad here. Sassanito trying to make something happen, but his teammates aren't believing this. They really need to hold on to these weapons.
Yeah, they have no choice. And Fiku is trying to make sure they have literally no choice by taking them away. Won't work for him, but this is OG about to be on 14. About to be 2 rounds away from making it through the play-in into the groups at Cologne. Sassanito gets the timing right. So 3 rifles saved for Apex. That was important. Make sure they still have a good buy going forward. But they have very little room for error at this point.
Timeout from Apex. They trail by 6. They can buy around what they saved. But again, that is a psychological barrier that OG have just broken through. Positively for them, not so for Apex. 2 rounds away from the group stage. Looking to close out a great run in this series so far. Jacob stood absolutely no chance with that pop flash play on Banana. Anti-flash at the car position already, working wonders for OG. Still 2 AKs in the hands of the CT side. Now, will they be encouraged to fight more for that Banana position? Because they've thrown some utility at it, but not really fought for it with the guns. And that's caused them some problems. And this time it's going to be different. This time they will send the bodies in there as well to make sure it is fully secured and slow OG down, at least as far as Banana is concerned. Now OG may read 3 players towards that B bomb site. Will they go for something prompt on the other side of the map? I see them in the halls with 3 players already. But have a look at this. As quick as I say that, Apex have got 4 players back on the A bomb site, with Banana being unchallenged. Sataniso rotating in, but not getting the kill. He has to get that kill, surely.
That's tough. That should have been a freebie. It was so well set up. And when your star players aren't getting kills like that, you are going to struggle. And it's so much more difficult to play a man down on Inferno on the CT side. The upside is Nork has Banana control right now, so they can stay stacked 3 towards A. But I think Nork is about to be flashed off this position. And when that happens, it's going to be hard for Apex to read where this round's going. Oh, that's a great shot. That's what they needed.
Knowing the AWP is there, though, do they read the AWP is alone? Do they try to charge him? It looks like the answer is yes. But Nork is ready for the target practice. Kickstand is swinging in as well. There'll be a trade, but the numbers are still good. Very good for Apex. OG understood the mission, but that Molotov certainly made things harder, and they were punished for it. Apex deliver. So close to 10 now.
Nice impact from Nork. Really nice. He was bottom of the board, bottom of the server, and they need him to start showing up. So really great signs for Apex if they wanted a chance at this comeback.
Looks like OG were trying to play against the numbers there that whole round. On the play towards A, and even with that kill, running into Nork, just getting deleted 1 by 1. Great pop from Kickstand. The trade was enough. Gave Nork the space to deliver afterwards. And OG keep it scrappy. Sorry, Apex keep it scrappy. They keep in the fight. You can see the frustration starting to rise for OG now. Body language says this series should be over already. And it's definitely not too late for a 3rd map. Back to pistols again. Economy in the bin again for OG. Loss bonus rising. Double grenades are here. Nork is dropped, and Jacob has got many people coming his way. Flash will buy him some time. Support utility is here as well. And then there were 3. But only 1 on the B-bomb site. Oh my days. These Desert Eagles now will get upgraded. Fiku's got the AWP. And they'll have position also. Apex are in all kinds of trouble. Back at the site for Fiku. He's posted up. But where is he aiming? Flashbang over the top. Sassanito trying to find something. Fiku's off the angle. Being dropped by Stiko. 2-on-2 then. Stiko's the only man with a kit. Sassanito creeping by coffins. So nervous for Nexa and Keto, trying to fade into the smoke, but they know where Nexa is now. He's got himself a 1v1. Stiko's the one with the kit, though the smoke is up as well. He's run out of bullets on the rifle, going for the deagle. He's not going to find the angle, and Stiko will rob the round and make it 10.
Nexa just ever so slightly off on that deag. It looked like he was roughly at headshot height, but the shots just go too far to the right-hand side. And so despite the round looking so sketchy, Apex able to hold on. And honestly, they've had quite a few rounds like that, but that's what you have to do on comebacks like this. You have to pull some rounds out of the hat. Your opponents are sometimes going to get into these advantageous positions. You've just got to find a way to win. Not always easy to commit to that stick. Look at this group up from OG, though. They want to try and punish top mid early. I think that molly should slow him down. No, they're going.
OG trying to burst out with the numbers. They've made them even now. Everybody for Apex ran out long position. Nork rattling off of the AWP, being denied, but dropping Fiku, keeping the numbers tight. And now they're in the pit. Fasher creeping, Jacob in the smoke. Both Apex players on long, variants on the way. We will see whom first. Fasher with a big headshot. That leaves Kixan and Apex on life support. 1v3, made 2. Kixan trying to make some space for himself now. Molly towards the side. He's got to go through that smoke surely to get to the bomb itself. Found a 1v1 on Keto. He's hiding behind the wall. Still alive there. Oh, it's just a whole mess for Apex. And it's match point for OG. They finally got far enough. But can they take it over the line?
OG injects some pace into that top mid play. It works for them. It gets a little chaotic. It gets a little hectic. But OG get up onto the site so soon that Apex can't slow. They can't deny this time. And Apex now facing potential elimination. OG with the opportunity to make it through the play-ins with one more round win. And look at the buy for Apex. Only 2 premium rifles in play. The other players stuck on pistols. They need some heroics here.
Situation becomes dire again. Even with the closer scoreline, it feels like they're so far away, Apex, with a buy as rough as this. But again, OG need to play the round to win. Don't play not to lose. You're on a T side, you have all the advantages, all the utility. Most of the primary weapons as well. Lacking in challenge on Banana once more, Apex. They just don't have the tools for the job. Begging for a slow round to hold on to that smoke for as long as possible. 1 of 2 remaining. OG playing it careful, but again, too careful could cause time problems. There's a smoke on B. Remaining smoke is on A. Fash is going to send it in and clear the bomb site. Surely the rotation's in then. They were heading towards the A bomb site. No need now. Rather you than me, Apex. 3 remaining with no defuse kit, 1 primary weapon, 1 flash, 1 smoke, and still 2 players on the A bomb site.
Oh, Keto caught out, but he still hits the spray. Apex getting dealt with by the fake. They're getting kills back, at least the 1, but they need something special here.
They need a miracle. They need a power cut of some description across half the hall. Stiko and Sassanito. Stiko, no Kevlar, no kit, and no hope. OG forced their way to Cologne groups. Completely overwhelming and overpowering Apex.
Great showing from OG. A lot of people weren't sure what to expect from this lineup, but the individuals are playing far above what they used to on their old teams. It seems like this team has come together. It's allowed these players to have a new lease of life. A lot of these players weren't wanted by other squads, but they've shown that they can definitely deliver here at this stage with a great win over Apex. And honestly, it looked pretty convincing. I know Apex brought it back towards the end, but a 2-0, pretty comfortable throughout. OG have got to be delighted.
Commiserations for Apex, plenty for them to review, but again, it was eyes on both teams for different reasons, and for OG, that was a strong performance from them. They looked like they gelled, the synergy was great, the individual play was awesome, Regali on the AWP was great as usual, and that's the kind of promise that you want to see from OG. It's encouraging for the squad, and there's plenty of tournament play ahead of them as they go to Cologne groups. A lot of firepower coming their way as well. I'm sure Vladdy will be happy with that performance.
Yeah, I think Fasher was really good as well. I like seeing Fasher on this new team. I feel like he didn't get the chance on Fnatic to maybe show his best. Here, he top-fragged this map. He showed some of that aim. He showed some of that flash. Really good work from OG, and that man in particular, I think, deserves a little bit of credit.
A sudden ending here. Well, Stiko, I just want to start with this. We go from situation where you're so close to qualifying to this, where it seemed like you guys bowed out. I want to start with just the deficits you went into after the first half here. What was going on for you guys not being able to fight back? Normally we see a Cuban timeout or something happen and you guys can come back into it, but this time that energy wasn't there.
I mean, if I had an answer to this question, it wouldn't look like that. So this was definitely not us. And like, I don't want to say back to the drawing board because what we usually do works, but we weren't doing that today. And that has to change. Maybe it was pressure, maybe it was, I don't know, being just unfocused. But that we will have to work on for future tournaments. We have some of them, and that's our main focus, I guess.
And in terms of the pressure you felt going into a game like this, right? Obviously it's the qualifying one, it's the last chance, and for you guys not being a partner and organisation, did that play on your mind at all going into it, even with, say, like the mix of experience you have on the team?
It might have, because usually we're good in these situations where we're backs against the wall, and we perform good in those games. At least that's what Major showed us. But right now it just didn't click, and they were playing better, and we were playing just not even our B game, that was borderline C game, and that's just not how you perform at these tournaments.
What was the talk like in between the maps? Anything that to try and change? That's something you discussed in particular, maybe to try and make it better?
It was mostly mental stuff, just to get a reset as much as possible, because the first map was a blowout and it didn't need to be. But it helped to some degree, but on Inferno as well. They kept hitting the shots, they were confident. It felt like they won Inferno on Mirage already. You know.
Yes, tough things to go through, but future for you, you said you got some other tournament stuff to go through. What's next for you guys? Next for us, probably a little bit of practice, just to get ready for the next tournament. We have a couple of online tournaments to play, and then we are heading to Gamers 8 in Saudi, so that's going to be our main focus. We want to do well there, and yeah, that's our priority. Good luck with the grind, man. Thanks. Sam, back to you.
Thanks so much, Banks. And of course, on your screen right now, it is our Air Force Aim High player of the match. Will be coming up very soon. It is Fasha, and we'll get to celebrate him. There we go. Take a look at that. And this is the thing. We say goodbye to Apex. They head on home, but going through, progressing to the group stages of IEM Cologne. With us right now, the misfits, the boys everyone said maybe wouldn't do it. Nexa from OG, let's have a chat. This is the thing, a lot of people coming into this, including this entire desk. I'm gonna throw you all under the bus right now. We thought Apex was gonna take it. OG maybe not looking so strong. What do you think it was about your team that made it possible for you to beat Apex?
Yeah, I mean, you were right without us, obviously. We haven't shown the best Counter-Strike coming up to this game, but I think today we showed up individually, and also I think like one thing we were working a lot on, and that was always a problem in OG for us, was the CT sides, and that's something that we've specifically put focus, and like the players that we picked up were specifically meant to improve our CT sides as well. So I think just having strong CT sides makes some games much easier for us than they previously were, and also makes life for me a bit easier on T, since I don't have to really take like 12 rounds in order to win a game. But yeah, I mean, we're still learning about each other. I'm still like learning how to use all the players that I have in the best way possible. And yeah, I think we're growing throughout each game, and hopefully we'll continue to do so.
I mean, this has to be, with this new lineup, the most impressive win we've seen from you guys. Right? It was very clean. I mean, there was never a point where it looked like Apex might be even able to come back. So, do you feel like things are still falling into place right now? Are you happy with what you've seen? Obviously, you're happy with the win. Yeah. But I feel like, from an IGL's perspective, did you win in the way you wanted to win?
Yes, I think we won in the exact way that we planned to win, and I think it's like the progress since the day one at Blast to coming here has been really great for us. I think we were taking all the losses like up the chin, and we were not getting depressed or mad about it. We were trying to learn as much as we can from it, and I hope that we continue to do so no matter what the results we show in the group stage.
Look how happy he is. We have to give him this.
I haven't seen.
I've never seen you smile like that.
I haven't seen Kassad so happy.
I'm enjoying success. The thing is, like, I have a question for you. It's more of a general kind of thing. You have been dealt this, weird hand again. Undeveloped players, underrated players, and you have done it again. Under the role of the IGL. How is that adventure going on so far? Once again.
Yeah, I mean, these are the players that like I didn't handpick them myself, but it's what I got to work with. And as always in any iteration, in like any roster, in any team that I play, that I will play in the future, I'll always give my best and try to get the maximum out of the players that I have.
I do have one more thing to quickly add as well. Like the players you have, they're not exactly super fresh players either, right? People like Keto, he's been around the block a while. Fasher, relatively new, but he was playing in Fnatic as well for quite a bit. So I'm assuming there's also been a lot of input coming in from them as well, and are you working with that?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the reasons why we picked up both of them, is that we needed some players who were more vocal, who speak mid-round, kind of to help me out on T-side, but also very important on CT, since it's really difficult for me to control both bomb sites. I cannot be everywhere all at once. Yeah. So yeah, so far they've been doing a great job. They're obviously still learning. Fasher is playing positions he didn't play in Fnatic, but he played previously in like Exotic and his previous teams. Keto has also kind of been released of this like support player burden, and now he can actually...
He can frag.
He can frag, pretty much, yeah, that's it. So yeah, so far it's looking good, but we still have a lot of room for improvement.
Would you say it's like the mission accomplished for this tournament in terms of like milestones, or you have like a higher goal set coming into this event?
Yeah, I think the main goal was to qualify for the group stage, and from here on we'll face better opposition and we'll see how we square up, and yeah, more matches to play and more things to learn.
Let's have a little bit of fun before you go. One last question. There is one spot left in the group stages for IEM Cologne. That match is still ongoing. It is NIP up against Imperial. Who do you think is taking the spot?
I hope Imperial takes the spot.
There we go. We're just going to leave it at that. Leave it hanging.
Nice.
Nexa, thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. You can head on off now and go celebrate with your team. We'll see you in the group stages.
Bye.
Kassad is so happy. Look at his face.
I haven't seen him so happy in days.
I didn't think he could be happy. I didn't
The
know
only
if he
thing
could
that's
smile.
making happier is like, never mind.
Okay, there we have it.
Finish your sentence.
We're going to stop
Finish your sentence.
Boys,
Let's go.
We're going to behave. Let's look at who is progressing to the group stages. Mouse, Fnatic, the Mongols,
Hell yeah.
and OG. Two names that I actually don't think we would have said at the start of today. We didn't. We said Fury and Apex, except Blay.
I feel like if you look at all these results, it's been quite a surprise, right? Like obviously, you know, we still don't have the tier 1 teams still playing there, but Mao's Fnatic surprised us quite a bit how strong they looked as well.
Nine
The
for
biggest
me.
surprise is definitely Liquid not making it after all this hype, after Blast, and all these things, and all the interviews, and all the you know, the drama, and like all these things. They didn't qualify for they didn't advance to the group stage whatsoever.
Especially for 9, because through the major, here on this desk, we had this conversation with Pimp. All we did was talk about how 9 can't cope on LAN, and they knock out Liquid.
We do have some already set matches for the group stage. It's, you know, you see Gamer Legion, Monty, interesting match. You said it, Sam. It was like storylines are there somehow. You know, Gamer Legion lost a couple of players. We have a group E as well. Navi against Mouse in the first round, and G2 against Astralis. That's a match and a half.
I am so excited for the G2 Astralis match.
Vitality and FaZe are waiting their opponents right now, so it should be super interesting day coming tomorrow. Yeah, I can't wait for it.
The group stages are going to get insane. This is where it's going to get really fun. I mean, now we've got these teams coming through. I like the fact that we have a couple of like upsets that have happened, that we've got the likes of 9 going through. The Mongols actually, and also with OG, if I'm not mistaken, I'm not, Keto is the only German player left in the competition. So he gets to go to the group stages and potentially, you know, it is home soil for him, so that's quite exciting. But the Mongols, the only international team that will be mixing up
I mean,
the Lone Wolf. There we go.
Imperial is still in contention. Just won map number 1 as well.
Right now.
Right now, yeah. But yeah, no NA players making it, but at least we have some Asian representation. That's good to see. I'm actually excited about Mongols. The way they played was
I mean, the tournament is stacked. They're in it, so it speaks for itself.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And also Cloud9, I mean, without Axel, which sucks, but...
Yeah, that's
good. I'm still excited to see.
We should have paused the entire event for that and just waited for them to sort out the visas. I don't understand why we couldn't do that.
Sure.
Sure, yeah, totally.
Anyway, it was a lovely day.
Swiftly moving on.
Swiftly moving on. Thank you, gents. It's been tons of fun, but we are done here on the B stream. And of course, what you need to do right now is rush to the A stream to see which is the final team that is going to progress to the group stages of Intel Extreme Masters Cologne. But before we do that, let's just take a look at some of the best moments from today here on the B stream. Thank you for watching. Good night.
champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. IMSI is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win!
And it's all done! And Strolin winning! Unbelievable victory over Classic! And they did it again in the grand finals! It's Nobu! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
What is that reaction?
Yeah, right.
This would be an ace clutch from Poland. Oh my! Oh boy! FaZe Clan, the champions of ESL Pro League.
Poland's here.
Oh my god! Girl, are you gonna be kidding me?
What a map. What a map.
The in-game leader, architect of every move and every win. The entry fragger, fearlessly leading from the front. The opper, the deadliest of them all. The support, the true difference between winning and losing. The lurker, everywhere and nowhere, patiently waiting to strike. It takes 5 champions to win. Which one are you?